Well, good morning. The Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt, Birdwell, Lamantia, Menendez, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwertner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
President, welcome everyone. As folks who are familiar with the process know, there are often multiple hearings taking place at the same time in different places in the Capitol, and members of the Senate of the committee will be in and out during the day. Their staff members are here and also watching online, and so all the testimony is being taken down and listened to by a lot of people. And so I want to reassure everybody about that. And again, for those testifying, if you see people coming in and out, that's not a reflection probably on your testimony. It won't be from my standpoint if it is. And I should say, if you hear crickets, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going too long. We do have a lot of crickets in the Capitol extension. So, but we're going to accommodate all the humans and have a good day. We're glad you're here. We have some invited testimony, some public testimony. It's all important. Texas is somewhat unique in the public testimony area, those congressional hearings, and many or most states, the testimony is invited only, and invited testimony is helpful. But we always want to hear from our bosses, everybody, the people of Texas, everybody who wants to testify. So that's all going to be accommodated today in this process. So we have 3 days of hearings, today through Thursday, and we'll be doing this together as we go through. And so members of the committee, the dean of the Senate is a member of this committee, and I'll start with her and ask if she wishes to make any opening remarks or introductions or anything like that. Madam Chair. Very well, thank you. Senator Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excited to be here. We've got some big topics to tackle the next couple of days, and excited to dive into this homelessness issue. It's past time that we solve this, and looking forward to making great progress here in the interim and as we roll into session here in January. So thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for anything? Very well, thank you. Thank you so much. The first interim charge we'll be taking up is the topic of addressing homelessness, and our specific instructions on behalf of the people of Texas are to study programs that address the homelessness crisis in Texas, specifically review programs like Haven for Hope and determine whether such programs could be a model throughout the state. Propose legislation to address the root causes of homelessness by expanding successful programs for cities of all sizes. Again, many people in this room on and off the dais who've worked on this extensively, and we're looking forward to hearing all the input, the success stories, what's not working well, what we can be doing better. So this should be a very profitable charge for all of us. And so with that, we'll call our first panel. The chair calls Melody Woosley and Kim Jeffries. And 4 chairs and 2 mics, so y'all sit wherever you want to. Make yourselves comfortable. And we're glad you're here. Welcome. In a moment, we'll get you set up, and you'll be recognized to introduce yourself, tell us who you represent, if anyone, and then give us your testimony. So welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Hughes and Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the work we do in San Antonio to address homelessness. My name is Melody Woosley, and I serve as the Human Services Director for the City of San Antonio. In this role, I oversee the city's response to homelessness, including the direct services the city operates and funding and coordination the city provides across systems to serve homeless individuals. Joining in the audience today from the City of San Antonio are Deputy Chief Chris Benavides of the Police Department, Mark Carmona, Chief Housing Officer, Jesse Higgins, Chief Mental Health Officer, and Patrick Steck, Assistant Human Services Director. I'm glad to be here with Kim Jeffries, the CEO of Haven for Hope, and Kim will share later and talk more about Haven for Hope, but Haven is a cornerstone of our community's homeless response system. and the city of San Antonio is committed to its success. The city has invested in $23 million in capital funding to site build and improve the campus over time, and $121 million total in operations support to Haven and campus partner agencies since 2010, since the campus opened, including $8.5 million in fiscal year '25 in Haven for Hope and on-campus partners, and that's primarily from our general fund. Today, more than 80 to 85% of our homeless population is served by Haven for Hope in the course of a year. Haven's positive impact on the community is measured in both individual successes and overall effect on our homeless response system. Nationally, HUD reported that in 2023, about 61% of people experiencing homelessness were living in shelters, with the rest on the streets. In San Antonio, that same year, that number was 73%. Our trend is to bring more of our homeless population inside, while the national trend line is moving in the opposite direction. San Antonio and Bexar County's homeless response system has many facets. Though Haven is central to this response, it was never meant to be the only solution, and it isn't. In total, the city will spend $65 million this year to address the challenges of homelessness. Across the last fiscal year, San Antonio's homeless response system, which includes Haven and 42 other organizations, helped 4,500 individuals move from the street to shelter or from shelter to long-term housing. Our point-in-time count shows that our unsheltered population decreased by 25% over the last 13 years and has stayed relatively flat since 2019. Compared with population growth across Bexar County, our per capita rate of homelessness declined by 20% during that same period. But we don't do this work alone. It's too hard, and there will never be enough resources, and so our system is coordinated. Strategic partnerships are vital to successfully housing individuals experiencing homelessness, and addressing homelessness is expensive. The best way to reduce it is to prevent it, and so the city is especially invested in better coordinating and seeking funding for preventing homelessness before it starts. Despite this success, challenges remain, particularly with 27% of the homeless population who are not accessing shelter, translating to about 900 individuals on the streets of San Antonio on a given night. We are also seeing a recent trend upward in families experiencing homelessness, and that is a growing concern. In this area, no agency does more than Haven for Hope in San Antonio. We also address encampments. They pop up across the community, and as a local government, being responsive to resident and business concerns, we have taken a strong approach to cleaning up encampments. Human Services coordinates an abatement process with the police department, which involves leading with outreach and connection to shelter and services like Haven for Hope, providing at least 48 hours notice of impending cleanup, and then working with crews from solid waste or TxDOT to remove health and safety hazard from public spaces. Last year, this initiative removed 2,400 tons of trash and debris from city right-of-ways, primarily from drainage culverts and flood control infrastructure. In 2020, we worked with partners, clients, and residents to develop a 5-year strategic plan adopted by the City Council and then our local homeless continuum of care, which is close to home, as this community strategic plan. Together, through alignment with this plan, we've made significant progress in the last 4 years. Coordination across the system has improved significantly. State Committee, San Antonio fully supports the Texas City's shared legislative recommendations to increase funding for homelessness services, enhance mental health and crisis response, expand permanent housing solutions, and improve data sharing and coordination to streamlining access to identification recovery. Thank you again for the opportunity to share San Antonio's collaborative work with our local and state partners to help address homelessness in our community and across the state. I'm glad to take questions and to continue to be available to this committee in the challenging work of addressing homelessness across Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony of what you're doing. San Antonio has long been a city that's looked to for solutions to help people and to help everybody in the process. So we may have questions for you after we hear
Sure.
from Ms. Jeffries. Ms. Jeffries, you're recognized. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak before you and for addressing this challenging and complex issue that our state is dealing with. I'm Kim Jeffries. I am the president and CEO of Haven for Hope of Bexar County. Just a little background on Haven for Hope. We're the largest transformational campus founded in 2010 by Bill Greehey, working to end homelessness by empowering individuals and families to transform their lives. I think there's three things in Haven's model and design that are key to our success and place us as the cornerstone, as Melody said, of San Antonio's response to homelessness. The first is our scale and geography. We're on 22 acres. We're in a location where the homeless population already existed in a significant way. We're just north of downtown. We're near the jail. We're near the county hospital, which is important as the population that we serve interacts with these public entities on a regular basis. We're also near a major transportation hub and public transportation hub in San Antonio. We have over 400,000 square feet of interior space with 3 residential dorms and flexible space for sleeping at overflow. We're designed for 1,450 individuals to stay at Haven on any given night. Right now, we're sleeping on average 1,655 because of the flexible spaces. Last year, we served 9,457 unique individuals, and as Mel said, that equates to about 85% of the homeless population in San Antonio. That includes 1,085 children, 491 vets, over 789 young adults, and obviously individuals and families as well. Because of Haven's scale, as Melody mentioned, 73% of San Antonio's homeless population is in shelter during the point in time count, which is higher than the national average of 61. I think it's important to note that trauma is a part of everything that people experience. People experiencing homeless have experienced some sort of trauma, significant trauma in childhood. And for that reason, Haven is evidence-based and uses best practices in the delivery of services, including trauma-informed practices, person-centered services, and best practice of using those with lived experience in what we do. We operate on housing first principles, meaning access to housing and services is not contingent on income, criminal records, substance use, or service participation. We have options for everybody on Haven's campus, and clients stay on average 4 months on our campus. We were also designed as the second piece of the design that's important is the co-location of services for transformation. And really, it's to eliminate the barriers to entry into services and to accessing services. So we have 80 partners we work with, 41 of them are on our campus, and it really gives individuals the opportunity to learn how to reintegrate into community with all of those services before they go out into the 7th largest city. So anything that led somebody to homelessness is on our campus: substance use treatment, detox treatment, sober living, behavioral health services, medical, dental, vision, childcare, kennel, case management, housing, workforce development, education, GED classes, ID recovery, benefits assistance, clothing, food, transportation, move-out assistance, spiritual care, hair care, specialty services for veterans, formerly incarcerated, high utilizers hospitals, and young adults. We are also a systems leader, and as Haven goes, so does our homeless services community. And so it gives us an opportunity to get ahead of trends and see what's happening there. Haven also serves as a homeless management information system lead agency, which allows us access to data and information that can look at those trends, and again, we can get ahead of those. I will say, Melody talked a little bit about the success. The overall decrease in our point in time count since Haven opened is significant. Our unsheltered homeless population has decreased since Haven opened. Our per capita homelessness has decreased since Haven opened. And there's been a significant economic benefit to the city of San Antonio. We had a recent study done from inception to 2019, $5.6 billion in net benefit to the San Antonio community, a return of $29 for every dollar invested in Haven. And then for individuals, obviously, there's an impact on them. For everybody that we permanently house, 92% of them stay housed at the 1-year mark. And anybody who comes to Haven and leaves has an 80% better chance of housing stability than if they didn't come to Haven and access services. As Mel said, we're not the only thing in San Antonio. The city of San Antonio has, and others have invested significantly in the entire homeless response system. In San Antonio, in the mobile integrated health team, community operation resource education team, Bexar County in their SMART team, STRAC, use of ARPA dollars for prevention, the city of San Antonio's passing of $150 million housing bond, our COC's ability to draw down additional rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing funds due to our improved data in HMIS, a special award to deal with the unsheltered population from HUD, site-based developments of permanent supportive housing, such as Town Twin Village, the Hudson, and others, and our local housing authorities' participation by allowing us to have homeless choice vouchers for those experiencing homelessness. Every community is different. Every community has different needs, and this is what is a part of what is working in San Antonio. But we implore the committee to look at interventions across the homeless response system to ensure that every community has the opportunity to meet their unique needs. Thank you so much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you for your testimony and for all you're doing. The Dean of the Senate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How would you adapt your model for a larger or a smaller city?
I think the footprint is important. So looking at where are the shelter beds in the community. So how many shelter beds are needed in the community and where is that gap? And so looking at that and assessing that, there might be shelter beds available in multi-different spaces. So a community could have enough shelter beds and just not the co-location of wraparound services. And so then I would look at bringing around the wraparound services. So it's really about the number of shelter beds that are necessary for a community and then providing those wraparound services. So it could ebb and flow depending on the need in a community for those specific beds. And so a smaller campus is, or multi-campuses are potentially a really good option as long as they have access to the co-location of those services that are critical to them overcoming what led to their homeless.
And this is a question for either of you. If the, say, mayor and city manager from a significantly smaller city came to San Antonio to look at the programs that you have available, including Haven for Hope, what would you recommend in terms of their starting a program, and what advantages would you note, for example, return on investment?
I think we would recommend starting as we did with data, exactly what Kim said. What is the demand? What is the need? How do you get people through the system with the goal ultimately being permanent housing? And so I think that the thought of eventually we need people to get to permanent housing has to be the starting point and what's guiding the development of any kind of a program. And so that's what we look to do. We need to keep the flow going so that we're not exceeding capacity at the shelters, and we can only do that by building additional housing. So I think that keeping the eye on that ball, looking at data to determine exactly what is needed.
How do you deal with opposition from people who have the not in my backyard mentality?
That's a communication issue. It's a long process. What we've discovered is you can't purchase a property, get it on the agenda, and pass it. You have to take the time to meet with the community over and over and over again. And we experienced that with Haven for Hope. Actually, we ended up setting up every other week, we're going to be here in this room, and if you want to come and talk about your opposition to the project and to where Haven was being located, we will be there to talk to you. And that's how we did it, and eventually no one showed up. So you have to take the time. It's not a few-month process. It's probably a 1 to 2 year process to really convince communities and neighborhoods that it's the right thing to do.
You wore them down?
Yes, we did.
Well, and if I could just add to that, I think it's Mr. Greehey, brilliant businessman and successful businessman in our state, really smart, looked at what is the value add to the neighborhood. So at Haven, the medical and dental and vision services are not just available to Haven residents. They're available to the community in 78207, which is one of the poorest zip codes in San Antonio. Only about 40% of the clients they see are Haven clients. 60% are from the community. So a community resource was brought to a very poor district. And so that was a part of what is the value proposition to having, something like this or affordable housing, is looking at what value can it add to the neighborhood around it and focusing on that value in your communications.
Thank you. Well, I remember the starting days of the project, and Mr. Greehey, and he was out front and so effective in working with the members of the legislature to garner support. So please thank him on our behalf. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thank you both for being here. Thank you for the excellent testimony, and just have a handful of different questions, if you wouldn't mind. And thank you for the wonderful overview. So I guess, Kim, for starters, I know today you're sleeping 1,655 people, which is incredible. What is your upper end capacity there at Haven for Hope? Are you at the upper end, or do you have the ability to grow and expand that number significantly?
So we have a little bit of additional capacity. We can flex up to about 1,812 individuals if we use other spaces like our volunteer center and our intake center for overnight sleeping only. Not ideal, but we can do that. So between 1,450 to about 1,815, that's our flex from design to max overflow.
And how many acres is the full campus?
22 acres.
Right at 22 acres. Mm-hmm. All right. And then, again, the amount of enclosed space or air-conditioned heated space that can go up to 1,800. What's the square footage you've got for just purely for the housing piece, separate from workforce and healthcare and all the other pieces?
For the housing pieces, it's about 100,000 square feet.
About 280,000 square feet. About 280,000. Okay. And when you came out of the gate, were you originally that size, or have you expanded over time?
So that is the original footprint. All the buildings weren't open at the exact same time. They opened kind of in a rolling, but that is the existing footprint. There is one space that was left, obviously, again, smartly by the designers, so that we have the option to build another dorm on our campus. Other than that, we're landlocked.
Okay. No, that's great. And then one of the things that's taken me back when we've had this conversation about all the wonderful things you do, obviously, I think I'm a big fan of the model, but what's really, I think, incredible to me is that you have so many other ministries and services that are working under the Haven umbrella. Would you maybe just elaborate on that, all the different ministries, all the different groups? Because it's not just Haven. You've got so many other folks that care about homelessness that are represented. They may have some other presence elsewhere, but they have a presence there at Haven. Would you mind elaborating on that?
Yeah, we don't do this work alone, and we don't purport to do it alone because we're not the experts in all of these things. So our local mental health authority does site-based inpatient treatment services, and then mental health and behavioral health services on our campus. They also do detox, sobering, crisis. So they're a big partner. So the local mental health authority, the fully qualified healthcare center is there providing medical services. We have partners that do everything from sober living to GED classes to parent training. YMCA is on our campus providing childcare. We have obviously partners that do food. Our local food bank does the food on our campus. We have partners in spiritual services, so the faith-based community has an opportunity to participate in the work of Haven, and a myriad of partners. So housing partners, partners in case management, partners who work with veterans. American GI Forum is on our campus. So just everybody brings their expertise to bear, so that we as Haven don't have to be experts in everything. We become the landlords and the coordinator of all of the services. And so that's really makes a difference because, as you mentioned, if I have, they have most agencies have just a small footprint at Haven. They have a couple cubicles or whatever it might be, but they have offices all over our community. So our clients then get to take that resource with them that they've built, and when they reintegrate into the 7th largest city, they now know how to navigate to get those resources that they were missing before they came to Haven.
So again, that is a great overview. So again, they have a presence very often somewhere else in the city, but yet it's a coordinated, if you will, play, so to speak, with Haven being there and representing and working alongside everyone in the Haven family, so to speak, right?
Absolutely. And it gives them an opportunity to have 1,600 captive individuals to provide those services and to get access. So it eliminates that barrier to access for, the single mom who doesn't have to go get her SNAP benefits one place, go to a job interview, and go to a counseling somewhere else, dragging her kids around. And so all of that really makes a difference. But she gets to take those relationships with her when she leaves.
Yeah, it's really, really terrific. And I was taken back. I didn't know, you taught me something a moment ago. I did not realize that effectively 60% of the folks that you're providing healthcare services for are the public at large, not necessarily the homeless that are there at Haven. That's really unbelievable. And does the same thing apply to childcare as well? I'm just curious.
Childcare is the community, and so it's about a 50-50 split. So 50% of the kids are from Haven and 50% are from the community. Again, then the Haven kids, when they leave, could stay there if they get placed in an apartment nearby and have that continuity of early childhood education.
Wow, that's really fantastic. And Melody, I guess if you wouldn't mind, just a question from San Antonio's perspective. Obviously, this great partnership with Haven's been so special. You guys have done such a great job in addressing the core problems that we're dealing with here on this topic in San Antonio. I'm curious, just getting very functional. And again, it's always about compassion with action. But when you have folks that are on the streets today in San Antonio, encampments, so on and so forth, affecting business and commerce and downtown, the Riverwalk, so on and so forth, what are those first responders doing? Can you just take us through that? When they see the folks that are there, take us through the process by which they help them get off the street and get them here ultimately to Haven. Is there a step in between? Is there an interim housing facility that the police take people to that provides safety as kind of an interim step before getting to more longer term coverage, so to speak, at a Haven model?
Sure, there's a lot of steps in between. And so we, during the COVID pandemic, stood up a outreach team with 12 outreach people who were all across the community. In addition, our partners, I think 11 other partners, are providing outreach in the streets. So as encampments are identified, people are case managed. When they are willing to accept services, we have transportation. We have a central coordination system with Haven for Hope and other emergency shelters so that those street outreach people can call immediately, find out where a bed is available, and transport people to that bed. We want to take advantage of the fact that they're willing to accept services right then and there, and so we want to get them. Haven is really the first stop, or we have a low-barrier, non-congregate SAM shelter at a hotel in downtown San Antonio. And so for people who might have a physical disability or a mental illness that don't do well in a Haven setting, although it is very low barrier as well, then they're able to go to that center. So really it's about identifying the right place to get people as soon as possible once they're willing to accept help. And so that happens on a regular basis. We also use our 311 system. People will call in and report concerns about homeless or concerns about encampment. And so we go out, we look at that, we assess it. Is there a significant health and safety issue? And then we work with the people in the encampment. We provide at least 48 hours notice, usually quite a bit more, so that we can work with them, offer services, move them to shelter if they're willing, make sure they have all of their important belongings, their ID, their documents, before the solid waste team comes in and removes the debris.
What do you do in those difficult situations where they're not willing to move and you all deem it to be a threat to the safety and well-being of other citizens?
Right, so we move forward. Like I said, we do as much pre-work as we can. For those that aren't willing, we are there the day of the abatement to make sure that they have their things, and they're asked to move on by, by our outreach staff or sometimes SAPD. So, and then we just keep trying. We sometimes have 15, 17 engagements with people before we can build that trust and they're willing to accept services.
Very good. No, excellent. Thank you. And Kim, tonight you're at 1,655 folks in the facility. I know you got about another 170 some odd beds available. Do you see a spike typically in the winter, or what does that look like in terms of seasonality? I'm just curious about that as well.
Yeah, great question. We do in the summer when it's in hot, over 100 and something, 104, 105 for a few days in a row. We'll see spikes in the summer, and we do see a spike in the winter. Last winter, we actually were at a higher capacity, and so we had to work with the city of San Antonio and other partners to lift up emergency shelter for individuals. We served as the emergency shelter for families during the winter event, and then other partners stepped into that space and for that on that temporary basis when we needed a little more capacity than we had at Haven. So it definitely happens, and it's happened in the last year. But the city and our other partners, we have a great relationship. The city does a wonderful job of facilitating conversations every other Friday for all of us in the homeless response system. So we get to talk about system-wide issues, and I get to raise the red flag and say, we're running out of space here, and we get ahead of that before, and the partners come together, and I'm grateful for that with the city.
That's great. Well, thank you for expounding on all the wonderful centralized services and all the benefits that accrue to the model. So thank you very much, both of you, for being here.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleagues for all their wonderful questions. I was listening on my way in. Unfortunately, the I-35 was not cooperating this morning, but as I was listening to you, Dean, asking the questions about smaller cities, bigger cities, what with steps. One of the things that I'm not sure if in your opening, Melody, if you got the chance to tell them, Haven for Hope's been built in parts, in sections. It didn't happen overnight. And one of the first steps, if I remember correctly, was the detox center. And in the detox center, it's kind of what you were saying about what happens when you have people who, before the detox center, a business owner would call PD and say there's a disturbance, there's a nuisance, someone's acting strangely, and they're disturbing the public safety. They would take that person to the jail and sit there and magistrate, and then you'd take a police officer 3-4 hours off the beat for someone that really needed help with lack of medication, and so the detox center, they take them, they have someone they hand them off to. They get to be there for 24 hours. In the morning, they get to be asked, do you need medication? Would you like treatment? And then Haven's across the street. They get walked across the street. Is that still the way that it operates?
That is still the way it is. So there's also sobering. So police, when they pick up someone who's publicly intoxicated, they can go to sobering, and they then work to say, this is the 10th time you've been here. Why don't we try going over to detox? Mm-hmm. And then after detox, potentially longer-term substance use care. And yes, right across the street from Haven for Hope, and the Center for Healthcare Services operates that.
Right.
That's our local mental health authority, and it also includes our crisis center.
Correct. So the genesis for Haven for Hope was a retired, today we consider him an angel, Bill Greehey, who was watching a story about homelessness. And he saw this story by a great journalist in our town who's still very active, and he's a big supporter, and Steve Spriester. And everyone thought homelessness was just the veteran. But you mentioned it earlier today that you're seeing a spike in families.
Yes.
And many times it's women escaping domestic violence because they just grab their kids and just leave, and they have nowhere to go. And so, it's been... It's been amazing. Kim, you mentioned the spike during the hot and the heat in the winter. I mean, at times, in order to make sure people have a safe place to sleep, you guys will open the chapel up. You open up any facility where there is safe space, and you'll let people sleep inside somewhere, right?
Absolutely. We made a decision a few years ago to never turn a family away. And so we have two sides of our campus, and the families are on that transformational side of the campus. So where the chapel is, the lobby, we have 92 dorm rooms that are almost always full, but we sleep families in those until they can get into the dorms or until we can get them housed. We do a shallow subsidy, which is first month's rent and security deposit that we pay for with flexible funding that we have to get people back on their feet more quickly. So if that single mom comes in fleeing domestic violence and if she has a job, all she needs is to save up $4,000 to move in, we don't want her waiting 2 years to do that. And so we do those shallow subsidies. So we can house them more quickly with that shallow subsidy, or we can move them into the dorm if they need longer term support.
The other thing, you mentioned the study that showed the economic impact on the community. I'm sure that inside that study, because I remember then County Judge Wolf would talk about how much the county was saving in its county jail, and that we were constantly hitting the population roof all the time because we were housing people that really didn't need to be in jail. They were just they needed help with some substance abuse issues or some mental health issues or some medication, and now the other thing. People sometimes have not been used to sleeping indoors. So I'm not sure if y'all discussed the very first step, if you want to come into Haven but you're not sure about it, what do you call the court where it's open air, where people sleep?
Everybody sleeps inside nowadays.
Oh, is it?
Yes, even in the courtyard, our low barrier side of the campus, everybody sleeps inside. But we do what we call a pre-intake, which gives them 7 days to try it, so they don't have to go through the whole enrollment. They can come anytime, day or night, do a 5-minute enrollment, get a badge for 7 days, try us out, and see if they like it, and then they can go enroll in the courtyard or whatever on campus, whatever services we need. So kind of give a little trial to those that aren't quite sure if this is what they want or need.
Very good. And then you have had growing pains. Y'all have learned from some mistakes early on. You knew that some people wouldn't come in because they couldn't bring their pet. And for some homeless members of homelessness, experiencing homelessness, that dog or that animal is the only friend they've had, and they're just refused to come to services. And so now you have kennels. Is that correct?
Correct. We have a kennel for 22 dogs and a cattery, it's a real word, for 13 cats. So we can take cats and dogs on our campus. We've done other things like have couples rooms, because typically in a homeless shelter, men and women who don't have children have to separate. One go in the men's dorm, one go in the women's dorm, and that would prevent them. So 2 summers ago, we opened couples rooms. Last year, we saw an increase in young adults experiencing homelessness, 18 to 24, many aging out of foster care. And they didn't feel safe or a sense of community in the regular population. So we did a listening session, and last summer we opened a young adult dorm on both sides of campus where they have their own showers, their own laundry facilities, their own restrooms, their own hangout spaces, so that they'll come in. And this year we've housed 3 times more young adults because they stayed longer at Haven because they feel safe. So really looking at the data and adjusting so that we can make sure we're providing the best services available.
How many people have graduated from Haven onto independent living with a job, and you would consider a contributing taxpayer? You keep track of that, don't you?
We do. It's been about 16,500 people since Haven opened. The last few years, it's been over 1,000 people. We're at 1,182 people this year, so growing. And so those folks, we don't have a lot of housing dollars in San Antonio compared to other cities. We get from HUD funding, we get about $19 million. For example, Houston gets $59 million. So there's a lot more, they're a bigger city, but there's a lot more housing dollars in other communities. We're a little behind the 8 ball on the housing side of things. And so we don't have as much funding, which is why we did the shallow subsidy, so we could move people out more quickly and they weren't staying as long.
Well, and the children that come in with the families, what do they go to school? You educate them? What happens with them?
We do require them to go to school. And if you haven't been to Haven, it's set up kind of like a little small town. Everybody says I'm the mayor of this small town. I say that's Bill Greehey, and I'm his Cheryl Scully. But there's a Main Street. So we have 17 buses right now that come through Main Street every morning, pick up the 325 kids on our campus and take them to school. Our team helps coordinate that transportation. And then we have tons of partners that do out of school time activities. So the ballet is on our campus doing ballet, the theater's doing theater, our local children's museum does STEM classes, we have art classes, we have basketball, we have music classes. So anything that a child might want or might have a natural talent for that they didn't know, they can have those wraparound supports. And then their life's pretty unstructured when they're experiencing homelessness. So this gives them structure to even their out of school time activities. We do family movie nights and all kinds of things to try to normalize, which is a very not normal or typical experience for a child.
And the buses, they're taking them to public schools, I'm assuming.
Correct. The McKinney-Vento Act allows a child who's experiencing homelessness to go to any school that they want. We, of course, hope they go to their home school where they came from because that's where their friends are. Their family's probably going to move back to their area. But we coordinate the transportation for whatever school they choose. And then we have a communities and schools representative on our campus embedded with us that helps coordinate the social services at the school.
One of the things that I know, how many people have you all toured through there? Because I know you've toured people from just about every state and many countries, but have you all developed yet sort of a recipe, a step-by-step program? If this is what you wanted to do in your community, these are the steps. Have you all helped with that? Because I think, look, the state is experiencing, the nation is experiencing a growth, and I think Melody, you may have said the best thing to deal with homelessness is to prevent it. And so we need to work on prevention as much as we do. And so I know affordable housing and affordability is a huge issue. But if you're dealing with housing right now, homelessness, and you've got folks out in the street, we've got to triage this issue. And you just can't ignore that while you're trying to build your way out of this.
Yeah. Sorry. Can you go back to your original question? I got lost in your and it was great.
So the question is, if you're going to suggest to other cities how to do this, have you helped them with a sort of a recipe? Because I think if you look at Haven for Hope today, you go, well, we're not going to spend that kind of money. But people don't realize Bill raised about $60 million out of the private sector to build that campus. He put in a bunch of his own money, he raised a bunch of money, and then he was raising so much that the city and the county and the state said, well, gosh, it's almost like you're helping solve a problem for us. We need to be partners in this as well. So it's not just so you got to find a champion, but you have to have sort of a step-by-step. So we've done it. How can we help others?
Yes, and we've had about 500 different communities come and see what we're doing at Haven. And there are some communities who are really starting to look at campus and even getting their legislatures to help support a campus. But to your point, we don't have a playbook per se. We do some consulting work with other communities to help them because we want them to develop what's right for their community and take the lessons and the things that we've learned along the way with that. It is on the radar to develop something over time, but we're also in the work of saving lives and helping people transform every day. So we're not quite there yet. But I think to your point, without a champion who first has a great heart, who has the clout and the credibility in the community, and who believes inherently that people can change and they deserve a second chance, you need somebody like that out front, as Senator Zaffirini said, out front all the time, to share that message so that and share that vision so that everybody can buy into that in any community.
Yeah, and then on the medical front, where you were asking about, Senator Parker, the ability to help the community, the reason you can help the community with the partners that you have, I think it's Central Med, I think it's UT Health Science Center. You have partners who are used to helping the public at large, since you have dental, eye, vision, medical, and those are set in a little almost a doctor's, like a medical center that's just outside of the campus on the periphery, so the community can access that as well, correct?
That is correct. And we, obviously all of the universities give us students, and it's a great place to learn. So we have pharmacy students from the University of Incarnate Word, nursing students, social work students from Our Lady of the Lake and other universities. We have the dental students from the UT Health Science Center, dental school. So we leverage the expertise and resources and give students an opportunity to work with a very diverse population of patients on our campus as well. So it's a win-win.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for all the hard work. It is definitely a community-based effort. You guys are at the heart of it, but I think it required everybody to get buy-in. You needed the buy-in from the business community, buy-in from all the other social partners in the community. At one point, I think a lot of them were pushing back. It felt like you were trying to push their ministries out of the way instead of adding to. And I think, the problem is so big, it requires everybody. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kim, just a quick question for you. We've covered a lot on San Antonio and Bexar County. Do you kind of know what the general number for the other large cities like Houston, Dallas are for the total number of shelter beds available?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay. I guess a question for our upcoming witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to such helpful information. Thank you for all you're doing, and I guess in San Antonio you've been doing this for so long and getting so much input that there's I don't want to use the cliche, but there's like a culture there. I mean, it's what you're doing is working, and it seems to have momentum. Let me ask one technical question, and Senator Parker walked through this a little bit, but I'm curious. So many factors. Obviously, we're concerned about families that are in these situations and individuals and getting them real help, as we've already covered. When we think about the interaction that business people or folks who are downtown doing business or tourists have with the homeless population, that's often scary, sometimes unpleasant for all the parties involved, and it's really just it's a real problem. It's not the only problem. It's a problem. In San Antonio, it seems like perhaps because of the culture you've created, folks find their way to Haven for Hope, or some setting. But what happens practically? Someone is downtown, and they're not breaking the law. They're not making a scene, but they're downtown, and they're interacting with people who are working there, people who are tourists, and they appear to be in a homeless situation. So how do they? Do the police say, "Hey, would you like to go to where I can get you some help?" Or do you have volunteers that direct them there? Is it just my perception that in downtown San Antonio, the homeless problem does not appear to be as acute as it does in just about every other major city? That's what I'm trying to ask. Would you help me understand? I don't believe that we can force people who are not breaking the law to leave the public sidewalk. I'm not talking about sleeping there, but just being there. Help. I didn't answer that question well, but I think because you're smart, you know what I'm trying to ask. Help us understand what you're doing there, what's happening there that we could be doing elsewhere.
Sure. And so, as Kim mentioned, since Haven for Hope opened, the number of homeless in the downtown area has declined dramatically, but we still have that. And I think there's several things that are happening. You mentioned the police department. And so all of our police department are trained in mental health and conflict resolution. And so, they're the 24/7 front line, really. So they know to offer Haven for Hope and other options. Sometimes they will transport, people over there if they need help. They recognize mental health issues. If there's a issue or a concern that's happening at the moment, they have tools to help with that. And then we also have our outreach staff that are trained to work with not just the clients downtown, but the city's outreach staff are also liaisons to the community and to the neighborhoods. And so when they get a call they go and they help the client, but then they also follow up back with the businesses and the neighborhoods to make sure there's understanding and education about what they can do to secure their properties or help people that are homeless. And then there's a host of other outreach people out there. And so the Center for Healthcare Services has PATH outreach people. Haven for Hope has outreach staff. A number of our partners have them. So they're really just blanketing the community in some ways.
Well, and Chairman, if I could add, I think it goes back to Haven scale. So 73% of our unsheltered population, our population of those experiencing homelessness are in shelter, compared when in a point in time count. So if you look at other communities, 60% is the national average. I would venture to say there's probably some that are less than that. So you're seeing more of that street homeless population because you don't have a place. A place, it doesn't have to necessarily be like Haven, but a place to even get them off the streets.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you, Bill. Any other questions from the committee? Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for your testimony. The chair now calls Gary Pollock, Chris Baker. Welcome. Find a seat and get set up there. And
It's water.
yes, help yourselves to that water as well.
Thank you. Good idea.
Those microphones are for amplification in the room, but also for the broadcast. So I've got to remind myself, try to stay close to the microphone. Thank you. When you testify so that we can hear you and everyone who's watching and listening can hear you. And welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Hughes, and members of the Senate State Affairs Committee. Thank you for the invitation to provide testimony today on the committee's interim charge to look into solutions to address homelessness in Texas. My name is Gary Pollock. I lead the Policy and Planning Unit of the Homeless Strategy Office for the City of Austin. I'm here representing our team as well as David Gray, our Homeless Strategy Officer, who couldn't make it today. The city greatly appreciates the opportunity to share our insights on homeless services and to offer perspective regarding potential legislative actions to address homelessness at a statewide level. The committee's charge includes direction to review programs like Haven for Hope and determine whether such programs could be a model throughout our state. Haven for Hope, as you've heard, offers a valuable centralized model with comprehensive services and pathways to housing available within a single site. With all the success, other cities like Austin face challenges which we believe requires a decentralized approach. With rising housing costs, a growing population, sprawling geographic challenges, and diverse neighborhood needs, we believe in providing opportunities to engage with resources to prevent and end homelessness in strategic locations throughout our city. This network of services is place-based and decentralized, and sometimes even available by phone. One example of a decentralized program is the Homeless Outreach Street Team, which we call HOST. This team brings together our police department, our EMS, our downtown Austin Community Court, and our local mental health authority, Integral Care. This interdisciplinary team provides direct outreach to unhoused individuals, regularly connecting them to necessary services in our community. It reaches people where they are. It addresses public safety concerns while also reducing unnecessary arrests and emergency medical responses. It also allows individuals to remain connected to their neighborhoods. It allows them to remain connected to their jobs, their schools, their families, their friends, and other place-based resources. In collaboration with cities across the state, we've identified shared legislative recommendations that reflect common challenges and goals across Texas. This strategy should include increasing funding for the Homeless Housing and Services Program, or HHSP, which provides flexible services funding to cities across Texas. We believe state laws should be revised to increase mental health commitment and emergency detention opportunities, while also expanding mental health capacity across the state. We support the expansion, or we believe the state should support the expansion of permanent supportive housing by increasing the set-aside requirements in state housing programs. We believe the state should promote enhanced data sharing between homeless response systems, law enforcement, and healthcare systems. And we believe the state should simplify the process for people experiencing homelessness to obtain personal identification, which is a major roadblock for accessing housing, employment, and other needs. The City of Austin has made substantial progress in addressing homelessness, including more than 3,000 individuals successfully ending their homelessness last year. More than 1,000 new permanent supportive housing units in site-based properties will open by the end of 2026 in the City of Austin. We have the most shelter beds available in Austin at this time. More than 3,000 people were served by shelter in fiscal year 23. We know about 1,000 more than that were served this fiscal year, but the numbers are still kind of fresh. And through our housing-focused encampment assistance link program called the HEAL Initiative, 26 encampments have been closed, with more than 900 individuals accepting an offer of shelter, and nearly 300 of those individuals moving into housing through our rapid rehousing programs. We also are trying to create a prevention-focused, and we just this year are launching a new diversion program, which will aim to serve folks who are either at risk imminently of homelessness or very recently or newly homeless, and help them rebound back into housing with supports and financial assistance. In addition to these successes, we have some recommendations. As you heard from Haven for Hope in San Antonio, family homelessness is on the rise, and we see that here in Austin as well. Family shelters help support the daily needs of families and their children and help break intergenerational cycles of homelessness and poverty. We recommend targeting funding to support family shelters, which enables cities to serve this vulnerable group. The last example I'll share, and you'll hear much more about from my colleague and peer here, is Camp Esperanza here in Austin. It's a really wonderful and interesting model that has brought multiple state agencies together, a local nonprofit service provider, and local funders to help build a new model that would offer new services to our community. And it could be something that could be used as an example elsewhere in the state. The City of Austin is dedicated to addressing the root causes of homelessness by balancing compassion with enforcement and working closely with local and state partners. We acknowledge Haven for Hope's strengths, and we support a legislative framework that allows cities the flexibility to adopt solutions that meet their community's needs. Thank you for your consideration of these recommendations. We appreciate the committee's commitment to addressing homelessness in Texas. And finally, I want to extend our availability as a resource to the committee. If you would like to learn more about our efforts around homelessness here in Austin, we welcome the opportunity to work with you individually. Thank you. Yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Thank you. You're recognized. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and Senators, for inviting me to testify today. My name is Chris Baker, and I am the founder and executive director of the Other Ones Foundation. The Other Ones Foundation is an organization here in Austin that offers supportive services, shelter, and extremely low barrier work opportunities to our neighbors experiencing homelessness. When we first formed in 2017, our primary focus was getting people to work. I spent the better part of a year trudging through encampments under highway overpasses and in our shared public spaces, asking the folks living there what would help them most. I was looking for where the gaps were. While I understand that large-scale decision-making must be data-driven, I figured, where better to start than with those who know best? The resounding answer was that people just wanted to earn an income. Knowing the tremendous barriers that stand between the people we serve and stable employment, we set to work finding ways to get people off of street corners and onto job sites. This gave way to the Workforce First program, which continues to operate with great success to this day. In the time since then, we've gone to build a first-of-its-kind homeless service and shelter complex in Southeast Austin. With the help of the local philanthropic and business communities, along with stakeholders from local, state, and federal government, we've transformed a piece of underutilized state-owned land from an abandoned TxDOT service yard to a supportive, thriving, and safe environment called the Esperanza community. Don't mean to correct my brother here, but it is no longer known as Camp Esperanza. It is now called the Esperanza Community. Last year, we finalized the first phase of the project. It includes 100 colorful, cozy cabins, hygiene and laundry facilities, a community center, medical clinic, and food pantry. The folks who have given us the honor of serving them on site are offered a suite of services, including case management and housing navigation, peer recovery services, a variety of vocational rehab initiatives, and whole human health care aimed to help folks achieve physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Just a few weeks ago, we broke ground on the second phase of the project, which will bring online the infrastructure to add 100 more cabins to the site, which we hope to have operational by spring of 2025. In exactly 17 days from today, we'll be doing a ribbon cutting ceremony for the John Paul DeJoria Skills Center, a vocational school right on site where folks will be offered the opportunity to earn training certificates in HVAC, welding, automotive, electrical, or plumbing, utilizing educators from Austin Community College and in partnership with Texas Workforce Solutions. Working with our partners at TxDOT, we've successfully secured an additional contiguous 7.5 acres on which we intend to build a third phase, where we'll house hundreds of additional units of non-congregate shelter and the necessary supportive services for them to function within our community's homeless response system. Okay, I try not to have too much of an ego about these accomplishments because they took an entire community coming together to materialize, but I am the organization's founder and I do take great pride in the fact that I've been able to lead a team to make all this happen, and I only make this about me, bring myself up, because I want to tell you a little about myself. I founded the Other Ones Foundation in 2017. In 2016, that's 1 year earlier, I was placed in an inpatient mental health facility following a suicide attempt that took place during a part of my life that I was suffering from an addiction that was so profound that in the rare instances I was able to access my drugs of choice, I experienced bouts of seizure and horrendous withdrawal. I was a pretty typical junkie. But that junkie went on to become this person and do all those things that I just told you about. But there's nothing special about me. I believe that the vast majority of people have greatness within them, and with the right support and with the nurturing of their God-given talents can do amazing things. At the very least, they can become plumbers, welders, electricians, etc. I have grown a little tired of working within a system where so many people are living on our streets and in our shelters just waiting for us to house them, because that is what we decided to do. We can do better than that. Instead of framing the work we do around just the needs of the people that we serve, we frame it around the assets and the talents of the people that we serve. We want to empower pathways not just to housing, but to independence, fulfillment, dignity. With all that said, we also do need to live in the real world, and here in the real world, a great many of the people that we serve do need us, and when I say us, I don't mean the Other Ones Foundation, I mean all of us, to support them, and to support them permanently if we want to see them living anywhere but the streets. Housing subsidies and permanent supportive housing projects are absolutely critical to ending homelessness, but I really don't think that that level of need exists in all or even most of the folks that we serve, nor do I believe that vocational rehab is for all of the folks that we serve. Organizations across Texas can and should offer a variety of intervention types to the communities that they serve. Glad though I am that I've been given the opportunity to come and spew my thoughts on this issue and tell you about the work that we do at the Other Ones Foundation. I believe that we're here to talk about the Haven for Hope model. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if my thoughts or if the Other Ones Foundation's work jibe with that model or not. I've only been there twice, and I only have a superficial understanding of how that organization operates. We both serve people in need on campuses, and that may or may not be the extent of our similarities, although I just learned that this goes well beyond that. We happen to be pretty tenacious at the Other Ones Foundation, but a campus is tough to materialize. They're expensive, they require large swaths of land, and at least one organization ready to take on a boatload of risk, much to the chagrin of our lawyers back there. They require a lot of partnerships and money to operate. With the American Rescue Plan sunsetting, money has been especially tough to come by. We're certainly having a pretty tough time. If communities across our state are going to be encouraged to adopt a model that involves the building of a giant campus, and there is going to have to be some money to go with that, and even then, communities should have at least some latitude to put that money in the way to work in the way that works best for them. Obviously, I believe a campus is a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dedicated my life to building one. Obviously, I believe that vocational training with an eye on self-sufficiency is good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dedicated my life to those services. But I am just a guy, clearly kind of a doofus, a recovering junkie who wants to see homelessness end. Luckily, that's why we're here, and that is what we all want. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dean Zafferini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Baker, certainly thank you for holding yourself out as such an outstanding example. What can the state do to help other people make such a transformation, specifically regarding homelessness and related problems?
Well, I think that our partnership with the state is a really good example of ways that the private sector and public sector can come together. The state was gracious enough to offer us a pretty large swath of land, as I mentioned, a former TxDOT service yard. I know that the state has little pockets of land all through. The state owns little pockets of land throughout the state that are and underutilized, and I would recommend, in partnership with communities, trying to find ways to make those pieces of land available.
Your model was more similar to Mr. Greehy's model, and of course you have your own angel, Jean-Paul, you mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
What an angel, right?
An angel indeed, yes. The Peace, Love, and Happiness Foundation, man.
Absolutely. So how would your model compare to the San Antonio model, Haven for Hope, and how would a community decide which model was best for it? Centralized or decentralized?
I think that we would, similar to the way San Antonio and Haven for Hope team looked at how to build services there, we would really want to look at the data and the partners that were available. I do think, just looking back at your prior question, some more partnership with state agencies such as HHSC or DSHS could benefit our system as well, looking at kind of the systemic nature of homelessness. But I think that looking at whether we build a single campus or multiple campuses around town that would serve folks with varying needs, we'd need to make sure that we had partners who were ready and able to participate in that kind of program.
Do you have anything to add?
I would just say that the size and scale of what we're delivering at the Esperanza community is significantly smaller. Our community has, we've kind of spread resources in a more decentralized way. And so we have been intentional about, we have enough land. We could go 15, 16, 1,700 beds. If we had the capital to actually build to that level, we've chosen not to go quite that far just because we know that as I mentioned, it's a lot of risk for an organization to take on that volume of services, and it's very expensive to operate. So we're just a little smaller.
If this committee were going to recommend to the legislature one major piece of legislation that would address the root causes of homelessness, what elements would you recommend be included in that omnibus bill?
That's a pretty big question. But I think that there's a big need for homelessness prevention in all of our communities, looking upstream from homelessness, which I tend to see as a symptom of many other issues and crises that folks experience. And I think that allowing all of our partners to have more resources and to leverage those resources together is really the biggest need we have. And so the recommendations that I shared and that the cities have come together on, I think outline a great number of opportunities to increase capacity to help, I think, leverage the strengths of those who fall into homelessness and the crisis of being unhoused. I think that certainly we need more services, and one of the recommendations around increasing the ability to allow law enforcement and crisis response teams to detain and involuntarily admit folks into services and psychiatric services needs to also have that big increase in services capacity as well. And so I think it really is kind of a multifaceted piece where there's a need for the services as well as the preventative piece so that folks don't experience homelessness in the first place.
Thank you, sir.
I don't know. I'm not a public policy expert. Maybe Medicaid expansion. I think like making it when we work with the state, we work through the Texas Department of Housing and Communities Affairs, and they give money and we work on these like really long reimbursement cycles, to making it easier to spend money would be helpful. And I'll just give you an example of like a prevention program that we do called Going Home. And so this is like when somebody first comes into services at shelter, we would prefer for them to not come into services at all, right? Like the whole point of the shelter is to build a support network for people. And I'm a pretty firm believer that putting all that money and effort into building like what is more of like a synthetic support network is less efficient than finding ways to reinsert somebody into their organic support network back into the family, right? And so we, on the front end, somebody coming into services will ask them like, is there anywhere in the world that you can go today that family will take you in? And if they say yes, we get them on a plane, train, or automobile that day, get them back. We offer some counseling services between that person and the family for up to 9 months following the move. And that's just a program that no one will fund, no public funding will work with. And so we continue to operate that program because it's really, really successful, but it's really, really hard to fund. I guess that would be my answer, yeah.
Thank you. Does either of you have suggestions regarding how specific state agencies could be more effective in addressing the issue of homelessness, specifically the issue of preventing homelessness? I'm talking about the Veterans Health Services, Family Abuse Prevention Services, et cetera.
Sure, I'll jump in. So I think there's a great amount of system involvement that contributes to homelessness. We often call them feeder systems. And so the judicial system, foster care system, the healthcare systems, they all exit folks to homelessness. And so we often bear the brunt of those needs. So whether it's a medical respite kind of program where folks need elevated needs, even just to adjust from their inpatient experience and then to their housing needs, there's just, I think, a need to look upstream and think about where in the system are we missing the opportunities to help support people so that they don't fall into homelessness. And so whether it's the foster care system and being more intentional about housing plans and housing supports, whether it's the education system and making sure that families who are in crisis and children who are showing signs of being unhoused or being in some kind of financial crisis can be better supported, or in our jail and prison systems where folks have discharge planning that's months in advance of their eventual discharge when possible, so that they can navigate that next phase of their lives better and not fall into homelessness. I think those are some really big opportunities for us from our perspective.
Excellent.
We just got through spending a big pot of money that became available through the state called we called it ERA, which was short for Emergency Rental Assistance. And oddly, an ineligible expense under that grant was rental assistance. And these sorts of things kind of happen all the time. It would be great if we, on the front end, when somebody's about to fall, we know that somebody's about to fall into homelessness, if we could just get them, if somebody called us up, we could say, well, let's make sure that you're taking all these steps, that you're working on finding a job and the rest, and we'll get your rent paid today. But right now, the way that the system works is that we can't even consider paying somebody's rent until they're up for eviction. So we've got to have a bunch of rental arrears at that point, and then at that, so these things pile up and pile up and pile up and pile up, and now instead of paying somebody's $1,200 a month rent, now we've got 3 months worth of rental arrears plus past due payments and plus possible eviction, all that stuff before the public funding will allow us to step in and help that person.
Thank you. Does either of you know what impact psychiatric bed availability would have on homelessness?
I don't know offhand, and I do know that there certainly would be an impact if there were more beds available. Our local mental health authority is often strapped and unable to serve the number of people who they might be able to serve otherwise. They do try to innovate and find ways to support people either in community-based settings or in their homes, after maybe a crisis. But I do believe that some additional capacity would allow for additional support to be provided.
Thank you.
I would be more concerned about substance abuse recovery beds. Some are available. It's a tremendously difficult system to navigate. So somebody who is like actively detoxing and experience withdrawal, it's like a tough system for them to try to figure out. The mental health beds, we have frankly have a very difficult time getting people to take advantage of those services when they do become available. So I don't know that, from my perspective, I don't know that more of that would be as helpful as perhaps a little bit more ease in helping convince folks that they should take advantage of those services when they're available.
Thank you. Does either of you have experience in dealing with homeless veterans and ensuring that they get the related services they need?
Yeah, my first job in this racket was for a veterans housing program called the Safe Haven. And I will tell you that the reason why I started the Other Ones Foundation is because I saw the level and quality of services that veterans were receiving, and I thought, boy, wouldn't it be nice if all of God's children had access to those same services, regardless of whether they had military service in their background or not. So in my experience, the VA provides high quality, top-notch services, both in housing navigation, case management, and in medical care. And the ease with which we actually, in the program that I work for, we had a hard time finding customers, so we had to do a lot of outreach to go out and find veterans. I spent a lot of time walking around in public spaces, going, "Hey, anybody know where there's any veterans around here?" So I'd say that the services are good.
Thank you.
I would just add from our perspective, there's a supportive housing program run by the VA and funded by the VA called the Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Program, or VASH for short. And it is utilized heavily here in Austin. Every permanent supportive housing development that we have open, which is very few right now, but we have, as I mentioned, we have several in the pipeline. They will have beds reserved specifically for veterans funded by the VA's program. And our understanding is those services are generally very high, and access to care and the whole VA system is really the huge benefit there. There are some difficulties, though, of course, federal funding can change at times, and so sometimes the city does add some funding to those programs to help cover for any gaps in need there.
Thank you. You've both been very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for the testimony. Really appreciate it very much. Chris, I just have a first question for you. Thank you for your passion and for serving the public at large. Tell me about the size of your facility, if you will. I'd like to understand how many people that you are able to serve on a nightly basis. Just give me a sense of the scale.
Yeah, so right now, we've been referred to by many different names. One of them is like Haven for Hope's ugly little cousin, which I think is fair. Right now we have room for 100. So we've got 100 cabins on site right now. That's the first phase. So this is a 3-phase approach. We just broke ground on the second phase, which is another 100 cabins. And then we have a third phase coming down the pipeline where we expect to build probably in the vicinity of 300 more beds, with 50 to 100 of those being specialized service beds for addiction recovery or medical respite, and then a couple hundred additional units of non-congregate emergency shelter. So grand total, we'll be talking about, by the time the project is complete, about 500 to 600 beds total. Right now it's at 100, and right now we've already got our hands full, so
it's great.
Use all the help we can get.
Oh, that's a tremendous accomplishment. But you came out of the gate with 100 units effectively.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, good. All right. And then, Gary, for you, I'm curious, when you think about from the city of Austin perspective and how you measure success with regard to the outcomes that you're trying to achieve, can you just speak to what the metrics are that you all are looking at and what you're managing toward?
Absolutely. I think the gold standard is housing outcomes. Of course, positive outcomes are generally viewed as permanent housing, whether with rental subsidy or without subsidy, or returning to with family in a stable environment. We also look at outcomes that are related to time to enrollment. So if so, we have a centralized referral system, as every region does, as mandated by the federal government, and we try to utilize that as much as possible. And what that means is folks are referred for services, and so we do track the time it takes from somebody doing an assessment for that system, that central system, and then being referred to a program, and then being enrolled in that program as well. And then, of course, onto that positive outcome of housing after that. So we're trying to understand if there's any bottlenecks in the process. And so that's one more recent measure that we've been looking at. And then additionally, we look at negative exits, right? And we look at folks who return to homelessness, as well as folks who maybe complete one of our permanent housing programs, and maybe they're stably housed at the end of that, but maybe 6 months later they might return to homelessness. And so we're trying to track that as well and understand what is the kind of sustainability of these outcomes as well.
And I appreciate that. I mean, I'm a big believer in data, and you can't measure what you're not tracking. So I appreciate that you're doing all that. I think that's excellent. I guess, from my perspective, just be very candid. When the amount of time that I spend here in Austin, obviously, is very regular. We're very regularly here as members of the legislature, and I feel like there's been an enormous spike in activity that we see amongst the homeless here in downtown, specifically since really the COVID period. I mean, that's where I just saw this dramatic spike. And again, I don't live here every day, but I just see a dramatic spike. And one of the things that I worry about is certainly about the people, the humanity, taking care of people, handling that appropriately, the compassion is so important. But I also worry about the business community and the businesses being strong and vibrant so that we have adequate employment, so we don't have more people ultimately finding their way into homelessness. And so I kind of think about whether or not there's another metric that maybe should be measured with regard to success, which is, what is the livability standard or metric for your downtown area, right? In terms of whether or not the problem is being addressed, so where you've got tourists that come and be able to walk freely and enjoy themselves, and they rate the city highly. They want to come for your conventions and so forth. You want them to be able to, businesses to thrive, all those kind of things, trying to find the balance there. And I'm just curious whether that should be a metric that you consider adapting potentially, or adopting rather, I should say, and what your thoughts are on something like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. So certainly the pandemic heightened and increased homelessness, the experience of homelessness in our community immensely. While we've made some really big efforts through the HEAL initiative and closed several encampments and have teams that are always on the streets in different parts of our town, our city, there is an initiative that was launched just about a year ago by the Downtown Austin Alliance, which is our downtown business improvement district. It's called the HEART Initiative, and that has been a downtown-focused program. And so they've been tracking very closely the number of interactions they have with individuals on the streets, and that has decreased over the year that program ran. It was a pilot program. They also were able to offer shelter to many of the folks that they encountered on a regular basis and built that rapport with. And so they have metrics that speak to the success of helping folks access shelter or even housing, or services, that are, other community-based services. And then the data that they do have, which I unfortunately don't have on hand, does show a real decrease in just the number of folks that they've come contact with and interacted with in their regular kind of routine of canvassing the streets downtown. That program was quite successful in its pilot year. And our city council just this past budget season approved a new the Homeless Strategy Office, to solicit and enter into a new contract to continue that program. So we do hope to see continued progress in our downtown core to help increase that experience for everybody.
Yeah, and I appreciate that very much. I'm glad to hear you're doing that. Again, not to pick on Austin, I just see, for example, my friends here, next to me, the senator from San Antonio, the city, I just don't see the same challenges that you have here in Austin with regard to the downtown and the number of individuals that tend to camp in downtown. And so, again, I'm just trying to find that, understand why and how do we measure it, and in terms of that livability for all the citizens that live in a community, and try to strike that balance. So I just appreciate you thinking about that further, about what that KPI would look like in addition to the other things on your dashboard when we're trying to find a way to address that element as well, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pollack, earlier you mentioned, I guess, the feeders to homelessness. You mentioned the foster care system, the health care system. You went down a list. And as you study what's adding to the problem of homelessness, obviously it's not a unique issue to Austin. It's a statewide, it's a national concern. And so I'd love to see out of the data that you derive the numbers in terms of trends and stuff so that where can we address the issue at the root? I'm always a believer that we should go to the root of the problem. And so I think that would be good data for you to share with all of us as we move forward, as we look to address it. Earlier, you mentioned the recommendation that was made that we need to help people attain identification. I mean, obviously, without identification and an address, how do you fill out a job and employment, application, and where do people reach you when they need to reach you if you don't have an address or an email address or a phone? And so, all very real issues, very issues that are so basic but foundational that the majority of us can't even begin to understand. What do you mean you don't have an ID? It's just it doesn't come to your way of thinking. And people that haven't, for most of us who are adults, unless you've had to take a teenager to get a driver's license, you don't know how hard it is in Texas to get your ID. I mean,
Totally.
And it's expensive.
It's crazy. We've passed some laws that do they have to scan and do I have to take them to the hospital? But we actually should be thinking of ways to streamline the documentation between hospital districts and stuff, because not everybody can access their birth certificate. For all of us up here, it's easy, but for the public at large, it's not an easy situation to ask them to get their birth certificate, much less a passport or something to that effect. We need to be looking at the very basic foundational issues and causes. And that takes me to the great work you've done, Mr. Baker. Congratulations on taking a situation where you were in a very dark period in your life and at the point of taking your own life and possibly and turning it around to not only save yours but give purpose to it and so many others. And so congratulations for that. I wouldn't diminish your accomplishments by any stretch, or I appreciate the self-deprecation, but I tell you, you've done something and what I love about what your work is, you went and asked them what they need. You didn't. So the difference between the approach that we took in San Antonio and the approach you've taken is that in San Antonio, we wanted to help them, but we also took it from the systemic approach. What can government do for them? And trying to assume, we need to take care of the basic, just the shelter and food and things and protection. But you were like, how can I get these people back on their own 2 feet? And I think we could marry the two. I think we could find a way to because there's a shortage of people with what you talked about, HVAC, electricians, plumbers. There's a shortage in this state of people that have those qualifications, and those people are making great money.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, most of the people doing the road construction in this state will tell you that they'll literally. I had a guy say, "Bring me 100 people that are physically capable of working. I'll hire every one of them." He said, "But in 6 months, 90 of them will be gone." And so we need to figure out a way to give more people the ability to understand how to get a job. And so we could be taking the business community and looking at your model and saying, what jobs do you need? Who can we train now, and what can we do? And so we've got to figure out a way to do this, because I think we can address the issue of homelessness. And then finally, the other big thing that we haven't been talking about, we talk about rental assistance. We talk about why do we need all of this, is because there's such a shortage of affordable housing in this state. San Antonio alone is about 100,000 units short of affordable housing. I'd say Houston and Dallas are probably somewhere in the 300,000 to 500,000 units short. You can't even say affordable housing in Austin. It doesn't make sense. There is no affordable housing in Austin. And I mean, he's talking about $1,200 for rent. I mean, that's what a mortgage payment is in San Antonio. I mean, that $1,200 for rent. So the point is that I don't know how people do it. And so we have to work together. I want to thank you, Chairman, thank you for inviting them to come and tell us how we can work together. And then you guys have included these state agencies here where we haven't done that much because we're a little further removed. But I think it's important to see how we can empower them to solve this issue at the foundation. I welcome any comments that you can see how the state, what can we do to help you guys streamline this issue and this problem, and maybe we can work together with the business community, with possibly with labor unions that have people that can help train more plumbers and train more electricians and train more HVAC folks, and everyone work together to get more people through the system out on their own 2 feet.
Yeah. Thank you for all that. Very, very good points. One of the things I want to call out is this thing that we're working on with Textile called the Infrastructure Academy. We know that with I-35 being reimagined, there's going to be the need for tens of thousands of newly trained workers. We are still in a bit of a labor shortage, and so we want to figure out ways that we can match up the folks who need those jobs done with the folks who can do those jobs. We need to figure out some ways to make some of those really good state jobs available. Very few of our people are able to get through background checks and so forth. And so we've come up with some ways to try to eliminate some of those barriers. But I think systemically we need to really be thinking about that from a more comprehensive standpoint. I want to give you a little kind of anecdote here and tell you, because you said something about getting people on their own 2 feet, and how there's a marriage of both of those things, of kind of providing and also having some expectation. When we first started the Workforce First program, we would get every person who came into the program, we would supply them with a bus pass, a 30-day bus pass, and a cell phone, like a throwaway cell phone on the first day. Day one, right? No questions asked. Here's a 30-day bus pass, and here's a cell phone so we can get in touch with you and so you can get to work. And boy, wouldn't you know it if those bus pass and cell phones disappeared pretty quickly. And we would see, we'd get people coming back 2 or 3 days later. I need another bus pass. I need another cell phone. And we would try to figure out how, okay, so people are living outside. I understand things go missing, but why do we continue to have this problem come up with people? And so we decided that rather than just giving the cell phone and the bus pass on the first day, we would say, you can have this cell phone and this bus pass, but we're going to hold back $40 out of your first day's pay. And wouldn't you know, those bus passes and those cell phones stopped disappearing immediately because people had a little bit of skin in the game. They were a little bit bought in, right? And so I think that, to your point, we can provide a lot of services, and we can help make those things like those bus passes and those cell phones available. But I think that we're really selling ourselves short without having some shared interest in making those things happen.
Thank you as well for your comments, Senator Menendez. I'll just add 2 things on the data on systemic impact. First, there is a permanent supportive housing project that's underway here in Austin. The first phase has launched just this year in February, and we, the city, plan to solicit for the next few projects to join this project, which will be paired with an evaluation funded by the Department of Justice, the Federal Department of Justice, to look at the impact of permanent supportive housing on the jail system, on the judicial system, as well as the healthcare system. And so we're really looking forward to seeing that data over several years, and just because the folks who are being referred into this program have a certain kind of history and experience in those systems. So we're really interested in seeing that data. And then additionally, the prevention program that my office has just recently launched, we've paired with researchers from the University of Texas at Austin to really dive in with us from the very beginning to help us understand how do we structure this program if it's new to the community, and how do we iterate as we go, but then also how do we look maybe 3 years out at a program evaluation and really understand, so if we're preventing folks or diverting folks from homelessness actively, and what are the outcomes for them, but then also kind of what are the experiences that they had that we can also speak to and learn from as we do this project.
One of the concerns I have is the foster care system in this state. You know, we're still under a federal lawsuit. We're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on monitors and other things that hopefully we can soon redirect. I think that we've done such a disservice to these kids in foster care that it's not enough to say, you know, you get free tuition to college, to a state school. Okay, great. But how do I get there? Where do I live? How do I buy the books? You know, all these things that we need to set up a system, a service to these kids. You know, they had foster care parents by the state, or the state was the ward of these kids for a while. They need to continue to give them the financial literacy, the ability to educate them. And, you know, maybe a 4-year education at a higher institution is not what's best for you. Maybe it is an HVAC license or a plumbing license or an electrician's license. Something, a better way to say an assessment of where do you see your life? How would you like to progress? And how can we, you know, we still need to hold their hand, even though they've aged out. Legally, they may be adults, but mentally, their brain is not fully developed. And we, you know, I speak from firsthand experience. I got 3, you know, at home. Well, I got 1 at home. And it's 24, 22, 17. These are, you know, they're not still yet able to live on their own. And so I think it's we're gonna, you know, we want to end watching the homelessness issue on our streets. Then we need to take responsibility for the kids that we've been, you know, just shuffling around from hotel to foster care to this to that, and teach them how to become self-serving, self-contributing adults. And so we have a bigger responsibility, and we've got the money to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you both for all that you're doing, all you're sharing with us. This really does help, not just us, but a lot of folks who are listening. And I know a lot of note comparing is going on, and we're learning from each other in this process. We've talked a little bit with the previous panel about different nonprofits and groups that are involved. Let me ask you each to comment on this. Now, we recognize and we celebrate in America and in Texas religious freedom. No one is compelled to believe or not to believe anything else. We do recognize that there's a role of faith, and the government should not have a hostility toward it. So tell us about the role, if any, of faith-based groups, there we go, in the work you're doing. Mr. Baker, go ahead.
I'd say that faith-based groups are probably some of the most important partners that we have. A lot of that trouble that I told you about in terms of rental assistance and how the public money flows and how difficult that can be to spend, we can often call up a faith-based group, and they can write a check that same day if we don't have funding available. There's a lot of faith-based organizations in Austin doing really, really, really good work. The level of commitment and the reliability of volunteer groups that are faith-based is unrivaled. Also, here in Austin, I work with over in Oak Hill, a coalition of religious communities that work to do a cold weather shelter every year, where we get, you know, between 200 and 500 people off the streets on any night that it gets cold enough that it's dangerous to be outside, and all of that is done without any funding at all. There is, of course, also, you know, we have one of our greatest partners is Sunrise Navigation Center. I know that they are a bit of a controversial organization given their location. But that's an organization that puts in a tremendous effort. There have been opportunities, I know, in the past for religious exemptions for real property, for people to be able to house folks without going through certain zoning issues. And so I really, really support that. I think that for me personally and for my community, I think that faith plays a big part in what we do. And again, those are the most reliable and consistent volunteer groups that we work with.
Thank you, Ms. Pauley.
I will say, kind of echoing Chris, I think that the faith-based community here in Austin really rolls up their sleeves and takes part in the work in many different ways. One of our churches downtown runs a program called the Trinity Center, which is a daily drop-in center which offers really just a safe space and food and some case management or counseling if desired, if available. They also allow service providers to co-locate. And so folks like Integral Care, our local mental health authority, might spend a day a week there. And so they've offered that space downtown as a sort of haven for folks who are unhoused or experiencing other needs. The City of Austin has also been working with some of our nonprofit providers and faith-based partners to explore opportunities for additional capacity, whether that's in shelter or housing. Some of our local churches and other associations have large lots of land that maybe are either unused or they would like to use in a different way. And so we do explore those options where possible. And I think that there's great opportunity there, depending on who the partners are and how we can all come to the table. And to echo Chris, Sunrise Community Church, one of our largest providers here in Austin, has also created a phone hotline that has been immensely helpful in our community. And while it's not a faith-based phone line, it's a homeless services-based phone line. It is supported by that community immensely.
Can I add one more piece?
Please.
Yeah, I think that the sort of elephant in the room whenever we talk about homeless services in Austin is Mobile Loaves and Fishes and their community First Village, which is currently, I think, right around 500 units of permanent, deeply affordable housing. And I think they've got something like 1,500 more units coming online, deeply affordable. We're talking about units that can be afforded by somebody who's living on SSDI, so $400 a month. And just taking one step back, Senator, you said something, you were talking about before about affordable housing, and I think this ties in with how Community First Village was able to operate and are able to build, and some of these religious exemptions that we can get on zoning. I have always said that, like, the work that I do, the work that we do in homeless services is, like, nice, and it makes people feel good, and we're doing the work out on the street, and we're taking care of God's children and blah, blah, blah. But I believe that the actual fight to end homelessness is playing out in front of local zoning and planning commissions. We need to be able to build. We need to empower people to build, baby, build. Like, build lots and lots and lots. And every time somebody comes in trying to build an apartment complex in Austin, the not in my backyard people rear their heads and say, no multifamily in my neighborhood. So we got zoning. It's a big part of it.
Mr. Prager, that's a tremendous point, and this committee has actually addressed that. It could, not solve the problem, but begin to address that, and so that's going to be a big topic this next session. It's one thing if an individual chooses to put limitations on their property, but we don't need governments at any level. I'm not fussing at Austin. At any level of government shouldn't be saying, yeah, you can't build that there, you can't build that there. At some point, surely we recognize that government policies have increased the scarcity of housing, made housing less affordable, and so we're trying to do something about that. Please keep beating that drum as well.
I will.
Thank you. I believe you will. I believe you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
Yeah, so I spent a few years early in the beginning of my career on the zoning commission in San Antonio, then on city council. And what happens is the reason you have these zoning commissions is because there are neighborhoods that can't protect themselves. They don't have lawyers that are living in those neighborhoods. The neighborhoods I represented had little bars where people would be fighting and getting and shooting each other and getting stuff built right next to homes. So there's a place for zoning.
I agree with you that we have to do away with NIMBYism when it comes to fair housing. I think Texas breaks fair housing laws, federal laws, because of we allow NIMBYism to shoot down affordable housing. I think we have to be careful because we don't want to become, all of us to become Houston, where there is no zoning whatsoever. And you have rock crushing plants next to neighborhoods, and then you have the dust flying over and people having trouble breathing. And so there's a reason that there's zoning is created to have the best uses of appropriate uses next to residential, you know, and so you can plan it out and have it. And so I think it gets abused. I agree, but I think you have to be very cautious how we move forward. I think we take it on a case by case basis. It's just kind of like, you know, we wouldn't sit here and say everyone has to have a haven for hope in their city. We say let's get what works best for your community. But I think we have to be very thoughtful and cautious on how we do that. We don't want to dismantle something that protects communities that may not be able to protect themselves. And there are some uses that are not compatible with neighborhoods. And so that's all. I think in those neighborhoods that usually can least afford to fight for themselves are not the wealthy neighborhoods. They've got plenty of lawyers living in their community. It's the poorer neighborhoods. And so I caution that we move carefully and we don't try to just, because I know what you're talking about, and I fought NIMBYism for a long time. And NIMBYism is the worst when it comes to affordable housing because they don't want those people living next to them. I get that. I've been there. But I just think we need to be careful. Thank you.
It's a balance. Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions? Thank you both for your testimony, for what you're doing. Thank you. The chair now calls Mike Nichols and Wayne Young. And Senator Parker, KPI. Key performance, and that's what my brain trust told me. I just want to make sure everybody probably knew that except for me, but KPI, key performance indicator. Okay, thank you. Indicators.
Thank you, Josh.
Welcome. Get yourself situated there. When you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Honored Chairman and Senators, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mike Nichols. I am the Director of Housing and Community Development for the City of Houston. Our department oversees affordable housing, disaster recovery, and public services and homeless solutions. My background is I'm a business guy, spent my career in the food business, and in retirement began to get to know something about public-private partnerships, building out bikeways, and eventually spending 5 years at the Coalition for the Homeless in Houston. And only in March have I taken on this new job. With me today with resources besides my partner Wayne Young from the Harris Center is Chief Larry Satterwhite, who is our Director of Public Services of Public Safety and Homeland Security, and Kelly Young, who is the CEO for the Coalition for the Homeless. On behalf of the City of Houston, I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. The City of Houston, along with Harris County, our partners, and our nonprofit and philanthropic partners, are viewed nationally as leaders and models for addressing homelessness. I hope that our insights and learnings over the past 40 years on this subject will support the committee. The Coalition for the Homeless was started in 1984 by Houston's three amigos, Archbishop Forenzia, Reverend Bill Lawson, and Rabbi Sam Karff, and we hope that some of these experiences can help you. Since 2011, Houston has housed over 32,000 people. And when we say house those people, that means house them in a very specific way. That means house them generally in their own apartment with a lock and a key and a lease in their name, accountability. House them with subsidy for that rent, and last, house them with professional wraparound services, case management services. Just since COVID-19, we've housed over 12,000 people. However, as the pandemic era funding that local governments received to support various programs sunset, advocating for the funding assistance needed to continue this work is very, very important. The approach that Houston has taken on homelessness is that the city, again, along with these partners, have worked diligently to house people, put them in this housing with these three-legged components. The city doesn't directly house people, but again, works with our nonprofits and other entities to do that. The Houston model is based on finding the most effective solutions for that individual. So to give a little history, since 2020, there has been a 17% decrease in overall homelessness and a 33% decrease in sheltered homelessness. That's about 3,000 people who are overall homeless, 2,000 who are living in shelters, about 1,000 on the street. The success has been remarkable, again, with this system, with the over 90% success, meaning they've stayed out of the homeless system for 2 years. Another way we can talk about our success is that from 2012 to this year, our federal funding just for homelessness has increased from 19,000 to 59,000. And again, permanent housing has been a big issue. Since Hurricane Harvey, Houston has built more than 1,000 new PSH, permanent supportive housing. And our shelter capacity has been flat, but because the numbers have been flat, that has worked out. Now I'd like to move forward to the future. One of y'all's friends, the former Dean of the Senate, John Whitmire, called in March and says, Mike, would you head up this Department of Housing and Community Development? And he said, one of the reasons I want you is because I want to end street homelessness. Not just homelessness overall, but street homelessness. And as he's observed, and we observe other major cities, and you see what happens when street homelessness increases, it impacts property values, jobs, population growth. When asked at the members of the Downtown Houston Plus, and Greater Houston Partnership, what their number one priority was, it's ending street homelessness. So Mayor Whitmire has devised a revised system for Houston that anticipates that no one has to sleep outside while they're waiting for housing. And to move the strategy forward, he's put together a team of 4 in leadership, myself, who's involved in making sure the money is there. Chief Larry Satterwhite, who's behind me, in overseeing law enforcement and collaboration to ensure that our streets are safe and supportive environment. My partner next to me, Wayne Young, who runs the Harris Center, who's focusing on a very important part that he'll speak of, which is the mental health and substance issues. And Kelly Young, who's the CEO of the Coalition for the Homeless, will organize more than 100 nonprofit organizations and work with philanthropy to enhance the outreach, access, and housing coordination. The Senators, the first test of success for any public policy is, can it be properly funded? Houston is currently developing sustainable funding plans to bridge this funding gap left by the expiration of federal funds. But this means that there's going to be some reliance on the county, on the other partners, on philanthropy, and hopefully for the state government. It's very important to be able to bridge this gap. Although Houston has made notable progress in reducing homelessness and has a viable plan for ending state homelessness, we cannot move forward without new state funding and new state involvement. We have left you with a group of legislative recommendations for your review, but I want to just focus on one, and then I'm finished, which is to enhance mental health and crisis response. We really need help with the state laws and regulations governing involuntary mental health commitments and emergency detentions in Chapter 574. And we need help expanding mental health funding and capacity, especially for this mental health funding, focusing on increasing the availability of psychiatric beds, particularly for youth. I appreciate your time and look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony and what you're doing. After we hear from Mr. Young, we'll have questions for both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mr. Young, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and other senators. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Wayne Young, and I'm the CEO of the Harris Center for Mental Health and IDD. We're the local mental health authority for Harris County, and I'm here to share a little bit about the work that our 2,600 employees have done last year, serving almost 96,000 residents of Harris County. So as the local mental health authority, obviously our focus is on individuals with very serious mental illness and very limited resources, and there's a huge overlap between that and those who are unhoused in our community. You have my presentation in front of you. I was told I had 5 minutes, and so that was my way of sneaking additional information in front of you. So I will not be commenting on all of that, but we'll hit a couple of the high points. On slide 2 there, it talks about the Respite Rehab and Reentry Center. We don't have fancy names like some of the other places do. We should spend some time thinking about that. But this is a campus that has evolved to serve individuals that are at the intersection of serious mental illness, criminal justice involvement, and homelessness. Our path deeper into this work evolved from our work around jail diversion. People with serious mental illness are 3-4 times overrepresented in the criminal justice population, often for crimes that we would never spend a day in jail for. And often, frankly, for crimes that, I don't get arrested for trespassing because I have a place to go at the end of the day. When we first began our jail diversion, we've now diverted almost 12,000 people from jail in the last 6 years for low-level, nonviolent misdemeanor charges. 85% of those charges are Class B trespassing charges. What we discovered in the overlap of that was that 70 to 80%, depending upon the year you look at, of those individuals that we divert are also unhoused. And so their crime thus is really a result of their poverty, their mental illness, and the fact that they don't have stable living arrangement. So on this campus that we've created, I appreciate the city and the county. They came together to grant us the funds to purchase this campus. We have 108 beds with multiple programs, with funding that is braided from state, federal, city, and county dollars, a little bit of engagement with our other nonprofits in our community, understanding that this population does have serious mental health concerns and does require additional support. At the very bottom of that slide, too, you see what is SAMHSA's model, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration model, on serving those with behavioral health conditions that are unhoused. We're big supporters of Housing First. We think that is the right approach to go, but we understand that a lot of individuals that we serve are not able to be successful just being dropped into a housing situation. So if you look at that model, it talks about outreach and engagement, transition to intensive care, transition to ongoing rehabilitation, and ongoing rehab community services, if you will. So this campus really serves that need of intensive care. It's intended to be a step down, a rehabilitation model. I think it's also important to recognize that the individuals we serve also have other chronic conditions. So we also have integrated physical health care on that campus. And appreciate the support from all those who are partners on the campus with us. There's another slide that talks about that. The next slide refers to the Judge Edmond Mental Health Diversion Center, where I talk about we got 36 beds at that. It started off as freestanding. When we got this campus, we combined it all. I do want to be clear, we don't have any direction or involvement in who gets diverted. That's law enforcement in the district attorney's office. We don't have a public safety charge around that. They are all crimes that are low-level misdemeanors that most of us don't really have an appreciation of a public safety risk associated with those individuals. And again, we've diverted nearly 12,000 people from jail on charges that most of us wouldn't have spent a day in jail for. Also in this campus is a program that we refer to as Hospital to Homes. This program is funded through funds that the legislature allocated for Healthy Community Collaborative, HCC. It's a funding strategy specifically targeting individuals with mental health and substance use disorders that are unhoused. In this program, we've got a total of 42 beds funded through a couple of different mechanisms where individuals that are leaving inpatient psychiatric hospitals that are homeless can transition back into these beds as a step down or rehabilitation, stay for a period of time, and then ultimately, hopefully, transition into housing. UT Health is one of our partners there. There's an evaluation going on right now for that program to look at the outcomes of it. State Hospital Step Down Program, as you know, you've spent a huge investment in trying to increase the number of state hospital beds in our communities. However, there are a large number of individuals who stay in those beds for a long time. And so the state partnering with a couple of different pilot sites to create intentional step-down opportunities. We have one on this campus. The requirement is that they've been in the state hospital a year. The reality for us is most of on average, those that we've served have been in the state hospital 6.5 years. So A, you can imagine the number of beds that are freed up when they step out of those beds. B, they're going to need support to reenter a community. They're essentially unhoused if they've been in an institutional setting for 6.5 years. We have an average length of stay right now of about 6 months. We have 20 beds on this property that are designed for jail reentry. People leaving Harris County Jail that are unhoused, have a mental health issue, and need a place to go. It's really intended to be transitional and short-term in nature. We partner with Harris County Veteran Services, lots of other nonprofits, as it really is just a quick landing, let them stabilize, and then hopefully transition to others. On slide 7, you'll see some of the partnerships and additional programs and services that are available on our campus. Slide 8 highlights some of the outcomes. Just strictly from a criminal justice system cost from the diversion program, for every dollar we spent on diversion, we've avoided $5.54 in criminal justice costs. There's mental health outcomes. There is recidivism outcomes that are all positive and strong in nature. The red light flashing gets you distracted. Also on this campus, we're in the process of building 26 apartments. Through the Healthy Community Collaborative Funds, there was also dollars for construction. So we're really trying to create a campus that is mental health focused. It's much smaller in scale. I could not fathom 1,600 people with serious mental illness on one campus. That seems almost overwhelming to me. But trying to break that down into smaller populations and smaller groups. The apartments should be finished around April. It is an interesting blend of state funds. City of Houston provided some of the construction dollars. And there's a nonprofit managed Medicaid plan that's operated by the hospital district that also allocated some capital funds to help build with a commitment to some available beds for those members that are covered Medicaid members on their plan. We also have, when jail diversion moved out of its old home, we opened up 24 transitional supportive living apartments, SROs, and then recently we partnered with a local nonprofit for transitional housing, 180 units. They were having a struggle operating them, and so we stepped in as a partner to help operate that. Also, don't want to overlook the opportunity for community-based options. Campuses are great, but ultimately you don't want people staying in campuses forever. You want people to be able to recover, find stability, and transition into the community. And so on slide 10 is a list of some of the programs that are more community-oriented, and then a few future considerations that we would appreciate the committee considering on the last page. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Dean Zafrini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What recommendations does either of you have regarding what legislative efforts we should make to address the root causes of homelessness?
I thought about when you asked that question about root causes. I think one of the things I'd like to answer before I come back to that is what we could do to end homelessness on the street and in shelters. And I'm a big believer in this housing model. Senator, the cost of housing somebody in permanent supportive housing, that's that their own apartment with a lock and a key, and in Houston, 85% of those are scattered sites throughout the city. Only 15% are congregant sites. With that support services, with that voucher, is about $23,000 a year. That's against, we have a navigation center that is a terrific place that sleeps about 80. That's about $37,000 a year. You've done your own math on jails and what the cost is. And the unknown cost to all of us is what the health care cost is when folks who are living on the street and in shelters end up in the emergency rooms. And that's a huge impact. So the answer to me is more affordable housing, more dollars for affordable housing. When you look to root cause, and what our data shows is most of it is economic. In Harris County, more than 50% of the people do not have $400 in case of an emergency. That's an economic issue, and it's a huge issue that we have to face. So when root cause, I've always looked to that. However, helping people, again, not fall into homelessness is all things that we need to do, the idea of diversion money. But my focus at this point is how do you move these people off the street and out of shelters? I'd say affordable housing and this mental health care.
Thank you. Sir?
Yeah, so obviously as the CEO of the local mental health authority, mine are more mental health oriented than perhaps some others. I do think we have to continue to make, and we appreciate the investments that have been made in community mental health. Facilities, intensive services are all critical, but if we can move upstream and try and impact that trajectory earlier on, I think that's great. It's been mentioned already. I do think we have to begin to look at what statutory changes might be available to address individuals with really high, complex needs that don't have a recognition of their illness. How might we make involuntary care more accessible for those that are gravely disabled? Also, what might we look at in terms of bolstering the assisted outpatient treatment laws in our state that support outpatient engagement of care for those that might not have the insight to recognize the need for it. Dedicated and flexible funds to address needs, particularly through the Healthy Community Collaborative Strategy. It's a really nice process that allows individual communities to identify solutions that they think will work for them, and leveraging those investments in community strategies that are showing progress. I think there's lots of great work being done. You've heard about a lot already, and being able to bolster that as opposed to necessarily having to create something new could be really powerful to strengthen what's already happening.
Thank you. Have you given much thought to how your population breaks down, the population you serve breaks down into groups such as persons who have left the military services, persons who have left state hospitals or prisons or the foster care system?
Yeah, so there are tons of statistics on all of those. I'm not the most adept at them. What I do recognize is that in the homeless system, in the criminal justice system, people with mental health and substance use disorders are about 60% of that population. So when they come out, obviously they're much more at risk for being homeless. For those that are in the homeless system, it's about a threefold number compared to those that are in the regular community and population. I think what's particularly pronounced, though, is not just the overall kind of relevance and volumes that are there. It's the dramatic increase in people with serious mental illness. We talk about mental health. 25% of our population is going to be diagnosed with a mental health condition in their lifetime, but this people with serious mental illness are a 3 to 5% number. That volume of people in the homeless system that are unhoused in the criminal justice system is 6 and 7 times that number. And so understanding the complexity of those with very serious illnesses, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, those kind of illnesses, is where you can really begin to see the overrepresentation and begin to address that to some degree.
Thank you.
Senator, we'd like to get you those exact figures, and I will send those to you. In Houston, we have done a great deal on veterans homelessness. It's been a huge focus. So if a veteran shows up as homeless inside the system, we can house them in supportive housing within 30 days. And that's a very important part of what we've done. In Houston also, as we have housed significant numbers of people in rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, that number of folks who had the mental health problem has grown. That percentage has grown as we have what's left. As we look at this new system, we are closely working with our jails, Harris County jails, to make sure can we rework the system of their release time. Right now, many of them are released from our jails at midnight because of the way the laws work, which is like the worst time. And we do have a lot of work to do in our prison system to get that done. I had a call from I think a youth prison in Giddings, who called and said they would like a list of homeless services in Houston because they're releasing people there. And I thought, that's a terrible idea. That's a way to get people to return to their prison, and that doesn't make any sense at all. So we'll continue to work, and again, with Mayor Whitmire, I'm sure he will have many good ideas about how we can work more closely with our prison system so it's not a revolving door.
Thank you so much. You both heard the testimony from witnesses from San Antonio and from Austin. Did you determine that there are any best practices that we could generalize that impact all three of you, that you could suggest to other cities, perhaps certainly of smaller sizes than the four?
I'm a money guy. Raised in business, Senator Hughes talked about best practices, and I always look at return on investment, and I have to look to where the money is. And right now, the federal money is focused on this getting people into permanent housing. So I think you need to find out how to use the money and how to use it most wisely. And that's really the work that we've done. It's remarkable work that San Antonio did, but it took a significant philanthropic attachment to get to do that. In Houston, the philanthropy goes two ways. It goes to religious groups who are doing a terrific job, like Salvation Army and they're our partners, and Star of Hope, terrific job. And the other side is really interesting in systems work, which is really the work of how do they leverage public money to get the work done. So I always say, let's look to the money, let's see what we can do best with the money, and how do we do it most effectively. And that's what I really tell people. Try not to follow something popular, but follow something that you can fund.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I noted that everybody talked about was the degree of collaboration required in those communities, and trying to think about how do you create structures and processes that promote that kind of collaboration. I think everybody has heard the proverbial silos, and they are easy to see at times, but there are ways that funding and missions can be aligned and can be encouraged to align to create synergies, collaborations, and working cross organizations for the benefit of the community.
Thank you so much. What would be your priority legislative recommendations for us?
As I mentioned, they're on the last page of my slide, probably, I think, in terms of investing in community mental health services, expanding the opportunity to participate in healthy community collaboratives and expand projects that are ongoing, as well as look at what might be available in terms of statutory changes around those individuals that need involuntary treatment because they don't recognize they have a mental illness.
And that's why I asked which was your priority.
Yeah, I tried, like I tried to slip in the whole PowerPoint for you. I tried to slip in 3. Obviously, if we don't have the resources, then we can't care for anybody. And so we've got to have the resources in the community to meet the mental health needs that are there. So I think you probably have to lean towards funding. But I think the population that I've heard people talking about and that we're trying to deal with, which is those that are really, really struggling and don't engage in the community. Most of the people that are on the streets in Houston are not there because nobody stopped and offered help. It's because they were offered help, then they declined. They didn't want to participate. And for the population we serve, many, many of those are individuals that don't recognize that need for help. And so I do think that thinking about how we can compel treatment, at least temporarily and initially, until they stabilize enough that they can engage is also a pretty critical need.
Thank you. Sir?
Again, we've talked about mental health, but I would say that Houston specific, I left some state examples too. Houston specific is to establish a homelessness funding program from taxes or assessments like Miami and Honolulu has done, and expanding Harris County Mental Health Jail Diversion Program to increase investment and expand eligibility criteria to include people who do not technically meet the qualifications of chronic homelessness who are leaving jail.
Thank you. Please extend my greetings to your mayor. No one is happier than I'm.
It is, Senator, it is a pleasure. It is a pleasure for me to work for him. He's a demanding leader, and I believe that anybody can do this on homelessness, which is, as my partner Larry Satterwhite says, a moonshot. He can do this.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it's great to have you both here. Thank you for the testimony and appreciate all the insight and really love Mayor Whitmire's focus, obviously, on ending street homelessness. That was terrific, and just appreciate his leadership so much in that regard. And I'm excited to see some of the stats that you shared, Mike, as well, at 17% decrease in homelessness overall since 2020 and 33% decrease in unsheltered homelessness. So again, appreciate the very good progress that you all are making. Excellent. What struck me, one comment that you made, is that you described that today roughly 85% of your housing, if you will, footprint was scattered. And I'm curious now. Part of that, I'm sure, is just due to the fact that you all have grown over time. It's been in phasing. There wasn't an overarching guidance or direction 10, 20 years ago, probably when you were building much of that housing. But can you just speak to that and the challenge that you have with that scattered housing? I know Houston is unique. Understand the zoning in Houston is unique, but would you mind elaborating on that for a moment?
Thank you for asking the question, because I actually made a mistake with this. So the Rappery housing, which is the shorter term, is 85% scattered site, and permanent supportive housing, which is longer term, is 69% scattered site. But I just want to make sure that you get the exact numbers.
Thank you.
The reason I like it is that you don't have that NIMBYism of having a congregate site, because you have apartment houses that 5 to 20 people who have experienced homelessness are living in. That's the positive. The more difficult part is getting services to those people. And when I speak to church groups who want to go out and feed people experiencing homelessness on the street, I beg them to please work with those people who are recently housed. That's the group I'd like them to work with, because that's the group that we really need some help with. So I think the more difficult situations, when they're scattered, it's harder to get them the services they're needed. Again, I like it because there's less NIMBYism. It works very efficiently. I'm a big proponent, as you can imagine, of affordable housing, whether it's the tax credits that are gone through the TDHCA or the PFCs that are done. And when you have these kinds of affordable housing coming up, and you can get 4 or 5 units at 30%, it does a great deal. So there are issues with it. I'm glad Houston has a affordable housing strength, which I like. Although the Kinder Institute did present a study that shows we're in the lower part of the nation on extremely affordable housing, 30% and below AMI. So we have work to do there. But again, it works. The scattered site works for us, and I think it works for the individuals.
Oh, thank you for the feedback and sharing those corrected numbers and speaking to the model. But I think you also talk about the challenge. Clearly, you acknowledge with a lack of centralized services, and that there's pros and cons. Is really what you're saying. But I guess again, going forward, I mean, again, you get this disparate footprint today, but going forward, nothing says you can't look at larger shared kind of facilities, I guess, either. Is that fair?
With Senator Parker, I was answering when people who are already in housing.
Sure.
The design of the program to end street homelessness will have 5 different pods, and those pods will be for folks who are homeless, where police or social workers can bring a person to those pods, and then they will be directed. At this point, we believe that they can be directed into our shelter system, which we are growing. Right now, it's about 1,500 beds in central Houston. It can grow with funding. But that's the way we think we can do it without having to expend this huge sum on capital and having a one footprint that builds. And so, as I said, I'm so interested in return on investment and how you can do things more quickly. So overall, I like the idea of trying to use the facilities we have.
Oh, sure.
That are already there.
Yeah, no question. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the great commentary and answering the questions.
Senators, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you both for what you're doing. Thank you very much. And do tell the mayor we said hello. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Honorable Jesse Moreno and Tyler Arbogast this time. We'll get you guys set up in just a second and look forward to hearing your testimony. Welcome to each of you. Councilman, if you're ready, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and committee members, for allowing me to be here with you today. My name is Jesse Moreno. I'm a council member for the City of Dallas. I also chair the Housing and Homelessness Solutions Committee. I represent parts of Northwest Dallas all the way to far East Dallas, including downtown Dallas. I want to especially thank Senator Parker for his leadership as we continue to support our residents, our homeless populations, and our business owners. The City of Dallas has made a lot of progress, but there's still more work to do. I have had an opportunity to visit multiple cities across the country, including Esperanza and Haven for Hope, to view their best practices on approaches to housing and housing the unsheltered, in addition to sharing our own strategies with other communities. We continue to collaborate with the COC with the $72 million in real-time rapid rehousing, utilizing a diverse toolkit supportive services paired with rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, along with diversions to prevent long-term homelessness. Because of repeated calls for help from residents and business owners Together, we have also launched the Street to Homeless initiative, focused exclusively on those who are chronically homeless, housing over 107 individuals in its first iteration in the downtown area in less than 100 days. The City Action Strike Team, CAST, is a collaborative effort by the City of Dallas to impose quality of life and enhance safety across the community by bringing together various city departments that focus quickly on tackling issues like homelessness, safety concerns, and other challenges that impact residents. Using data-driven strategies, the team identifies priorities across each week and coordinates rapid responses to address them. This approach ensures that concerns by residents and city officials or immigrant challenges receive swift and effective attention. These efforts have shown reductions in homelessness. We have increased access to social services, mental and health behavioral care, and coordinated cleanup efforts on encampment sites. While we have achieved much, we have not done. Dallas continues to review national best practices, and we look for ways to improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Arbogast, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Arbogast. I'm the Executive Director of Refuge for Renewal, a nonprofit organization based in Dallas. Our mission is to materially reduce the number of individuals experiencing homelessness in Dallas by providing a wide breadth of services in a single location. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and commend the senators in this room for dedicating their time and energy to tackling this critical issue. The problem is clear. Our current approach to homelessness in Texas is too fragmented, and it is obvious after decades of half measures the state must intervene. Dallas and Collin County's Continuum of Care has more than 140 different member organizations. I've met with many of these groups. These are dedicated people doing good work, and we need to help them continue doing it. But we need to do so in a more coordinated fashion, with loftier and more aggressive goals, and by leveraging the benefits of co-location. A fragmented approach will produce fragmented and inconsistent results, and people in our great cities will suffer. It's time for the state to step up, streamline city efforts, and ensure that resources are being used effectively. What we need is a coherent, cohesive approach backed by support from the state, where one organization in each city leads the charge hand in hand with local service providers and welcomes everyone who comes to knock on the door, where no one is turned away. Like many in this room, I visited Haven for Hope in San Antonio and can personally attest to the effectiveness of their model and the wonderful work being done there. San Antonio's leadership has demonstrated dramatic success in reducing the number of unsheltered individuals through a centralized and well-organized system. The solution is clear. We need to build more capacity. Our goal is to develop a campus that provides the scale and resources required to give the unsheltered population a place to go, a place where they can receive help, heal, and grow. This is not about reinventing the wheel. It's about replicating successful models like Haven for Hope in Dallas and across Texas. We must make it easier for folks to get off the streets. That means providing all the services they need in one place: housing, mental health care, addiction treatment, job training, you name it. And if they aren't ready for any of that yet, they've got a safe place to be, off the streets. These facilities should not be downtown. They need to be away from your central business district and core residential areas. Locating homeless service facilities downtown just draws the unsheltered population to loiter around downtown streets and needlessly punishes downtown business owners, their employees, and urban residents. Imagine the relief to county hospital systems, the county and city jails, local police departments, EMS providers, and other concerned citizens when there's a single, reliable place providing comprehensive services for the unsheltered population. Imagine the relief to the overstressed, traumatized person who needs a helping hand when her needs can be met not 2 bus transfers away, but down the hall from her last appointment in the same building. And imagine the relief of local business owners, families, visitors, and thousands of employees commuting on our public transit systems who won't have to worry as much about enjoying their trip downtown. To make this a reality, cities need to increase funding from the state Cities need increased funding from the state to assist in financing these essential facilities. The operational expenses will be significant. The state must step in to help make this model successful. The path forward is clear. San Antonio has shown us the way. Dallas is prepared to follow. With your help, we can expand the program across our great state. With your support, we can ensure that every person in Texas has a shot at a better life. This is not just about policy, it's about doing what's right. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you. That concludes my testimony. I'm happy to field questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you both for what you're doing. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You seem to focus on the centralized model that was presented by the San Antonio witness. Would a decentralized approach work at all in Dallas?
So I represent the southern side of downtown Dallas, and we have about 6 shelter facilities, all within about a 2-mile radius. Concentrating all those services in one part of downtown has presented as challenges to us.
Thank you. What would be your priority legislative recommendations for next session? You both talked about funding, but in general, what specifically could we fund?
The biggest struggle that I believe we're facing in Dallas is with the chronically homeless, those who typically are suffering from mental and substance abuse. And so that is one area that I would focus in on.
And I would just add that the mental health care resources provided by the Texas Health and Human Services could be expanded. There are currently 4 state-backed matching grant programs that do good work and can continue to do greater work with more funding. Obviously, TDHCA does wonderful work in expansion of affordable housing programs that can create more sustainable housing for Texans is important. The priority should be prevention of homelessness, followed by diversion and then rehousing. So we need to make sure that we're keeping Texas housed so that we don't have to, and they don't have to experience the trauma of homelessness to begin with.
Thank you. Today we've heard testimony from San Antonio, Austin, Houston, and now Dallas. Do you believe we should have an organized system of collaboration among those cities and perhaps more to try to determine best practices and legislative priorities?
Seems like an obvious response. Yes, that would be a wonderful deal. I believe that a lot of the members in this room are kind of doing that informally. If there's a more formalized process that other cities can learn from as well, that would be fantastic.
I would just add that as we continue to learn and explore other cities and what they're doing, right now what the city of Dallas has adopted is our 4-track strategy. And so we've also challenged our staff to look at transitional housing. And so that is something that we're currently looking into, but something that we have not adopted.
Thank you. In your opinion, what is the single most action the legislature could take to prevent homelessness in the future?
Affordable housing. And the other thing that I would add into that is improving data sharing coordination. Right now with the HMIS, it's a struggle to see folks that have or who are on the verge of homelessness or who have been homeless previously in other cities, other counties, and that is something that we're severely lacking right now is that coordination of information and making sure that that information is available to the public sector and not only to those individuals who are in the homeless network.
I think that the question is, my answer is a bit nuanced in that the most important thing to keep Texans from being homeless is affordable housing. The most important thing I would say to get folks off the street would be providing more mental health care resources.
Excellent testimony. Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman, you're familiar, you just said affordable housing. Well, that was your response. And so you're familiar with the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs and the fact that they have a low-income tax credit program. Are you familiar with the fact that recently, a few years ago, we passed a change in the tax credit application where they could get a resolution of support from the city council, correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, what we still kept was in
if they get a letter of opposition from a state representative, then that takes away enough points where typically it kills the deal. If affordable housing is the most important thing, would you be supportive of just making the decision down at the local level, at the city council level? Would you be supportive of us taking, because we've taken the Senate out of writing those letters of support or opposition, would you be supportive of taking the House out?
I'll always be supportive of more local control.
More local control would make it easier for you, for Houston. Yesterday, I was at a groundbreaking in San Antonio where we flipped the script in terms of the number of units, affordable units, to 3-bedroom affordable apartment complexes so that families could have affordable apartment complexes. And so, that's only possible because of local subsidies. And so those subsidies are going to make those apartments more affordable. If that were the case, then the city of Dallas could invest more to combine with the tax credits to make more affordable housing units, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate both of you being here. Thank you, Jesse, for your leadership there on the council and being so engaged on the issue. And appreciate you and so many others participating in our stakeholder gatherings here with regard to trying to address this issue more broadly. I think we're learning a lot from one another, the different municipalities, the different folks that are tackling it from all different kinds of perspectives. I think it's been very productive and look forward to continuing that journey. I guess if you had to, from your perspective, share, Jesse, what you think has been your greatest accomplishment thus far with regard to addressing the problem in Dallas, what would it be? What do you really hang your hat on as a council member, been very involved in the issue? What would you really say is the greatest outcome or thing that you're most proud that's been accomplished thus far in the journey of trying to get this under control?
Sure. I think I've made it clear to city management that this is a priority of mine, and I don't think that we've necessarily have had that previously by city council. This affects my district, I think, more than any other district, and the latest accomplishment would be housing 107 chronically homeless individuals in under 100 days. So I would like to continue seeing that trajectory and moving at that speed.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a tremendous accomplishment. You spoke a moment ago as well that you've got generally in your district, you've got 6 different locations that are pretty close to one another. Can you speak to just how close they are, the proximity? I'd just like to flesh that out a little bit more detail.
Sure. Most of these facilities are on the southern side of downtown Dallas, which was once a sleepy side of downtown Dallas. Right. We now have multiple deck parks that are planned in the vicinity, a $4 billion convention center that's coming online. And so really getting some eyes on that part of downtown Dallas more recently is so important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. And Tyler, thank you for your testimony. Obviously, no surprise, I am a big fan of the Haven model, big fan of centralized services. Tell us kind of how far along you are at this point, how things are progressing. Can you give us an update on how this vision is looking to roll out in Dallas?
Sure. So we are admittedly a new organization. We've been around just since late February, and but I do believe we've made good headways in that short amount of time. We have hired a number of consultants who have worked on projects around the nation, including Haven for Hope, to create a feasibility study for us covering funding, or program funding and site design, in order to establish a menu of services that we believe are critical to be included in the campus curriculum, if you will. And in order to figure out the size of the facility required to house that program, we implemented a site design showing in space how the physical buildings would relate to each other and how much land would be necessary, and then to further that, the eventual cost of such a facility. We have identified that we'd need probably around 65 to 80 acres, and we are in the process of identifying a site. We have located 3 different potential property sites that are owned by the city of Dallas that we're continuing to talk to council members such as Councilmember Moreno here and others to form a cohort of stakeholders and supporters that want to continue to pursue this facility in Dallas County.
That's great. It's a tremendous vision, and we're all very excited about it. So Tell me this. I mean, I know the modeling will obviously drive it, but how many beds would you think come out of the box with? What do you really think that looks like in terms of what's your aspirational goal in terms of number of people that you could be able to provide this kind of assistance to?
Sure. So my directive from the board was to house every unsheltered person in Dallas County. So it's a tall task. Looking at the last point in time count, we needed closer to 1,500 beds to serve that capacity, to grow the capacity to serve those folks. We added what I would consider a generous buffer onto that of about 35%. And we made sure to include the various critical populations that would be, a number of them have been mentioned today, such as youth care, like 16 to 26 was a big gap in the system, hospice care, older care for 50 plus. Homeless individuals age quicker, and the life expectancy is much shorter, and so we do need to be thinking about those end of life care systems earlier for those individuals. But I lost my train. Repeat the last part of the question. Sorry.
No, that's fine. You gave me a very thoughtful response, so I appreciate that. Let me ask just one more follow-up, a different question. Just in terms of in terms of the vision, what y'all are doing, we heard earlier this morning from Haven talk about all the different services that are being provided, all the different partners that are being provided. I assume you all take the same approach. Is that right? Trying to be holistic and bringing all ministries, all groups, all the various needs of the population together under one roof effectively. Is that what you're really doing?
100%. The idea is to cast a large tent, bring everyone under one roof, to provide efficiencies in the system where appropriate, to maybe provide cheaper rental space for different nonprofits to facilitate their individual missions. The idea is to add more resources, not take anything away. We are looking forward, and we've constantly been in contact with Housing Forward, our local COC, and we support them wholeheartedly in their mission of Housing First policy. We just feel that there's more to be done, and we want to try to bring those resources to the table and accomplish all that we can for the citizens of Dallas.
Senator, I'll just add that, yes, homelessness is obviously very complex, and we do need a wide variety of solutions to meet that.
Sure.
But I will add that we as a council have not been briefed by our Refuge of Renewal as of yet, and so those are conversations that need to continue.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you both for your testimony. Appreciate you both being here very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. Councilman, if you don't, thank you very much. That's fine. Thank you both for what you're doing and what you've shared with us. Councilman, help me with geography. So when we talk about the southern part of downtown, does that mean generally south of I-30? Is that close? Or help us with,
Sure.
For those, everyone who's not from Dallas, but for those that know the neighborhood, what does that look like?
So Jackson Street, so that will contain the government district, the public library, City Hall,
Okay, so
convention
kind
center.
of just north of I-30, and then from down
Yes.
below. Okay. Thank you so much. And so you mentioned, and Senator Parker asked you about this, and Senator Safarian, and thank you for the answers. I want to make sure I understand. There was a question about centralization of services, obviously different models, and I want to ask Mr. Arbogast about this as well, because the reason that Haven for Hope and San Antonio have been so central is because it appears to the visitors to the city, and the numbers bear out, that what San Antonio is doing, what Haven for Hope is doing, is working. And so that's obviously why we've had that focus. And we've heard from friends from different cities that they all admire that work and they're trying to replicate it. It may not be an ideal model for everywhere. We've heard from some folks. Now, we were asking you about centralization, and you mentioned how there's a half a dozen or so in that part of downtown. Is your concern that they are centralized, or you're concerned about where they're centralized? Because there's two separate issues. Mr. Arbogast mentioned that this model, we would have those services centralized, but somewhere away from downtown. So I know you're still studying this, but I want to understand your perspective. Is your concern with centralization or with where they're currently centralized? And expound on that as you see.
Sure,
But I want to
where they're
understand that.
currently situated, but I still want to be open about how large a campus and a facility can get. I want to make sure that there's safeguards there. Another challenge that we have in the downtown area, we mentioned religious organizations that feel that they're doing a great deed, typically coming from outside the city of Dallas, coming into our downtown area and doing street feedings, street charity, and realizing that their intent is to do a good deed. However, they're doing a disservice and they're doing more of a harm to those individuals who are currently homeless by preventing them from actually going into a shelter to receive the services that they desperately need. It also brings trash and other things to downtown Dallas that those business owners who are there then have to clean up, and if they don't, face fees on having to clean up their own property that they did not cause.
Councilman, thanks for that. I think Mr. Nichols from Houston mentioned that when folks want to help, that seems like a great way to help, but they could help a lot more if we could plug them into these folks who have gotten into some housing and help them rather than complicate the problem. Oh, that makes sense. Also, again, so many facets here that have been well discussed, but we're concerned about helping people, especially concerned about families and the increasing homeless population. We're also concerned, as you've stated, about those downtown businesses, about visitors, about people that work there or that live in the area. And so in San Antonio, and I think even in Austin and perhaps in Houston, we heard that there are specific efforts to go to those areas and to interact with folks who appear to be homeless and say, hey, there's help. Can we take you here? Would you like to go to this place? Is that happening in Dallas? And again, this is not our cross-examination. We just want to understand. You know, the numbers are interesting and we want to hear them. We each have our own experiences. And man, I love Dallas. My district's just east of Dallas. That's kind of our media market. I love Dallas. My wife's from Dallas. It's a great city. And I'm curious, though, about downtown, the area you're concerned about, and what the city of Houston was calling street homelessness. Folks that are out there. What about that? Is there a specific effort to go to folks who are homeless in the downtown area or anywhere? But let's talk about downtown. Is there a specific effort to go to them and say, hey, we'd like to tell you you can go here. We can take you over here where you can get some help. Is that happening? And if not, what do you think about that? That's a big deal, and it's working in San Antonio.
Chairman, great question. So that is happening. We've actually increased the funding to have more social workers on our streets for that engagement. And we just have to have, we're doing that compassion, but it has to come in with that enforcement. And after multiple attempts on trying to engage with an individual, there's only so many interactions that a business owner can take before they start suffering loss of business or before they shut down.
Okay, that makes sense. And so we are working on that, and it's okay, good. I know you're aware of this, but people ask us these questions. We want to make sure that we're putting all the ideas together. Thank you.
And I think that's a great follow-up where we have these religious groups that come into our downtown Dallas who are unaware of all the great things that the city is doing. And so I do think we can do a better job in educating and letting folks know how they can best partner with the city.
Thank you for that. Mr. Arbogast, thanks for what you're doing and what you've described. And you talked about the size of the facility that might be necessary. Because I have heard, even before this hearing, when we hold up the Haven for Hope model, many folks will say, yeah, but we just don't really have room, or we don't have room in the right place. And I'm not speaking of Dallas. I mean, in general, we hear this from other cities. But it sounds like you've looked, from your standpoint, you've looked carefully at what would be required, and there are some tracts available. It may perhaps even public property, it sounds like, that could be available.
Correct. There are, and believe me, I don't think that it'll be an easy challenge to coordinate transportation to a facility that large. It just inherently, it's going to be located away from the majority of the city, right? And again, especially if we're not located it downtown. But I believe that it's certainly a challenge that can be overcome through just correct logistics and coordination.
Right. And before the current work that you're on now, what were you doing? Were you in this field before? Tell us just a little bit about that.
My background is real estate development. I've been a master plan developer, master plan community developer, and then I worked for 5 years at the Housing Authority. So I'm very familiar with the limitations of vouchers and the important work that it can do. But I do believe that there are significant unintended consequences in using vouchers for Housing First policy. Those vouchers that are dedicated toward homelessness and rehousing street homelessness are being taken away from folks that are close to homelessness themselves. So again, in my opinion, the priority should be prevention, then diversion, then rehousing.
Yeah.
And I think it's borderline inappropriate to force a family into potential homelessness in order to take someone off the street.
So I'm having a hard time paying my rent, but I've got a place to stay, and I'm getting close to having a problem. It's so you can help this family we're describing, and also make that money go a lot further if we help them stay in the housing they currently have, rather than letting them become homeless and then trying to put them back in. You said it better than I did, but is that the idea?
That is the idea, certainly, and the agency actually there's more strain on the agency that administers the voucher as well, because they are going to be forced to pay a larger percentage of rental subsidy as opposed to a working family that would be able to pay their portion.
Your testimony is helpful. Each of your testimonies are helpful to us. Your recommendations mean something. We have written materials from you. When this is over, after the hearing, and you kind of digest what you've shared, what you've heard, if you want to follow up with us and just highlight some recommendations, we really want to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Oh,
Very
Senator
quickly,
Menendez, you're recognized.
just you sparked some thoughts that I hope that we keep in mind, and I want y'all to everyone that's dealing with this issue to come back and help us. Last session, there were some potential legislation that would have made the production of affordable housing even more difficult. I am concerned that the same actors are going to come back with making affordable housing opportunities more difficult. I think it's important, especially when your work to prevent homelessness is so focused and so appropriate. So I think y'all have the strongest moral not obligation, but obligation and argument for affordable housing, the prevention of homelessness, especially when it comes to families. That I'd like for y'all to keep in mind what could prevent or cause you to not to have more affordable housing in your communities, what could make it easier. We've heard some of that today. And I want us to keep that in mind, because I think that when we come back next session, there are going to be people that are going to try to take away some of the tools for the development of affordable housing away from the legislature and from the cities. And so I think it's important that we have a conversation that says affordable housing has a place. It's important. And the thing is that people don't understand is that the tax credit development housing, you have to pass a background check, and you can't just let anybody live there. I mean, it's more strict than market rate housing. And so I would like your all's help on that, because I don't understand exactly why, other than possibly NIMBYism, why people are so opposed to affordable housing. Affordable housing does not mean Section 8. It doesn't mean people that don't have a job. It means people that have a job. People that and when we use the tax credit program, it is mixed development, mixed income development, which means that children can go to school with other children that are not in affordable housing units. Therefore, they can hear about people that they can aspire to different things, because kids don't know they're poor until someone makes them feel that way. And so I hope that we can all be champions for more affordable housing when we all need it in this state, and stop, talking about the problem that you mentioned is that nobody wants them near them. Your facility can be the facility you're going to create to help treat homelessness can be an asset to your community. But I think you also need to think about, I heard you say you didn't want it close to downtown. If it were close to downtown, it might be more accessible for jail diversion. I think you need to be thinking about all the benefits. Homeless people, because they're not on their meds or because they're on drugs or something, does not mean they need to be in jail. They need services. And so you can use the homeless facility as a help you with jail diversion and that detox center, so that you can relieve some of the pressure on your police department, on your court system, on everything, and therefore you get a better benefit to the taxpayer. I'm not all about ROI to the taxpayer, but it is important. It's important that we make the best investment with taxpayer dollars in doing the right thing, and so that's possible.
We definitely accept the challenge to workforce housing and even deeper affordability. Unfortunately, a lot of our programs right now cover the 80 to 60% AMI, and so we're looking at going deeper into that 60 to 30% AMI to help those families as well.
You know, the only way to get there is with subsidies, and whether the subsidies come from HUD or the subsidies come from the city or the county. I mean, because you're not going to get a developer to go into the red. I mean, and we've already seen that HUD can't do this on its own. And so if you're going to build your way out and get more, you got to be able to be willing to put those subsidies in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks.
The chair calls Dr. Melissa Escamilla and Amy King. And after these witnesses testify and answer questions, we'll begin taking testimony from folks who have expressed an interest in testifying on this charge. So if you do wish to testify, please register at one of the kiosks outside. There's folks who can show you how to do that. A number of people have already, and so we'll begin calling witnesses after that. We'll try to give you some notice when you're going to be called. That'll be coming up shortly. So welcome. Dr. Escamilla, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for welcoming us here today to discuss the important issue of homeless veterans in our great state of Texas. My name is Dr. Melissa Escamilla, and I have the honor of serving as Program Director for Veteran Supportive Services at Endeavors. In this role, I work closely with our dedicated team to rapidly rehouse and prevent homelessness for eligible veterans and their families. I have been at Endeavors for almost a decade, and I have seen the difference a helping hand can make in someone's life. The men and women we serve have sacrificed so much for our nation, and we are privileged to help them build a brighter future. Endeavors was founded in San Antonio in 1969, 55 years ago. Our initial focus was serving the unhoused, many of whom were veterans even then. We were able to begin providing services to homeless veterans through the Department of Veteran Affairs in 2011. The Veteran Supportive Services, or VSS as we know it, initially began operations in the greater San Antonio area. Today, Endeavors operates in 131 counties with 12 offices positioned across the state. While our impact has grown, so has the need for our services. Hurricane Harvey in 2017 was a key moment in our efforts as veterans had been displaced across the state. In communities with limited access to transportation, community resources, and connectivity, our team engaged with non-traditional partners such as clergy, community members, and food pantries to engage with veterans. Since 2019, the number of veterans we see in many underserved rural and urban communities has risen annually. Endeavors is one of the few providers to have the technology to conduct the intakes remotely. The team also engaged with all Endeavors programs, including behavioral health and wellness opportunities, which further strengthen the services we provide. This includes our partnership with the Stephen A. Cohen Military Family Clinics, which offer in-person and telehealth wellness. Today, Endeavors VSS program serves more than 1,500 veterans and their families annually in more than 120 Texas counties. We are the largest provider of veteran services in Texas. Unfortunately, recent counts show the number of veterans experiencing homelessness in Texas increased by 7.4% from January 2022 to January 2023. I find it particularly heartbreaking that veterans aged 65 or older saw the largest percentage increase in homelessness, and more than 50% of our unhoused veterans are at least 55 years of age. As Texans, we can help care for these men and women who cared for us. These are the top 5 barriers we see for our Endeavors clients. 1, financial assistance with sober living homes or facilities is a major barrier. Occasionally, our veterans choose to live in in-group home settings where they must be sober but cannot afford the low-cost rent. And as anyone who has moved recently knows, rent is not the only expense. People need pet deposits, supplies for their home, and more. 2, unhoused individuals may have lost critical paperwork to establish identity and military service. Providers struggle to have a standard process for this service, especially when a veteran is not from the state but has been residing in Texas for an extended period. 3, we continue to see the lack of transportation throughout the service area. Although councils of government with the Veterans Administration include services such as scheduled transportation, primarily for healthcare purposes, there is a lack of transportation for rural communities. One story that stands out for me is a client named John, an Army veteran from the Persian Gulf era. Through a partnership with the American Legion, we were able to get him a car battery and have it installed. That allowed him to attend job interviews and began building a future. 4 is the affordability of housing continues to be a significant barrier. In the past 4 years, we have seen a significant number of landlords refuse to work with agencies who assist vulnerable populations. More housing and resource education is needed to ensure landlord, eviction courts, and apartment associations are aware of the programs that may benefit their tenants. There is limited access also to grants per diem programs in larger urban areas such as the Rio Grande Valley. We have veterans in the RGV and other communities like Corpus Christi and even El Paso who require the intensive case management that only a transitional program or facility can provide. Our SSVF program protocols limit a case manager's ability to help with mental and behavioral issues. All of these barriers are keeping many Texan veterans on the streets. Of course, beyond these practical issues is the root of the problem, the need to determine and treat the issue that caused the person to become homeless. We know that more support for mental health needs, job supportive services, and financial counseling can make a huge difference in the long-term success. A model like Haven for Hope in San Antonio can address many of these issues and provide a foundation for communities. Endeavors currently is embedded in the shelter and is able to connect individuals to housing more efficiently. Veterans may not be prepared at first to be housed. However, with the support services in place, it has made it more effective for us to house them. The model could allow veterans to begin receiving case management and mental health services in a safe environment while they prepare to house permanently. At Endeavors, we believe the public engagement can be critical to the success of all types of housing programs across the state. We care deeply about this issue and are grateful for the opportunity to speak with you about it today. It is my hope that together we can ensure housing is affordable, accessible, and available for all Texans experiencing homelessness, especially our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and what you're doing. Ms. King, you're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and Senators, for inviting me to speak today. And thank you to Lieutenant Governor and staff for placing this item as an interim charge and highlighting the importance of this issue. My name is Amy King, and I am the founder and CEO of Pallet. Over the course of my career, I have seen the impacts of this homelessness crisis through direct experience as a service provider, housing developer, advocate, and employer. Originally, our company focused on the construction of permanent housing in our home city of Seattle. We quickly realized there was a meaningful gap in the housing continuum that was keeping people from progressing out of homelessness. Most people did not want to accept congregate shelter, where they couldn't have privacy, bring their pet, or stay with a partner. And they couldn't jump from living unhoused to paying even low-income rent amounts. We learned from people with lived expertise that the offering of privacy and autonomy in the comfort of a community setting was the key to success for many. At this same time, and still today, the construction industry was desperate for workers to help build the housing supply that we need. For every 7 people that are exiting or aging out of the construction industry, only 1 is entering. This decline in the trades has had a significant impact on housing supply, our country's ability to innovate at scale, and our economic decline. Pallet began out of a desire and need to address both of these social issues with a single solution. More than 70% of our workforce is made up of individuals that are exiting homelessness, addiction recovery programs, and/or justice system involvement. We put people to work immediately, pay them living wages, offer full benefit packages and 401k plans, and provide supportive services at work. All Pallet employees now transition to apprenticeship programs within construction and manufacturing industries after learning and stabilizing with us for 9 to 12 months. This model has allowed us to funnel hundreds of non-traditional workers into the construction trades, building a more robust and diverse workforce to help construct the housing supply we so desperately need across this country. But we know that permanent housing, especially affordable housing, is very costly to build, takes years to finance, and isn't becoming available fast enough to meet demand. While more housing is absolutely needed to solve this crisis, we must also recognize that the 650,000 plus individuals that live unhoused on any given night in America need much more than just keys to an apartment. We have done ourselves a great disservice by believing homelessness is simply a housing crisis. Putting people into housing without providing consistent access to services or employment opportunities is resulting in a vicious cycle between housing and the streets. There is nothing compassionate about allowing people to live unhoused or in constant isolation. What we have done in the name of compassion is actually a death sentence for many. So while we wait for more housing to come online and hope to impact policies that embrace innovation, we must do something to prevent people from dying on our streets. The most creative, solution-minded, and resilient humans I have ever met to date were often living unhoused, behind bars, or in addiction. This is where the byproduct of our workforce development mission has the most impact. We have developed over 125 communities in 86 cities across 25 U.S. states and in 3 Canadian provinces. We have assembled over 4,500 emergency housing units with locking doors, beds, heat, air conditioning, and round-the-clock service provision. We are working to put ourselves out of a job, striving to move people on and up and build their independence so our country's human service models will be more sustainable. Pallet's products are the most cost-effective on the market, leaving more resources for the development of permanent housing supply. Reusable for up to 20 years, made of mold, mildew, and rot-resistant materials, easily cleanable and applicable for multiple use cases, these make good use of public funding sources. Villages can be built in a matter of days on available land that should and will eventually be repurposed for permanent development, making infrastructure investments more viable over the lifetime of the property. Tonight, in pallet villages across America, almost 5,000 men, women, and children will sleep in beds with the privacy of a locking door, climate control, and service providers at the ready. From our decade of experience, more than 60% of those people will eventually move on to a more permanent housing solution and make room for the next person to access services and come inside. Pallet stands ready to assist with whatever you need: shelter provision, development support, policy advisement, workforce development opportunity, data sharing, and community engagement. With sites currently deploying in 2 cities in Texas, we are already beginning to understand how we can scale this model to bring more people inside in your state and stabilize them for sustainable housing placement. With more than 80 distinct service provider partners across the U.S., including Endeavors, and a proof of occupancy certificate in every state we have built in, we can bring a wealth of experience as you build your toolbox for response. We do believe you can solve this, and we stand ready to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony and for what you're doing. The Dean of the Senate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your very excellent testimony, too. All of it has been excellent today, Mr. Chairman. Usually we have ups and downs, but today's has all been excellent. Everybody has been just wonderful, so thank you for that. The last element of our charge is to propose legislation to address the root causes of homelessness by expanding successful programs for cities of all sizes. Specifically, what programs do you believe that we should expand, and for what cities of what sizes?
I believe that we should expand programs for all types of communities. So the Haven for Hope model is a foundation. That doesn't mean that every community needs to have a Haven for Hope. As an example, I cover the city of Laredo, and Laredo just opened up a community resource center with their Bethany House. It's a very small version of Haven for Hope where we are embedded there. I think it's dependent on the community's need, as many have discussed. One of the things that I do want to state is that it's important that we are doing some data sharing. Because of the large geography that Endeavors covers, we are not able to see some of the data from some of our veterans that are from other areas across the state. So that data sharing is really important. A second component is that with this foundational model, we're able to not just house, but also address mental health. So with Endeavors, we do have our Stephen A. Cohn Clinic where we would need additional resources for that. But lastly, I think that if anything, we would need to also put money on the prevention side, because if we don't do that, we're going to see a lot of individuals returning into homelessness.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with all of that. And I would also say there's been a lot of conversation about permanent housing, which is really important. I think the services piece is the piece that we see most cities and states miss. Housing by itself will not solve the crisis. And too many people, especially folks that are struggling with significant addiction and mental health issues, if you put them in housing without resources, they are isolated. They will either return to the streets or they will die in that unit. So funding just housing without sufficient service provision will not work. From a legislative perspective, regulatory adoption for innovative and manufactured housing models is really important and something that hasn't been discussed. Traditional housing development and construction is very time intensive, very costly. It's necessary. But to supplement that, there are a lot of innovative housing solutions coming online, and the regulatory environment to get those solutions on the ground is incredibly difficult. I know from first experience. So it's really hard to navigate some of the challenges of bringing localized government groups and jurisdictions into the innovative world, working with innovative construction materials and products. So that's really important. And then the last thing I'll say, and it was brought up a little bit in the last round of testimonies, is the issue of access. So I think, Senator Menendez, you brought this up. Affordability is such a hot topic, and everyone is talking about it, and it is very important. There are 1 in 3 U.S. citizens have a history of justice system involvement. That is more people than have college-educated degrees in America. Those people cannot access housing, whether it's affordable or not. I have hundreds of staff who work for me that make 6 figures, and they cannot get into housing because of their backgrounds. They can afford it. They cannot get in. So the issue of access is critically important because there are lots, you can build affordable housing until the cows come home, but if people can't get into it, it won't solve your problem.
That's an excellent point. If this committee were to recommend the creation of a task force with representatives from cities such as those we heard from today, specifically to address the issue of homelessness statewide, what charges would you each give to that committee or that task force?
That's a great question. Well, the number one thing that I'm the most passionate about and I think is most important in addressing this is engaging people with lived expertise. So folks who are currently living unhoused, folks who are exiting your justice systems, they need to be part of that task force and part of that conversation in a meaningful way, not a tokenizing way. We do that all the time. Happy to help advise on that if useful. I think the other task is to look at a comprehensive collection of services. So I love the Haven for Hope model. We love the campus model. There's room for congregate models as well. There are some people who do well in that model. So really looking at what the needs are of each community and understanding what's available and what else needs to be made available. People need the autonomy of choice and the ability to choose what works for them and their families. And there is no silver bullet solution.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that to bring the experts, which are the individuals that are working with people experiencing homelessness. It's really important because sometimes we get left off the table when it's discussions relating to people experiencing homelessness. I'd also agree that, when we add people with lived experience, but also bringing in all of our housing providers too, because oftentimes they're not at the table when we're speaking. And I can tell you as a chair for a homeless coalition, it is very difficult to get our housing providers on board. So if we can get not just the public housing, but also our private housing, because that is key to housing our Justice Challenge clients.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll make it quick, but Dr. Escamilla, I want to thank you for your testimony and the work that you do. It's interesting. You just made a term I'd never heard before. There are justice challenged clients.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a term that means that they've been in trouble with the law?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. I like it. Justice challenged. I like that. I got to remember that. We do in San Antonio, we have a veterans court.
Yes, sir.
To help veterans who become challenged with the justice system. And our goal is to find them the resources that would help them no longer be challenged with the justice system. And I think jail diversion programs are effective. So then the next step is, once we've done that, let's say we've done that, what do we do? And maybe you and is it King? Mm-hmm. Ms. King can work together to help us identify ways so that once they have finished whatever program or restitution, whatever it is the courts have deemed necessary, that they are able to access affordable housing opportunities that are available. We have created certain safeguards in our low-income tax credit program because the NIMBYism was so great against affordable housing that sometimes they felt that to have another government housing project, if you will, let's use the words that people would, that it would somehow degrade the community around them and bring in a criminal element. And that's why we've had the background checks. But I think it's important that when people have paid their debt to society, that they have the ability to have a safe and quality place to live. So if you could help us with that. And then I know that Haven has a very active program dedicated towards veterans as well. But if you could help us with whatever we can do, both of you, towards next session to be a part of a statewide initiative to help veterans. I know the Texas Veterans Commission does a good job, but whatever programs we need to do, and maybe it's more along the lines of what Ms. King has mentioned, but we need all the ideas that we can, and so please do. And something that we can scale statewide from small communities to large communities would be important, because even though we like to think of ourselves as Military City USA in San Antonio, we don't have all the veterans, and we want to address the needs of the veterans wherever they may be. Someone earlier said we need to meet them where they are, and we need to meet people where they are to help them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And I guess I had this question for Melissa, and Senator Menendez touched on it, the Veterans Treatment Court.
Yes.
I think there are 39 in the state or something like that. Since that program's been expanded by the way of a great one in Galveston County, have you seen a decline, or would you expect a decline in homelessness for our veterans if we saw more of those, basically? I mean, 39 is, it covers a lot of the population because they tend to be in the big counties, so that's obviously not a majority of the counties, but it's probably a majority of the population. But if we were able to expand that Veterans Treatment Court program, would you expect to see less homeless veterans as a result of that?
Absolutely. We actually serve on the Veterans Court as a panelist, so we do get referrals from there. I think it's a great opportunity for our veterans. They do deserve a second chance if they are justice challenged. And I think that if Texas Veterans Commission could expand a little bit more on offering those treatment courts into not just the larger cities, but also in some of the smaller urban communities, that would be really helpful. The individuals that are on the panel, not every Veterans Treatment Court is the same, but it would be ideal if they would allow for service providers like ourselves to come in and be able to provide those resources to the veterans so that way we can house them.
And, we hear all the time from law enforcement that the largest mental health facility in a county is the county jail, and the largest mental health facility in a city is the city jail. And, we heard earlier from Mike with, forgetting the organization, it's Wayne Young with the Harris Center. And he mentioned that a lot of people that they encounter have been offered help before. And I guess one of the issues with that is the encouragement for people to get the help that they need. And it would seem to me that this structure and this framework around our Veterans Treatment Court, and also our mental health courts as well, would strongly encourage people to get that help. Because his testimony was that the majority of people on the street have rejected help at some point.
Right.
Well, the mental health courts and the veteran treatment courts, they're not going to let you reject that help, because you're in that system that's designed to rehabilitate you on reentry. So I guess that would be my other question. Do you think this would really, encourage that really change and I guess willingness for change where people are not in that treadmill anymore, and we would basically, see a pretty big decrease in taxpayer expense because, we saw the numbers of, what criminal justice system costs. We know it's huge. That's a massive cost to the taxpayers, but is this something that we could integrate, I guess, with the reentry that you're talking about and for hopefully all 254 counties?
Yes, so the key is community outreach. That is important. And it's not just going to a veteran and just offering one time and saying they refused. What our program does is re-engage with the veteran multiple times. So it might be just that the veteran's not ready, but we keep going out there. The key is trauma-informed care. So we all need to be educated on trauma-informed care because it could take 5, 6, or 7 times. I had a veteran enroll in our program after like 10 times of doing street outreach with them. But again, it goes back to the rapport because of the failures in the system that they have faced before. But if they see a familiar face, if they see that the intentions are there to get them back on their feet, rehabilitate them to a point where they are able to be successfully housed, and I believe that, yes, that can be helpful.
I forgot to ask also, what do y'all see sobriety-wise? Because obviously a lot of this is, driven by drugs and alcohol addictions that have triggered mental illness and will be triggered again if they use again or drink again. What have y'all seen with your program and the decrease in active addiction?
So personally, I can tell you it's harm reduction. There are some substances that we cannot have them go cold turkey on just because they can die. But harm reduction is key. There are individuals who are very motivated to become sober. Now, harm reduction can lead to sobriety, and it's going to take work. And that's something that we do explain to the veteran is that they have to be willing and ready to reach that point to be sober. But when we have harm reduction strategies, even just to conduct street outreach, to provide Narcan to individuals that are out, that are homeless, and they're trying to help out another person that is overdosing, then I think that that's a little bit successful in our outreach programs.
Yeah, a couple things from my side, if I could. So I think peer-based services are the best thing that's ever happened and wildly effective these days. We've again, worked in over 25 states, and the most effective programs have peer counselors or peer outreach specialists embedded within them. Someone is much more likely to accept support, whether it's coming inside or sobriety assistance from someone who has also gotten sober or is actively getting sober. So there's a really important connection there. It's also a job opportunity for people on your streets. So we are about putting people into construction trades. We also have a sister nonprofit that trains folks coming out of the justice system and addiction recovery programs to be human service workers. Very, very, very effective, like the most effective thing you could imagine. You guys have a service provider here that recently came called Urban Alchemy. They are a peer-based program, and they have very effective programs for this. They're here in Austin. The second thing I would say is a lot of people that are deemed as refusing services, it's because they're in survival mode, heightened survival mode, and they cannot accept services while they're trying to figure out what's coming next. And so I cannot stress enough the importance of bringing people inside. You've heard it over and over again, but there's a huge difference between one night of shelter and I'm getting kicked out the next morning and I'm not sure what's going to come the next day, and consistent access. That's that housing first model that says, you know where your bed is, you know where your things are, you can leave them during the day and engage with services, get a job, whatever it is you might need to do. If you don't have that stability, you're not going to engage in sobriety conversations. The last thing I'll say is when it comes to substance use, I've talked with tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that are currently homeless all across America. The vast majority of them did not have substance use issues before they got to the streets. Those substance use issues happened as a result of experience on the streets. One night on the streets is so traumatizing, especially for women, and they want to stay awake so that they aren't raped. They take drugs for that reason. And then once you start that cycle, you cannot stop. So I cannot stress enough how important it is to bring people inside.
Thank you. Senator Parker asked some questions, and I may follow up. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you both being here and the wonderful testimony, and look forward to asking a couple questions of each of you. So, Doctor, if you don't mind, I'll start with you first. Really impressed with this Endeavors program, what you're doing. I guess the first question I have for you is, to what degree do you currently have integration right now with the Veterans Commission, with the VA? Can you speak to that coordination between our veterans organizations at the state and federal level effectively?
Absolutely. So we do have a grant that is funded through the Veterans Affairs, which is our Supportive Services for Veteran Families grant. And we are also a recipient of the Texas Veterans Commission General Assistance Fund. So we primarily focus the General Assistance Fund on our veterans who are at risk of homelessness, while we focus our SSVF program on our veterans who are currently experiencing homelessness and have multiple issues that need to be addressed through our intensive case management services.
Very good. And how many veterans at any one time, just a snapshot, a day in the life of the organization, how many folks today are you going to be helping in this situation that are on the verge of tipping into homelessness or currently homeless that are in fact veterans? Can you just kind of give me a sense of the magnitude of the organization, your scale?
Sure. So in any given, like yearly, we serve about 1,500 on any day, or in a month, it's going to be at least about 500 statewide, if not a little bit more.
Okay. So obviously very significant footprint. And in terms of what you're providing, I mean, I saw the handout you gave us in your testimony, providing obviously some of those workforce skills. You're trying to give them real life skills so they can, teach a man to fish, so to speak, so they can fish for a lifetime. Mm-hmm. I understand all that's wonderful. Just the housing component piece, can you speak to that? How are you providing temporary accommodation? What does that look like? Where are you putting people? Can you speak to some of those things?
Sure. So because we have such a large footprint, it's really dependent on the geography. Through our grant, we are able to provide emergency housing. That is mostly for like our rural communities where their housing is very limited. We do provide the permanent housing as well. One of the things with as far as some of the limitations that we may have is just the availability of housing. So we have our housing navigators positioned throughout the state. They will go out and do outreach, not just to our regular, apartment complexes, but doing outreach also to private landlords, because private landlords are where we are going to house our most at-risk veteran. So we have multiple housing navigators across the state that are able to try and address the need for homelessness, and also be able to have contacts across the state to house a veteran in the event that our veteran moves from one area to another. We have a place for them to go to.
Okay, very good. And how do you find out about a veteran that's in distress, that is about to tip into homelessness or just in the process of just beginning homelessness? How are you all notified? Are you called by the Veterans Commission or the VA? I'm just curious, how are you all, what's your pipeline, so to speak? How does it look like, and how do you have tentacles across the state?
So we have a very large network of services, including 211, our Texas Veterans Commission, and also our VA crisis hotlines. But it's also word of mouth, especially in our smaller communities. So a call can come in even right now, and somebody can call in and say, my friend Joe, who was an Army vet, got services from you, and I'm at risk at this time. So it is really dependent on the area, but we have a very large network. We are also part of the Combined Arms Initiative, where we do get referrals through the Texas Veterans Network.
Okay, very, very good. All right, very good. And in terms of areas of need, if there was one request that you had in terms of how Texas can best support what you're doing, taking care of our vets, what would it be? What would it look like?
It'd be funding for affordable housing. I would say that would be significant. And then a follow-up would be for homeless prevention, access to resources for mental health, such as our Cone clinics and our local mental health authorities.
Okay. And do you have a wait list currently for your services in these various metros? I know you're operating literally all over the state for the most part, it looks like. So can you speak to that for a moment?
We do not have a wait list, so everything is based on call-in. Priorities are our homeless veterans first, and then we have our at-risk veterans, but there is no wait list. What takes long is if an individual is housed and their landlord does not want to comply, that's where we have an issue of accessing the documents that we need. But generally speaking, we have to respond within 24 to 48 hours and be able to connect with the veteran to provide resources and intake them.
So today, literally an hour from now, you get a phone call about a particular vet that's somewhere in the state. And within 48 hours, it's your mission to find a way to get them to a permanent housing solution with these support services that you all offer.
So 48 hours to connect them, it could take up to 30 days to house them.
Up to 30 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And in terms of all the other, I know you guys, materials are focused very heavily, which is fabulous, on all the workforce issues and so forth. Are you providing counseling? You're providing, and that after someone comes into your facility, you're housing them, I guess, you're providing them access to health care, all those things, is that right?
Yes. So if they are not currently connected with the VA, we will try to connect them with the VA because not all our veterans are connected. But that is where we have our healthcare navigator, and our healthcare navigator will connect them to local community resources for mental health. We also have our clinic in San Antonio, which is our Stephen A. Cohn Clinic, and in El Paso, and we can refer our veterans there who can get virtual services for mental health if needed.
Okay, all right, very, very good. Excellent. Thank you for answering those questions. And Ms. King, thank you for being here. Just a couple of questions about your organization. I was really taken back and wasn't really familiar with all that you're doing. So appreciate you being here and sharing the excellent testimony. So I guess for starters, what 2 cities right now are you looking to launch in here in Texas?
Yep, so we're currently working with Amarillo and Temple, Texas.
Okay, excellent. And speak to, if you don't mind, how you selected those 2 outstanding communities. I'm just kind of curious.
They came to us. We did not go to them. So right now, demand for pallet sites and product is very high, unfortunately. We both address displacement from homelessness and disasters. We're quite busy right now with the storms that just hit the southeast. But usually people come to us, communities come to us asking for our help. We can provide both the shelter, and then as I mentioned, because of our experience over the last decade, we help advise cities at no cost on land selection, housing development process, service provider selection and vetting, all that stuff. So we do literally everything. We do throughput, workforce development. So we do a lot in communities.
So take me through one of these scenarios. So in Amarillo, you're going to stand up basically what is a temporary community.
Correct.
You're going to get sign off from the local municipality.
Yep.
You've probably got land that has been donated that you're leasing for a period of time to put your temporary shelter on. Is that right? Shelters?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then each individual unit, can you speak to what a pallet looks like? I mean,
Yeah.
Are there different configurations? Are there different sizes? All the same square footage?
Yeah.
Speak to that for a moment.
Yeah, for sure. So on the land side, really quickly, the vast majority of our sites today are on municipal, state, or federally owned land that is not otherwise being utilized. We have a partnership with Zillow, an exclusive partnership with Zillow that allows us to access a list of underutilized or unutilized land in every single municipality in America. We can see what is available to you and then work with the community to decide which of those locations is most usable. The vast majority of our sites, there is no lease cost or land cost associated.
Okay.
So what we do is we come in, we help identify the land, we help with development, land use, and permitting, and then the products themselves are individual shelter units, so everyone has the privacy of their own space. We only set them up in a community setting, so we never put one in someone's backyard or just one on a street. They're always set up in a community setting with an assigned service provider who's around the clock providing services for residents there. The shelters themselves, we have a variety of sizes. We have a single occupancy unit, which is 70 square feet. We have a 120 square foot multi-occupancy unit. And then early next year, we're releasing family units that have multiple bedrooms for families as well. They're not available yet, but they're going to be available in early 2025. The product itself does not require a foundation. So it sits right on the ground, whatever you have available, as long as it's relatively level. We can show up, set up in days, and we can just as quickly make it go away, and it's like we were never there. So that's incentive for the landowner, whether private or public, to allow use of this land for on an interim basis for this model, because they get the land back at the end to use for whatever it is they were going to move forward with.
What is the cost of a unit, just ballpark, or the range?
Yep, so they range between $18,000 and $20,000, $25,000 a piece, and they last for 20 years.
Okay. And so typically in most of these deployments, you know, in this example, talk about Amarillo, is the city of Amarillo buying the units, or are you raising money from private philanthropic sources? What does that look like?
Yeah, all of the above. Most of our sites have been funded to date through CARES Act, ARPA funds. HUD Home ARP funds are also, our products with bathrooms in them are eligible for Home ARP funding as well. So we work very closely with federal agencies to help support and advocate for funding for these models. But we also will engage local philanthropic support, corporate sponsorship as well. Sometimes there's corporate sponsors for sites. It's kind of a mix, but the vast majority of sites, the capital cost, which is very minimal, is usually funded through public dollars. And then the service cost, which isn't us. We don't operate our sites. We partner with groups like Endeavors and others to operate these sites 24/7. They're often contracted and paid through the county or philanthropic means.
So you put together, let's say, I'm just throwing a number, you're putting 50 pallets in a community on a couple acres of land. It's great for the owner if it's a private owner because you're effectively, they're warehousing the land until it's going to be right for development. It's like it's very easy to move the community. But in terms of providing counseling services, food, all those kind of things, and obviously workforce skills, is there typically a centralized facility that then will be built next to you? I guess, again, another temporary type structure, I suppose. Is that
Yes. Yeah. So most of our sites have community areas where service provision is done, food is distributed, medical services are brought in, that sort of thing. Sometimes the land has a building on it that's used in that manner. Sometimes we go to campuses like Haven for Hope and we will add capacity to an existing facility if they need additional capacity. Or sometimes there's nothing on the land. And so we have community buildings. We partner with other contractors who do community buildings. But I have a whole team who will work with the community to address what we call our dignity standards. So we require governments who work with us to meet our 5 dignity standards. They have to show us contract of a service provider for the site. We will not ship them units without a service provider assigned because this is a critical piece to the model. They have to show us how they're going to address food insecurity, address transportation needs, especially if it's outside of town so folks can get to appointments and things. They have to address safety and security at the site. So often that looks like fencing, single or double point of entry that's controlled so that we can control predatory behavior for the residents living on site. And then we have to make sure that there's hygiene. So we have hygiene units as well, bathrooms and things like that, and access to laundry. So we can provide all of that. My team will help the communities figure all of those pieces out at no extra cost so that the site is truly rehabilitative and holistic in nature and what it provides.
That's great. And so you're partnering with all these private providers. So when you talk about workforce skills and retraining, all those kind of things, reskilling, upskilling, all of that, you're doing that in partnership with the community or any other various ministries or activities that are in that space. Is that right?
Currently we'll assist communities who want support with workforce development. Our headquarters is where most of our workforce work happens, which is in Washington State. We are, however, I'm going to get in trouble for saying this in here, but we are very seriously considering a second production plant in the state of Texas right now. Our intent with our model has always been that as demand for the product grows, we will not further expand our headquarters in Washington. We will open additional production facilities across the country in cities that have high rates of homelessness and recidivism to replicate this workforce model. So we have been looking at Texas and a couple other states as well for additional facilities.
Well, that's great. Well, obviously, we would welcome that manufacturing in Texas. We'd love to have you here. That's terrific. And then my final question is this. In terms of standing someone up to getting to the point of self-sufficiency, obviously being the end goal and result, are they paying for those that are able to get a job? They're getting healthy now. They've got a job. Are they paying something towards their rent there when they're in this environment, or what does that look like? It's probably stair step based on their level of progress in the program and treatment. Is that right?
Yeah, great question. So every community is a little bit different, and we don't manage or control that. So we retail the product to communities. That funds our workforce model. So that's how our business model works. In the community itself, sometimes there are some communities who charge rent. There are some who charge, it's very minimal. Most of them that do, they're collecting it in an escrow account for the resident as a savings for them to use as they exit to permanent housing, which I love and is a very cool model. Right. Teaches the resident sort of how to get back in the habit of doing that, and then provides them the resources they need for down payments to get into apartments and things. The vast majority of our sites do not charge residents anything. So the services are being funded ongoing through government dollars for the most part.
Just one more final question. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. With the 2 cities that you're going to be deploying in, specifically Temple and Amarillo, they have disproportionate number of vets there in those communities. I suppose that the good bit of the folks that you're going to be working with are veteran populations. Is that right or no?
Probably. We don't actually control that either. So again, a service provider has been assigned for each of those sites. The community will decide if they want that site to be like an everybody come kind of thing, low barrier site, or some of our sites are very specifically for, we have a veterans community in Los Angeles in partnership with the VA there. We have domestic violence survivor sites. We have sobriety sites. It just depends on what the community needs, and we don't dictate that. I will say there's been a couple challenges in those cities, again, with the regulatory environment. So I don't know when those sites are opening, and I think they're currently delayed because of some challenges around getting access to the land and getting permits and things. So,
Well, thank you for the excellent testimony. Really appreciate you both being here. It was very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffarani, did you have more questions?
I have one more question.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is for each of you. What unique challenges or gaps in services have you identified for veterans in rural areas?
So number one is transportation. There is a lack of transportation. Even though some communities may have, they say transportation, it may be only once a week or twice a week. And it's very difficult to get our veterans to their appointments as needed. I think the second thing, it goes back to affordable housing. There is no housing in some of our rural communities, so we have to relocate those veterans into a larger city.
Thank you.
yeah, I would agree. I think that's the biggest challenge in rural communities is a lack of access to both housing and shelter. A lot of smaller rural communities will end up sending people for shelter into urban environments, which is taxing for those urban environments and their funding, but it also creates a transportation challenge. And so a lot of folks don't make it from where they are to the urban environment. They end up somewhere in between, and now they're displaced and away from their services. So I think what we do a lot of times, we'll come in and do a regional look and say, usually there's a larger metropolitan community and then there's smaller rural communities around that. We try to get them to work together to provide sufficient shelter and resources in each of those communities so that the metropolitan core isn't the one taking everything. It's too hard for people to navigate. So we can help with plans. We just did a plan in Georgia for a regional plan for some cities there.
Thank you. And on a totally unrelated note, how can the state improve collaboration between or among state agencies and nonprofit organizations to serve people who are homeless?
So I'm going to go back to data sharing. It's really important. We have a homeless management information system that those of us that get HUD funding are required to input our information into. However, not every organization that works with homeless veterans is able to access that. So it's really important that we connect with the other resources to be able to share the data so that that way we can be able to effectively help the homeless veteran.
Yeah, agreed on the data piece, and beyond the sharing piece, it's accountability for communities to make sure they're using HMIS and that, or at least using the same data system so that you have that coordinated understanding of what's happening in your community. I would also say the missing piece is the private partnerships. So public-private partnerships are essential for sustainability of addressing this. Nonprofits are doing amazing work. They struggle to stay funded. They struggle to find grants. Private sector partners have to be brought to the table. The business community has to come to the table and participate, not just with money, but with jobs and resources and opportunities and community advocacy and all of the things. So don't leave your private partners out of the mix. You really, really need them to solve this problem. Same with housing development. Private housing developers move faster, they're more nimble, they have better, their projects pencil better. I mean, they need to be at the table.
Thank you. And then based on your experience and on your research, is there anything we can do to help veterans avoid homelessness by providing better services as they transition back into society?
Good question.
So that's a very good question. I think it's just a matter of the availability of resources, not just in our urban communities, but also in our rural communities. So it is a struggle when I'm working in a rural community and we have one resource. In some cases, we are the only resource. So I think we need more resources in our smaller communities. I think the next thing would be is just we have to be able to put more money into the prevention piece of it. And that goes back to the wraparound services that are involved, because we can house individuals, but it's a Band-Aid effect if we don't take care of what the real problem is. And everything's going to look different for each veteran, because not every veteran has a substance use issue. In some cases, it may just be that there's financial mismanagement. So we need those key resources to be able to keep veterans housed.
Yeah, and I would add that the biggest thing is education and understanding for those veterans, and also for folks that aren't veterans that are experiencing homelessness or reentering society after incarceration or justice system involvement. A lot of folks don't know how to find the resources that they need. So the Haven for Hope model is a brilliant model. I'm a huge fan of a campus model where one person can go to one place and everything that they need is right there. It just makes the process 1,000 times easier. Smaller versions of that campus model, that's what we do. If communities want to try that model without having to spend the money initially on brick and mortar or while they're waiting, we can help with that. But it really is getting the person connected with the services they need all in one place. Asking someone who's been traumatized, who's just left the service or who's just left prison or whatever their isolating circumstance might be, to try and navigate systems that they're not familiar with is harder than you might imagine. It's something I struggled to realize too. I mean, we work with folks who we give them money to go buy a toothbrush, and they literally, we'll find them weeping in the middle of a Bartell's because there's so many choices, and they're just used to being issued a toothbrush by either the military agency they're in or the prison system they were just incarcerated within. Something as simple as that can trigger trauma and mental health issues and challenges. So making things really, really simple and easy to access while they start back integrating is really critical to success long term.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senators. Dr. Escamilla, thank you for your testimony and what you're doing. We've learned a lot, and I want to follow up on something that you shared, Ms. King. Thank you for what you're doing, and if my notes are correct, and if I heard you right, you were this wasn't part of a main point you were making, but you described the incidents of substance abuse in our homeless population.
Yes.
Did I understand you to say that it's been your experience that many or most of the folks who are currently in a homeless setting did not engage, did not have a problem with substance abuse until they got into a homeless situation? Is that what you said?
That is correct.
And forgive me, I'd like to learn a little more about that. We, everybody here it works in this field probably understands that. It's safe to say there's a perception among the general public and others that one of the causes of homelessness, and this is a generalization, but one of the causes would be substance abuse or problems like that. Help us understand a little bit more what your experience has been.
Yeah, for sure. Both are true, but the vast majority of folks that I have met across multiple states, cities, counties in America and Canada now, some sort of trauma or experience has led them to living unhoused, and the experience of being unhoused and living unhoused and the trauma of that experience led them to substance use. Wow. This is especially true for women, as I mentioned, who are trying to avoid violence, but it's true for men as well. It's true for youth. There's a lot of driving factors. You guys mentioned the foster system and issues with that. A lot of those kids, as they age out of the system, as they head out and they don't know what's next, that trauma experience of living on the streets is what leads them to this. So I would say that the vast majority of people that I've met would tell me in discussions with them that the substance use started after becoming unhoused. Certainly there are some people who use substances while they're housed, and for whatever reason they end up unhoused. That is true. But the other is more so true in my experience.
And you described that chilling situation that a woman would find herself in, and not wanting to be able to, afraid to go to sleep.
Yes.
I see what you mean. You talked about trauma and how that's often what gets someone in a situation like that. Are you able to generalize about that? We've talked a lot about root causes, but maybe the immediate cause or the most recent cause, that the straw that caused me to end up in a homeless situation. Perhaps we perceive it's folks who are having a hard time economically, or maybe the relative I'm staying with isn't working, or I don't have relatives to stay with. But if you're able to just spend a little time on that, this hearing has already been so helpful. But especially for those watching who maybe are learning about this for the first time, I don't want to miss an opportunity to paint that picture, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically, the catalyst for entry into the homelessness systems is something that's either economic in nature or relational in nature. Those are the two main things. And then the other, of course, is people that are exiting already broken systems that don't have another place to go. So we want to grab them at their point of reentry and stop them from going to the streets because they're already traumatized. You're going to exacerbate it. That's one subset. But the vast majority of folks that are not coming from incarceration or from military systems or the foster system, those folks typically have an economic crisis or a relational crisis, which can be with a family member, exposure to violence, whatever it is. But behind that is usually almost always a childhood trauma that has prevented the person from accessing resources that allow them to cope with that experience. So that is the key thing that people need to understand is if I lose my house because I can't pay my rent, that's horrible. If I have the coping skills to learn how to move beyond that into whatever's next or find resources in my community to navigate that challenge, I'm probably not going to end up unhoused. If I don't have those resources or I don't have the internal coping skills to navigate what's been broken in my childhood, I cannot then go and navigate what's available to me to find another way and avoid the street. Does that make sense? So I think that's a really, really important piece to recognize. And they mentioned it, the Haven for Hope folks mentioned it. All of their people have childhood trauma. It's everywhere. I mean, I've met with people who have used drugs with their parents when they're 8, who have watched their father kill their mother, who have all their families have been incarcerated. I mean, horrible, horrible, horrible things. We need more counselors and mental health workers in this country. We have to fix these issues. Otherwise, that generational trauma will just keep passing and passing and passing and passing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. Senator, is there any other questions and anything to add, Dr. Escamilla?
No, I just want to say that, yes, we do need more trauma-informed care. We need more counselors because without counselors, we are not going to be successful in, keeping people off the streets. So it's really, very informative, the information that she gave, but I really, truly believe that we need to put our funding also in bringing in more counselors.
Excellent. Well, we've learned a lot. I think we all have from each of the witnesses. Thank you for being here. And I'll ask you, as I have a couple more, we have some written materials from you and other recommendations here. We're taking this down. But after the hearing, as you think about what's been presented and what Texas is doing, if anything else occurs to you, things we should prioritize, we hear a lot of the themes like we just heard, but please continue to share that with us. We want to get this right.
Yes.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you. Mr. Chair,
Please.
I must say that was truly an excellent group of witnesses. Thank you.
Well, we have to credit our committee director, Katrina Corkle, and our committee clerk, Tori Ross, for putting all that together and working with your staffs. But really, I don't get much credit for it, but they did a very nice job already.
Well,
Terrific job. Wonderful
Thanks to them.
witnesses.
Thank you.
And now we'll continue testimony. That was our invited testimony, and now we're looking forward to hearing from folks who have expressed an interest in testifying as well. And so the chair now calls Mark Nunley, Kelly Young, Chief Chris Benavides, and Brett Murfish. We have 4 chairs here, so feel free to take a seat. Welcome. And we're looking for, again, Mark Nunley, Kelly Young, Chief Chris Benavides, Brett Murfish. If we call your name and don't hear from you, we'll give you another chance. It's not eventually we'll move on.
Sure.
But, let's see. Hold tight.
you, sir. Nice to meet you.
We're glad each of you are here, and so normally we'll just begin at one end of the table and come this way, and so please pull the microphone close to you when you're testifying. So, Chief, we'll go ahead and ask you first since you're there. It's easier for us to keep track of. And so please introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Chris Benavides, Deputy Chief for the San Antonio Police Department. I'm the liaison for the department when it comes to homelessness and those issues. I was here as a resource. Just want to let you know that there's a fine line when you involve law enforcement in any one of these issues when it comes to homelessness. Our stance is that it's not a crime to be homeless. So we adapt a model, a culture, a partnership that involves all the other agencies, internal as well as external. And when it comes to the homelessness discussion, it's understood that law enforcement cannot arrest the problem away. Law enforcement cannot come in and solve the issue alone. It's just one of those discussions that takes the right amount of patience. It takes the right amount of attitude. It takes the right people to be involved. We have a mental health unit that engages some of these critical areas within our city. And our bike patrol officers, our high visibility officers that are around the downtown area have a number of training hours that lend to help to support our partners. So it's a great atmosphere, but it's always a fine line when you talk about how do you enforce some of these quality of life issues in the different cities in San Antonio. So I was here for resource and to answer any questions.
Chief, thank you for that. We're probably going to follow up with you because that's come up a lot. Again, at least the perception is in San Antonio that folks are generally, we don't see as many folks around downtown. They seem to be somewhere else, hopefully getting help. It sounds like they are. And so, yeah, what you guys are doing, we want to figure that out. So we're probably going to have questions for you. Please pull the mic over, introduce yourself, give us
Chairman
your
Hughes,
testimony.
Committee, thank you for having us here. My name is Mark Nunnally. I live in Dallas. And I fully support the Refuge for Renewal model as well. I'm a member of the Dallas Regional Chamber and focused on making sure that Dallas is business-friendly and a place that companies want to move to. In that regard, we were very concerned with all the homeless and encampments in the Central Business District. We discovered that no one had any real-time counts of the homeless, and so we decided to pull a team together. I partnered with my fellow DRC board member, Doreen Griffith, managing partner of Grant Thornton in Dallas, and we put together a group to give credibility to our report. We have teams of 3 people that drive through the Central Business District and count the homeless. We distribute this report to well over 30 people each time, including the mayor, the city council, the Office of Homeless Solutions, Housing Forward, and countless others. Over the past year, we have found that the number of homeless and encampments has not materially changed, and if anything, has increased in numbers. The report in front of you reflects 247 homeless, with 72% in sectors 2087 and 2088, which is in District 2, Councilman Jesse Marino's district. This is primarily around the area of City Hall and the Dallas Convention Center. The encampments continue to grow and are almost all within blocks of City Hall. The city of Dallas clearly has not solved this problem. Time and time again, we encounter tourists and conventioneers parking in open lots, and all are concerned for their safety. It is imperative that we all work together to fix this homeless solution. We need to help the people that need it and keep our downtowns and communities safe and livable. We need both. Thank you so much for having us.
We need both. Thank you. So, Welcome. Pull that microphone close and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kelly Young, and I'm the president and CEO for the Coalition for the Homeless Houston Harris County. Thank you all for having me here. I actually just wanted to point out, I'm a resource witness, but I wanted to point out that you had a wonderful audience today and people who testified. I think you got a very clear picture of multiple things that need to be addressed when you look at your interim charge. The main thing I would want to point out is data collection, law enforcement, housing, stacked services, whether that's in one facility or multiple facilities. Everybody working together is what will end homelessness in the state of Texas. We could be the first state that really does create a comprehensive, complex model that fits both rural and urban cities that are 660 square miles, that would be Houston, versus a smaller one, and that we can find the right types of levels of intervention for each of our cities that works the best. I will always remind everybody that funding and collaborative nature and pragmatic approaches, just like Haven does, is the key to our success. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone over and introduce
Can I have
yourself.
for extra time?
You can.
No, I'm kidding.
We'll see.
My time.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, my name's Brett Murfish. I'm the Director of Youth Justice with Texas Appleseed. So I work on juvenile justice reform and youth homelessness. I'm going to focus a little bit on youth homelessness. So youth homelessness doesn't look like what we think of when we think of adult homelessness. Under McKinney-Vento, it is defined as anyone who lacks an adequate, fixed, or regular nighttime residence. Because of this, it is hard sometimes to identify youth as homeless. They may not consider themselves homeless. Under McKinney-Vento, all districts are required to have a McKinney-Vento liaison. What does this person do? They identify who is homeless so they can connect them with resources. They help them stay enrolled in school even if their family moves into a different district. They're also there to get them, make sure that they're successful, get them tutoring, all kinds of things that kids need. Youth experiencing homelessness face tremendous obstacles, bouncing from place to place, couch to couch, and all while trying to remain in school. Sometimes kids might be running from an abusive home and go underground. So because of this, we don't know how many kids. So TA identified 114,000 youth in 22 to 23 school year, but we know that's a vast undercount. The National Center for Homeless Education says Texas is a home to approximately 10% of the country's homeless youth and children. That's very high. Youth who age out of foster care or have justice system involvement are also more likely to experience homelessness. In the last legislative session, we worked on a bill to make sure youth aging out of foster care have bank accounts with Senator Parker. We also worked to end juvenile curfew ordinances statewide. Among our initiatives this session, we're hoping to help TA with a budget writer so that they can have more funds to give to McKinney-Vento liaisons to support homeless youth, from school supplies, counseling, tutoring services, basic necessities. And that is just one of the initiatives we'll be working on this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel? Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for the excellent testimony and all that you're doing on these issues. Very grateful. I'm curious, specifically, I guess, really here on this homeless count initiative.
Sure.
How long has it been up and running? And I guess you do this now on a daily basis? Is that what's happening?
No, we're doing it twice a month.
Oh, just twice a month. Okay.
Again, all we had before was we had annual pit counts in the entire city, but no one knew real time. I mean, on a more often basis, how many homeless and encampments there were. So that's why when we focused on the Central Business District, I partnered with my fellow DRC board member, Doreen Griffith, managing partner at Grant Thornton. We said, let's pull together a team and let's do this twice a month so we can really know. And what we found is, not only do we have the numbers, but we know where in the Central Business District these encampments are and where the homeless are. And so not only do we provide this report, but we also go in and we tag those on the 311 app that provides the data to the Office of Homeless Solutions, immediately so they can deal with these. So it's been very helpful for a lot of the agencies, for the police department, for the city council to know twice a month where these people are.
Oh, it's terrific. I think you're providing a great public service, and really need to see this done more often everywhere, really. I think it would just a great tool. I mean, information is power, right?
That's
so
right.
understand how
we
we
like
can help
data.
people.
We're accountants.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, thank you for that. I very much appreciate the presentation and giving the information. I also, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to question of our wonderful police chief as well. Thank you, sir, for what you do in San Antonio, and you guys are clearly a model on how you're addressing this issue. If you would, just take me through the very realistic scenario that your officers in uniform are experiencing every day. When they come across an individual or number of individuals that are in fact homeless, and they're central business district, they're right there in front of some of your big businesses, so to speak, on the Riverwalk. Again, finding the right balance and compassion for the human being. At the same time, we've got to make certain that we have property values that are maintained, that we can have economic vitality to be able to reduce the homeless challenge going forward and fund the challenges. How do you and your officers address that individual first time, second time? What does that look like until you ultimately get them to ultimately something like Haven for Hope? Can you just take us through that in a real world scenario?
So a lot of our contacts in the downtown area are initiated by our bike officers. We find that a lot of communication gets us a long way, building that rapport. We also have the great partners that are downtown that help us. We have an SA Core team, that deals with a lot of. So I think it's no secret that there's a percentage of homeless that are consumers that need resources that obviously the police department cannot help with. They need hospital, they need counselors, they need that type of help. So we have an SA Core team, which is built of 3 individuals: a police officer, a clinician, and a paramedic. And usually when we get a call for service or we see an individual in need, this team will come out, they'll do an assessment. The officer, of course, is using de-escalation skills, making sure the scene's safe. Then the EMS paramedic will take care of any medical needs. And then, of course, the clinician does the evaluation. So all 3 of these members work together to find the best possible outcome. But a lot of our contact is built on rapport. There's a culture in our downtown community to where our officers see an individual, and even though it's not a crime to be homeless, even though there's not a crime occurring, there's nothing wrong with communicating with that person and building that rapport. A number of our bike officers know these individuals by first name and vice versa. So a lot of the time it's tearing down those walls, building that communication, and then when you have that avenue and that success, then you get those services to those individuals.
So that's where you really think you've got success then occurring is you're building rapport, and maybe there's an enhanced ability to build rapport when you're on a cycle as opposed to in a squad car. I don't know, just maybe makes sense. And so you're building that kind of rapport, and then that's ultimately why these individuals are saying, yes, I'll go where you want to take me and take me down the road to Haven.
Yes.
That's really what's happening.
And then important to mention, our SA Core team is not in uniform. They're wearing a soft uniform, polo shirt. They're all wearing the same. The gun sometimes is hidden, sometimes it's not. But for the most part, we're building that rapport a lot of times with the SA Core team, not in uniform.
Okay, well, that's really great. And when did you start that? When did you start the cycling focus, the uniform change, all of that? When did that occur?
So in April of 2022, we started a pilot program with the SA Core team. In July of this year, we went full-time, 24/7, 7 days a week, 3 teams on each shift with the SA Core team. But the bike unit has been around for forever in our downtown focus area. Earlier this year, we started a high visibility initiative in the downtown district, which basically calls for additional patrols, whether it be on bike patrol, in a marked patrol unit, in an undercover capacity, but there's additional resources in the downtown footprint to help not only with crime, but also as visibility. And that's basically lends to a lot of communication when you have that many more officers in that downtown footprint.
Excellent. And to our friend from Appleseed, thank you for being here, and thank you for talking about this issue around teenage homelessness. I've been blessed to work on this for a number of years, and we've had some success. I couldn't believe, to someone referenced earlier, one of the earlier testimonies, that we just had some silly laws on the books that would put people back on the streets at midnight at the height of the problem. And so I want to thank you for what you're doing there to help our homeless teens. And it was an honor to work with you on bank accounts, if you will, for these foster kids and so forth. So thank you for your support on that. And then lastly, I guess my question really would be to our friend from Houston, ma'am, with regard to data. What do you, I know, I appreciate so much your focus on data. If you had to wrap your arms around one type of data, one that is in particular our Achilles heel, where we're really weak and we need to do more to augment the data collection that we have to be able to assist in the projects that we have around the state to end homelessness, what would that look like? What is the greatest deficiency, I guess, is the question I'm asking.
I think the most practical answer to that is I'm not sure we know what's missing until we know what we have. And so that data sharing piece that we've talked about across the morning is still paramount to even figuring out what we don't know, right? Because data can tell you anything you want data to tell you.
Oh, that's fair.
And so I think it's helpful if you can figure out the way that you're sharing it and then having a group look at it and say, okay, what does this tell me and what does this not tell me? And what is it that I would want to know? Because you would want to derive really good questions so that all of us that have to gather data go back and say, you know what, we can get that for you. We can figure out these pieces. I'm not sure we know yet exactly what we don't know. And until we know that, we would just be gathering more and more data or looking for something in a haystack that maybe is already there, we just didn't know was available. And so, for example, even some of the lovely suggestions here, like in Houston, we have an app that when our outreach teams go out, they're automatically loading that in. So people know exactly where they are and they have the information on the HMIS. So I think it's really about knowing what we have, doing an inventory of it, deciding what it's supposed to tell us, what it's not telling us, and then doing a deep dive in what we would really want to know.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mark, I had a quick question.
We didn't realize there's somebody on the right.
Oh, yeah. Only one over here. I'm looking at the numbers here, and 179 of the 247 are in these two sectors.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, it's
why do we think?
like I said, that's Council District. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Council District 2, which is Jesse Marino's district that testified here today. And that just happens to be those are the areas very close to City Hall, and fairly close to the Bridge, which is a homeless center in Dallas. That's where the vast majority, every single time we count. It's very interesting. I mean, if you look at the biggest homeless encampments, I think I've attached you photos showing City Hall in the background. The biggest homeless encampments, the biggest source of all the homeless in downtown are within eyesight of City Hall in those districts.
And I was also wondering, Councilmember Moreno said there's not really coordination between the kind of charitable feeding organizations,
right?
And if that
so you
is
do
happening
see
there, and it may be, I don't know.
You do see in those areas, you do see a lot of the feeding. We've intentionally tried not to go down and do our count on those feeding days because that would just really inflate the numbers substantially. So we intentionally do not go down and do our counts on those days. So these are more normalized numbers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you each for your testimony. And Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being here. To our officer from San Antonio Police Department. You mentioned de-escalation. I think, what percentage of the officers in the department are trained in mental health crisis? Because I know there's a mental health crisis unit within the SAPD. Because I mean that which is critical, important for people to know that's probably the best thing to do when you have a family member, a loved one, or someone you can see there in crisis, to ask for the crisis. Someone that's trained in that can recognize the symptoms and is going to know how to de-escalate.
Sure. So each and every one of our officers is trained in critical intervention. And then every 3 years, we get an minimum 8-hour refresher course.
Awesome.
Yep, and we're about to launch crisis intervention 2.0, so to speak. In the
So, of
department.
all the police officers, how many officers are we up to now in the department in San Antonio?
2,500?
2,500. Every one of them's trained in crisis intervention.
Yes, sir.
So that they know how to deal with someone that's in a crisis, how to recognize that's awesome. That's wonderful news. I'm glad to hear that. Because for a while there, I was under the impression there was a crisis intervention unit within the department. I think the sheriff's department has a unit within there, but it's good to know that you all have everybody's trained. Thank you for being here and what you do.
Sure.
And to the young person on the end that talking about from Appleseed, what can we do to better serve the young people, the homeless young people? You mentioned that their experience is different than the average, maybe I don't want to say average or normal, but the adult-based or family-based homelessness problem.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the opportunity. So we recently, with the help of Martine, who I work with, made a Texas homeless youth resource map. So it's like an online tool where you can go in and see what's near you. And when you do that, you just see how little services we have dedicated towards youth. And I'll pick on Houston just for example. We're used to it. Yeah. Well, I'm from there, so it's okay. But they don't have they have a drop-in center here, a drop-in center there. They don't have a dedicated homeless youth shelter or anywhere that kids can go for a longer period of time. We have like Covenant House, but that's a gap. You have a huge city. Houston is not unique in that. And so I think some way to help cities, maybe through some funding from the state, matching from the city to support these kind of things, because young people often don't feel safe in an adult shelter either. And so they will either go to friends' houses, couch surf, the kind of things I mentioned, but then they also can end up on the street because they're avoiding the adult shelter. So.
Right. And if they're couch surfing, they don't know what they're going to encounter, from, home to home as well. So so youth center, so maybe y'all could help with drafting what it would look like, a grant would look like, a matching grant between cities and the state in terms of serving and what the needs would be. Maybe you could help us with that.
Sure, that would be great. And we have other, I would say, smaller bills around policy that we'll be pushing this session. So, trying to get McKinney-Vento liaisons in post-secondary settings is one of them. I mentioned, a somewhat small amount in the grand scheme of our budget to give money to TA to funnel to McKinney-Vento liaisons.
Right.
So those are some of the things. Decriminalizing running away. So I would love to meet and talk about all those, but yeah.
I think the higher ed or post-secondary McKinney-Vento liaison would be a good investment for us, because that way we can help young people transition from being in the foster care system to being young adults. That's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for each of the witnesses for what you're doing. Thank you for being here to share with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. The chair now calls Eric Samuels, Allison Greer, Susan Spataro, and Tanya Lavelle. Eric Samuels, Allison Greer, Susan Spataro, thank you, and Tanya Lavelle. Maybe Tanya Lavelle. Maybe we'll find out. I may have gotten those all wrong, but we'll find out.
Right.
Oh, yeah, all right. Thank you. Thank you each for being here, and if you have some written materials, we'll take them over there, and you can follow up with those later if you wish as well. And so if you're ready, we'll go from my right to your left. If you'll introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. I'm Eric Samuels. I'm the president and CEO of Texas Homeless Network, and what you're going to hear from me is a lot of what you've heard so far. We have to have resources to prevent people from falling into homelessness, and we have to have resources that can help us get people out of homelessness. We work with all homeless response systems across the state. In fact, we're also the lead agency for a homeless response system that covers the rural areas of the state. Another thing that we do is we collect data from our homeless management information system implementations across the state. And you'll have that data on the written testimony I provide you. And I'm going to give you some of that data. So looking at the best data we have on people experiencing homelessness, and please keep in mind, this is not 100% of the data out there. We're still missing a lot of data, but this is the best source. We see that our system has helped house over 27,000 people in 2022 and 2023. This is mostly because of deeply affordable housing and supportive housing. This is not counting the people that we have helped prevent homelessness on. Despite that success, and these are successes that we want to celebrate, during that time, over 94,000 people fell into homelessness. So we just can't keep up on either end. We don't have enough truly affordable or supportive housing or flexible funding to prevent or help divert people out of homelessness on the front end, and then we don't have the tools on the back end to help people escape homelessness. If we're serious about reducing homelessness, we need resources dedicated to help keeping Texans housed, and we need to open more opportunities for those that have been on the street or in shelters so they can be rehoused. And all of our communities all talked about that. They all do it a little different way, but they all have the same goal, and those different strategies fit the unique needs of each of those communities. And I just want to thank all my colleagues from around the state for providing such good information to this committee. I think this is a great opportunity. I hope it's been educational for everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please pull that microphone over and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Allison Greer. I work for the Center for Healthcare Services. You've heard a lot of discussion about us. We run the sobering and detox unit. We also provide inpatient and outpatient treatment on the Haven campus. And I do want to say a point of personal privilege. I remember Senator Menendez when you were on the zoning committee at the city of San Antonio. So thank you for your service.
How did he do?
Great.
Okay.
He did great.
I figured so.
That was a lifetime ago, sir. So you've heard a lot of talk, certainly from the Haven for Hope folks, and you've heard a lot about homelessness, and you've heard a lot also about mental health and substance use in that population. And what we know from a recent Harvard study is that 76% of homeless populations across the nation have a mental health and or a substance use disorder. What we see a lot of in our treatment is that they have both. In addition, these individuals run an elevated risk of medical conditions. They have trauma, as you've certainly heard before. They are incarcerated. We see a lot of those people. And they have increased rates of suicide and homicide. They present unique treatment challenges for everybody who touches this population. We're supportive of the Haven model. We are a valued partner, I think, there. But there is a segment of the population that we treat that are addicted to alcohol and drugs and that need mental health treatment, and they are not able to be stable with that particular model. And what I'm asking you today is that you consider an alternative model for these folks that are really, really sick. And that is that they have a separate residential treatment program that's trauma-informed, that's away from and apart from the general population of homeless. They are struggling to get well, they're struggling to detox, and they need that extra support. Mr. Chairman, and Senator Parker is not here. You talked also, and Chief Benavides did, about the SA Core. The county has another program like that. May I continue? Thank you. Okay. Those are called multidisciplinary response teams, and they have a CHCS clinician, one of our clinicians. They have police. They usually have an ambulance service. Some of them have a peer embedded. And the goal of that team, those teams, is, and it's not just homeless, but that's a lot of that population, is to de-escalate a crisis on scene and to connect that person to outpatient treatment. And our teams, both SA Core and the SMART team from Bexar County, have been so successful that they have transitioned 784 people from a crisis situation on the street to outpatient services. A great problem to have. We're over-serving our adult target now, but what a wonderful program to have. And so if there's anything on the wish list, funding certainly for services, but also just a recognition of the great work that those teams are doing, because that's another part of, I don't see anybody downtown that's homeless. That's another piece of that we really haven't talked a lot about today, is the work that those great teams are doing.
Thank you for that. So,
thank you.
So as you say, it's not limited to the homeless population. As I understand, in the recent past, someone is acting unusually or maybe even creating a disturbance, but not harming anyone.
Right.
In the past, those folks went to jail. We're learning now that we can get them real help.
Yes,
they don't
sir.
need to be in jail. And good for them, good for everybody else. That's kind of the concept we're describing here. Right? We're in San Antonio, as I recall, has led in that, even around the country, not just in the homeless setting. Is that right?
That is correct. And we've actually had a crisis continuum in some form or fashion since 2002, but it's been incremental. So we got a sobering unit because we realized that people who needed to sleep it off basically didn't belong in jail. Then that led to a detox unit. Okay, you're sobered up. Now we've got peer support specialists who are saying, we've seen you 10 times now. Do you want to change your life? Is it time for you to do something else? So we've got all of these pieces of the continuum that we've been building steadily. These multidisciplinary teams are sort of the latest in that continuum. And there also is a wonderful program. Chief Benavides talked about it a little bit, and it's called Law Enforcement Navigation. It is done under the auspices of our Regional Advisory Council, or STRAC. And every law enforcement knows when they pick up somebody on an emergency detention, and law enforcement is the only one who can do that, they call MedCom at STRAC, and then MedCom routes them, if they're medically stable, to the closest, most appropriate hospital with inpatient capacity. All of that is done in real time, and so they're not overloading an emergency room downtown because they happen to be closest to that. And it's a remarkable model as well.
Good.
So, yeah. Thank you,
for
sir.
that. Thank you for that. Oh, Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that last point that you mentioned, we were having a problem downtown with just one or two of the downtown hospitals being overloaded, overrun with the unhoused population. And so we put all the hospitals together because other parts of the country were sometimes discharging, calling cabs for people in their robes and sticking them in a cab and just sending them somewhere. And that's called patient dumping. And we addressed that issue, but it took the whole community, took all the hospitals, everybody together. Now, the specific beds you were mentioning, are those the ones they refer to as forensic beds?
They are beds that the local hospitals, not all of them, but Laurel Ridge, SABH, that they provide for inpatient capacity. They are not the same as like a forensic bed at SASH, which we can't get.
Right.
We can't access those.
Right.
But it's inpatient capacity for somebody who needs to go on an emergency detention, on an ED.
That's something we need to look at because that obviously that person would not be. It wouldn't be fair to the rest of the population. It doesn't just normally just needs a place to sleep to have that person there. So yeah. Oh.
And that's a data-driven model also. So that behavioral health group at STRAC, they meet monthly and they look at what's working and who's got how the load is being distributed, if you will, how the patient load is being distributed. And it's a remarkable model. And that might be something you would consider studying also, Mr. Chairman, is that looking at that part of the crisis continuum, looking at how that's managed in Bexar County.
Especially for our big urban centers, that's going to be important. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Go ahead and pull that close and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes, members. My name is Tanya Lavelle. I am a policy specialist with Disability Rights Texas. Housing is the cornerstone of wellness, and without a safe and affordable place to live, people cannot be expected to thrive in their communities, especially people with disabilities who are overrepresented in the homeless population. Programs like Haven for Hope that assist people experiencing homelessness to receive the critical services they need are crucial, and Haven does an excellent job of serving that population. However, relying on organizations like Haven for Hope is not the best way to address the homelessness crisis. Really, we need to be focused on prevention. I'm not the first person to tell you that today. I will briefly mention that at the end of August, the Texas Comptroller's Office actually released a report entitled The Housing Affordability Challenge, which does highlight the state's current shortage of rental units as a primary affordability concern. I mentioned more in my written. I definitely would refer everyone to that report. It's very interesting. It's something to note that Texas is currently about 1.5 million units short for people in the 50% or below AMI income bracket, which is largely people that you're going to see that have to budget, every dollar of their money if they're going to be able to stay in their housing and are constantly at risk of becoming unhoused if, any kind of normal day-to-day crisis comes up in their family, one that would not, we wouldn't have to worry about. A couple of recommendations: invest in building more deeply affordable housing. Like I mentioned, the 50% and 50% AMI and below, those are the folks who really are the most need for more affordable housing. We can do that using the new state housing tax credit program that y'all created last session. Currently, TDHCA uses that as a way to build more deeply affordable units. And I'd also briefly mention that we could look into policies improving tools we already have, including housing vouchers, something that we tried to do last session as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Susan Spataro, and I'm just a resident of Austin and speaking on my own behalf. For 24 years, however, I was the county auditor in Travis County, so I'm really familiar with funding and controls. One of the things that I want to say right up front is that whatever program you do, there need to be controls and performance measures that you are looking at and demanding. It seems we can't just keep dumping more and more and more money on programs that are not successful, and it feels that way. I'm sorry Senator Parker's not here because I appreciate the fact that he talked about the impact on the regular citizen of the homelessness, and you'll see that in Austin. We're in a policing crisis. You've been here, you know that. And the truth of the matter is downtown Austin is no longer safe for regular people to walk around. It's not right. Things happen like, I know two people, one on Congress Avenue and one on Lamar, just walking down the street, and a homeless person took their fist and smashed him in the face for no reason whatsoever. Another merchant, 9 times their business has been broken into. The insurance, they don't think they can get insurance anymore. A friend of mine, 16-year-old, was driving a car. Homeless guy jumps up at an intersection, lands on the hood of her car, and terrifies her. These things cannot be tolerated. So there needs to be an enforcement police part of this. And when people talk about social services, I absolutely agree with that, but it does not replace the need for law enforcement. And so I hope that in any program that you have or pay for, that you ask those kind of questions, and that the cities getting the money are not enabling homelessness, but are looking at everyone's benefit, the people who live here, the people who work here, all of them deserve benefits from the money. So I hope, and if I can help you with that, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, and thank you for emphasizing that. That's all important. We want to get folks the help they need. There are also citizens who are not experiencing homelessness who need to be thought of as well. Business owners, tourists, folks who live in these areas, folks who just want to go downtown or anywhere in the city. You're exactly right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Safrani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Ms. LaBelle. What policies does the state have that impact people who are homeless that could be tweaked specifically for those with disabilities?
So one of the biggest tools that can be used for housing for people with disabilities is the low-income housing tax credit program. And anything that the state can do to improve that program to create more units, because that is honestly one of the only ways that low-income units that are accessible are built in the state. If you're a person with a disability, if you're a low-income person, you have problems trying to find a place to live. If you're a low-income person with a child with a disability or a person in a wheelchair, you have exponentially more of a difficult time trying to find a place to live. So I would encourage, any sort of tweaks that we can do to the low-income housing tax credit program. One of the ones I mentioned, the state housing tax credit program that was created last session, that is being used by the agency to specifically target deeply affordable units. So I think one thing that could easily be done is just to consider adding more funding to that, because that would allow developers more access to these funds specifically to target the deepest affordable units that are available.
Thank you. I'm sure you heard earlier testimony about groups within the population of people who are homeless, specifically veterans, persons aging out of foster care. keeping in mind those groups, how are persons with disabilities represented as members of those various groups?
So it's difficult to track because we do know that people with disabilities are overrepresented in those groups because a person experiencing a mental illness is a person with a disability. And we know that people experiencing mental illness are highly represented in the homeless population. Excuse me, I lost my train of thought.
You're not the first.
I appreciate the flexibility with that one. But yes, I digress. What I was going to say is that we know that, but we also know that it's underrepresented, like undercounted rather. Because people, if you're going to, talk to them in the homeless population, you have to expect them to self-identify that they have a mental illness, that they have, an invisible disability. Otherwise, you're not tracking it. And so, there's a lot of data to suggest that we know that the population of people experiencing homelessness has a very high, there's a lot of people with disabilities within that population, but we know that it is undercounted because we have to rely on people to self-identify.
Thank you. And how would you differentiate the policy changes needed for persons with disabilities that are physical versus emotional versus mental?
That is a lot. And I appreciate you asking me that question because it is quite varied, and it's something that I know we've talked a lot about people experiencing mental illness and people, needing those resources, and they are very different from the resources that people without, a mental illness, but, could potentially, have a physical limitation or are unable to, have auditory limitations. They're different resources that need to be considered. And when you're talking about the homeless population, I guess, I'll end up kind of bouncing back more to creating more housing, is that within programs like the tax credit program, within voucher programs like Section 811 that are specifically for people with disabilities, those programs do cater specifically to people with mobility concerns, with auditory, visibility issues, because they fall under federal regulation and they have to comport with the Fair Housing Act, with the ADA. And so those resources they can be used for both types of, you're talking about a mental illness or an intellectual developmental disability versus people who actually have mobility and need more physical access to housing as well.
Here's a question that probably will throw all of you off guard, so whoever would like to answer. But many members of the legislature over many, many years have focused on the use of respectful language. For example, not referring to people or groups of people by a condition or illness or disability. For example, we don't talk about lepers, about the cancerous, about the blind. We say people who are blind, people who have cancer, etc. What is the appropriate terminology for people who are homeless?
People experiencing homelessness. I got it first.
Unsheltered, yeah.
Yep.
People who are
You all
experiencing
agree?
homelessness. Yes, go ahead.
You're not defined by your state.
Pardon?
You're not defined by what state you're in.
Right.
We use people first language, and people experiencing homelessness falls into that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For a loop.
Thank you. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you each for your testimony.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. The chair now calls Larry Satterwhite, Leah Baker, Lauren King, and Lindsay Haynes. We're looking for Larry Satterwhite, Leah Baker, Lauren King, and Lindsay Haynes. And we'll give Mr. Satterwhite a little bit more time. How about Sam Whiteside? Is Sam Whiteside in the room and ready to testify? All right. Come on down and make yourself comfortable. And then coming up on the next panel, we're still going to be looking for Mr. Satterwhite, also Megan Roshto. So be close by. We'll be calling you up on the next panel. And so if everybody's ready, I know you just got there, I called you late. If you're ready, pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, senators. It's an honor to be here. As a first timer, I'll ask for your grace. My name is Sam Whiteside, and I'm here representing myself as well as Disrupting Homelessness, an organization whose aim is to reduce street homelessness through improved data and increased transparency.
All right, good.
I had a lot prepared, though. This wonderful discussion has really changed the contents of this. It's really impressive to see the level at which y'all are discussing these important topics. It honors the work that we do, and I'm very proud and feel blessed to be a resident of the state, given y'all's commitment to this important work. I've been researching homelessness for the last 3 years full-time after leaving a real estate career. And I'd like to highlight today the proper role of state governance, given the current context, to provide some important clarification around definitions based on today's discussion, and to speak to the unique differentiators with Haven for Hope that may convey statewide. Also, if there's time, I'd like to touch on a handful of questions that went unanswered, specifically around affordable housing, around the appropriate metrics, and around state capabilities that policy could practically affect. And so first, regarding the state's role, given the current context, failed federal policy is playing out locally through misaligned incentives, unhelpful vagueness, and funding implications. The state can improve reporting, can require a minimally acceptable level of local governance, and can report the truth on what's happening. Would it be all right if I spoke to my second and third point, or is
Oh, of course, no,
my
you're
time
fine. That was just a 1 minute warning. You're
Oh,
you go
lovely.
ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Some key distinctions to think about as we're processing this data are bed type. An emergency shelter bed is very different than an apartment, which might be classified as permanent housing, other permanent housing, permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, safe haven, or transitional housing. And in the past 15 years, funding towards emergency shelter has dramatically increased. And then in my study specifically in Austin, I see how local policies have had a significant impact on emergency shelter. It's an important distinction. Also, when we look at the populations being served, we've talked about foster care and veterans and some other groups. And if the state is able to report the metrics for each of those groups, I believe it will empower our citizens with the capability to make much better decisions. And I believe that they're actively looking at the data to do that. And then in terms of Haven for Hope, I believe specifically that their sobriety requirements early on were very helpful in taking what was street homelessness and introducing to people that we will provide shelter for you and continue to advance you as you advance with us. I understand now that that is no longer the policy, though I do believe in dramatically reducing street homelessness, that did play a factor for their first years. I also believe the culture there, as Kimberly mentioned today, of empowering individuals, starting with the housing plan and really focusing on what we can do, it has made a huge difference, and that would convey across markets. Thank you for your time. I apologize for the excessive bit there.
No, not at all. Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for your testimony. Pull the microphone over and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Lauren King, and I'm the Executive Director of Partnership Home. We are based in Fort Worth and serve Tarrant and Parker counties, and our mission is to transform the community through partnership, leadership, and innovation. So we're the lead agency for the local continuum of care, and we work with about 40 different partner agencies, all of whom are serving people experiencing homelessness. Our community has been incredibly successful in addressing homelessness over the past 5 years. Despite Tarrant County's incredible growth last year, homelessness actually dropped by 12%. Our partners work together every year, and they work together better all the time to help more and more people find a place to call home. Much like my partners across the state, we don't believe that one size fits all. Fort Worth does have a relatively centralized systems where all the services are provided in a relatively small footprint. True Worthplace is our day shelter and hosts about 60 different partners, all of whom bring services to the population, and they work together with one another to make sure that those are coordinated. 60% of our population locally is either working or is willing to work. So for those who simply need a deposit and a jump start back into life, we're able to provide that. Sometimes people need a little bit of money to make ends meet. We can also do that. So we really feel like people's housing solutions should be based on what their needs are. Our community has really made the transition from being shelter focused to housing focused, and we believe the key to reducing homelessness is having a place for people to live and helping them increase their income. The other focus for our community is working to prevent homelessness. Like many of my other partners, during the pandemic, we had a huge influx in investment in rental assistance and in eviction prevention. Although the program wasn't perfect, for us locally, homelessness dropped by 43%. We've heard some communities where homelessness went up. Ours did not. It actually dropped by 43%. And at one point, we had 3 families in our emergency shelter, which was incredible. Families are also of paramount importance. We often look at San Antonio and Fort Worth and San Antonio see very similar things. It's important to us to serve those families and ensure that no child is on the street. Senator Zaffirini, you asked what policy should be included to address homelessness. My answer is funding for housing and committing to a diverse supply of housing that meets people across their lifespans and what their needs are.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and esteemed members of the Texas Senate Committee on State Affairs. My name is Leah Baker, and I am the Executive Director for Entryway Central Texas. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today on the critical issue of homelessness in our state. I'm here to present a proven solution that is transforming lives across 12 states, including parts of Texas and now Central Texas. Entryway is a national 501c3 organization dedicated to facilitating the transition of individuals and families at risk of or experiencing situational homelessness toward economic self-sufficiency. We accomplish this by collaborating with organizations such as LifeWorks and domestic violence shelters, which refer individuals who meet our vetting criteria for assistance. Our primary partnerships are with private market entities, including apartment communities that provide full-time employment and discounted housing at 30 to 40% below market rates. Additionally, Entryway directly offers essential support services, including financial literacy, career training, and a year of mentorship during participants' first year of employment. Our partnerships with the apartment industry not only help fill high turnover positions, such as groundskeepers, leasing professionals, and maintenance technicians, but also secure affordable housing for our participants. Properties that hire through Entryway see an impressive 87% retention rate, well above the industry average. Despite the critical role we play, we often struggle to access state funding because our model does not fit traditional criteria for chronic homelessness, even though 76% of people experiencing homelessness start as situationally homeless. We need a multi-pronged approach that combines housing with employment and support services. The City of Austin's plan to end homelessness highlights the difficulty in finding affordable housing, which we feel an organization like ours can help fill that gap. I urge you to consider incorporating organizations like ours into your funding mechanisms, allowing us to provide long-term solutions. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, for what you're doing. Welcome. Pull the microphone over and introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Right. Chairman Hughes and esteemed members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lindsay Haynes, and I own Metric Property Management based here in Austin, Texas. I recently had the privilege of partnering with Entryway, which has just launched in our area, and I also serve on the board of this remarkable organization. I'm here to share my excitement about this partnership and the positive impact that I believe we are going to have on our community. But before I discuss my experience with Entryway, I want to take a moment to share my story. I rarely tell this, as it's deeply personal, but out of necessity to support myself, I dropped out of school in the 10th grade. By the age of 18, I was a mother of 2. But I was blessed to find a career in multifamily housing, and 25 years later, I'm the immediate past president of the Austin Apartment Association. I own the property management firm. I own 443 apartment communities, or homes, and 9 communities in Central Texas, a construction company, and a digital marketing company. But I would have very likely become a statistic had it not been for being given an opportunity in the multifamily housing industry. This is my reason for joining the board at Entryway and what led me to become an industry partner. As a new partner for the Entryway program, I've seen the potential that this remarkable initiative holds for our community, and we're just beginning our work, but we've already been able to provide job placements and housing for individuals like Megan, who you'll talk to, and that is incredibly fulfilling. Enterway equips participants with the essential skills and ongoing mentorship, ensuring they're prepared to succeed in their roles. I'm so excited to see how this program can not only transform the lives of our participants, but also our communities and the residents that we serve. Through my involvement, I'm committed to creating a supportive environment that empowers individuals to achieve economic self-sufficiency. And I believe when we invest in people, we strengthen our communities and create a better future. I'd like to encourage this community to prioritize access to state funds for organizations like Entryway. Supporting their mission is critical to combating situational homelessness and fostering opportunities for those eager to improve their lives. Together, we can build a Texas where everyone has a chance to thrive and continue positively to our society. Thank you for your time and attention. I look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony and sharing your testimony, what your experience. That's encouraging. Senators, any questions for members of this panel? The Dean of the Senate is recognized.
Thank you so much. Ms. Baker, how would we develop different policies to address people who are homeless in a chronic or situational condition?
I think looking at the barriers to working is very important. Affordable childcare, transportation, financial literacy, life skills. I think when people have that kind of support, they're more likely to work and stay employed.
And is it your testimony that the reason that we have to have different policies is because of the long-term impact of those conditions, or what is your rationale?
Yes, I believe that with those support services, people will stay employed and it will reduce chronic homelessness.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for this panel? Thank you each for what you're doing. Thanks for being here. Thank you. The chair now calls Larry Satterwhite, Megan Rostow, Kirsten Budwine. No, Kirsten, didn't mean to mispronounce your name. And Lauren Rose. All right, and so we're looking for Megan Rostow, Kirsten Budwine, Lauren Rose, and we'll start with that. We'll start with those. That's what we got, an extra chair. That's fine. That's fine. Welcome. No problem. Get some water if you need to. Pull the microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Rose. I'm the Director of Public Policy at Texas Network of Youth Services. We're a statewide network of youth services providers. Our members serve youth experiencing homelessness, youth in foster care, youth in the juvenile justice system, and other at-risk services. We're here today to make sure that when you're thinking about addressing homelessness, that you're thinking specifically about youth and young adults experiencing homelessness, and recognize that they are a different population than the rest of the homeless the population experiencing homelessness. They need youth-specific supports, recognizing that they have not received the supports they need to transition to adulthood already. We believe that addressing youth and young adult homelessness is addressing and preventing long-term chronic homelessness. And because it is such a vulnerable population, it is also preventing sexual exploitation and trafficking of youth and young adults. This data was shared earlier, but want to highlight that our schools have identified 16,000 students who are experiencing homelessness without a parent. These are students who have been kicked out of their homes. They have run away from unsafe homes and are experiencing homelessness alone on the streets, sometimes house hopping, sometimes parents are getting them teachers are getting them hotel rooms for a few nights. But our communities do not have the shelters that they need to house and support this population. And more specifically, in law, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-olds cannot provide consent for housing. And we need to make sure that we are allowing these youth to go into shelters for more than 14 days until we can find them safe housing. And so we're asking that we change the laws to allow for youth, 16 and 17-year-olds, to consent if their parents won't provide consent. Sometimes parents kick their kids out of their homes and will provide the consent to move into shelter, but not always. Did my time end? No. Okay. And then I think the final thing that I will acknowledge, Senator Menendez, you talked earlier, very eloquently stated that we really need to be supporting youth aging out of care when they experience homelessness. I want to emphasize that's all youth and young adults, because if they're experiencing homelessness, at 18, 19, 20, 21. I think the foster care system also failed them because they didn't identify that they were in an unsafe home and had to run away. These are young people who have experienced significant trauma, and they need our supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself for the record and give us your testimony.
Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Kirsten Budwine, and I'm a policy attorney at the Texas Civil Rights Project. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony on the interim charge of addressing homelessness. TCRP is invested in and advocates for solutions to the social and economic dilemma of homelessness. We are currently challenging a Dallas ordinance that criminalizes panhandling and a Houston ordinance that criminalizes members of organizations like Food Not Bombs for passing out food to the unhoused. We are encouraged by the committee's desire to propose legislation to address the root causes of homelessness because, as we've seen, bills like Texas's 2021 HB 1925, which made it a Class C misdemeanor for homeless individuals to camp in public, has not addressed the problem that leads to homelessness. And in fact, it often exacerbates the issue by saddling struggling individuals with costly and prohibitive criminal records. We are grateful for and admire those in our state who provide desperately needed responsive services for people experiencing homelessness. We hope in considering programs to replace, we continue to prioritize options that are accessible and inclusive, ensuring individuals with criminal records, people with substance use disorders, mental illnesses, and other disabilities can access housing services and shelter. And all these things are essential. We hope this committee also spends an equal amount of time focusing on preventative solutions. As already stated, the lack of affordable housing in Texas is a major cause of homelessness. The National Low Income Housing Coalition reports that in Texas, a person who makes minimum wage would need to work 129 hours a week to afford a one-bedroom apartment at fair market rent. As Texas Homelessness Network puts it, housing ends homelessness. We also know that people with criminal convictions are 10 times more likely to experience homelessness. And I'll cut my testimony short in saying that we're grateful for the committee for considering and uplifting organizations that are prioritizing alternatives to criminalizing people who are experiencing homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my journey with you today. A journey that has been transformed by compassion and support of Entryway.
Get a little closer to the microphone so we can hear you. Go ahead. You can pull it to you if you need to. Thank you.
I'm proud to be a participant in the Entryway program. I stand before you not just as someone who has benefited from this incredible organization, but as living proof of the power, hope, community, and unwavering determination. Before I share the details of my experience with Entryway so far, I would like to open my heart and share my personal story. I struggle with having stability in a safe area for me and my kids. We've been in domestic violence situations, and it was hard being a single mom because of Entryway, we were able to have stability, and it has been just us, and my kids are so grateful and happier. This chapter in my life has taught me to the profound importance of programs like Entryway that extended a lifeline to those of us facing hardship we never imagined we'd encounter. After being accepted into the program, my life began to change in ways I couldn't have anticipated. The process of Entryway was a process of doing the assigned courses, really jumping in and showing that you want a chance for a better future. I was interviewed and was given resources for appropriate clothing and shoes, interview tips, and after one interview with Metric Property, I was offered the job. They even went above and beyond for me and helped me with Lyft until I moved on property, helped with my daughter so I could work, and they still help in any way they can. They also furnished our apartment, not just one room, but the whole apartment. My kids actually each have a bed. The team at Entryway didn't just offer me a job, they offered me a future filled with possibilities. Their ongoing mentorship has been a beacon of light, guiding me through challenges and celebrating my success.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Who's with you?
This is my daughter. She's 8.
All right. Welcome. Glad to have you both here. Thank you for sharing your story, for encouraging others, encouraging us. Senators, any questions for our friends on this panel? Senator Parker.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just appreciate you all being here, and I just wanted to encourage you and your daughter, and very proud of the progress and You're doing great, and we just wish you every blessing in the future going forward. So
Thank you so much.
thank you all for being here, and thanks for the excellent testimony.
Thank you all so much. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Kieran Jackson, Maddie Garza, Liz Schoenfeld, Zenobia Joseph. Come on down. You're fine. Come on down. All right, we'll start over here. So pull the microphone close so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Karen Jackson, Senators. Hi, I'm Karen Jackson, and I am part of the Youth Advisory Council leadership at Texas Network of Youth Services. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to share that youth and young adults who experience homelessness are different than adults and should be treated as such. I first experienced homelessness with my family when I was 15. We were house hopping and staying in hotels. Eventually, we got housing, but my mother later kicked me out. At 18, I was homeless and alone. I was late to school every day and failing most of my classes. When I went to the shelter, I was immediately put in the men's dorm. They were predators, and I was not safe. After high school, I was sleeping on the streets, staying with family and house hopping. And now that I was employed, my entire check went to paying for the extended stay / hotel rooms. I rarely had money for food. Maintaining a job was hard with the stress and anxiety of no transportation. I was young and I'd never been taught how to live on my own, so I became homeless again. Fortunately, I was able to get in a shelter specifically for youth and young adults, and they had a waiting list. It was easier to walk around and to be comfortable as a youth. We all had our own experience, such as foster care, sexual exploitation and abuse, and etc. And that's what connected us all. I'm happy to report that the Homeless Coalition helped me pay my deposit, and I've been paying my rent for the last 8 months. I have no longer got financial support for food or housing. However, I did advocate for myself and asked to continue my therapy from when I was at Covenant House. I still can't afford therapy, but I've been through a lot, and keeping the therapist is helping me stay grounded with my own mental health. The vital services and support geared to young adults can help youth like me be more successful and can prevent long-term and chronic homeless. As we work to address homelessness, please don't forget about the vulnerable youth and young adults. If you have any questions, we can converse on how we can bring more mental health support and housing services to youth and young adults.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you. That helps us a lot. Thank you. Pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hughes and committee members. My name is Liz Schoenfeld, and I'm the CEO of LifeWorks, a nonprofit here in Austin, Texas, that is committed to solving youth homelessness. We provide a full continuum of housing and homelessness services, education and workforce programming, and mental health and counseling services. And of the youth in Austin who transition into permanent housing, LifeWorks is responsible for about 2/3 of those transitions to permanent housing. However, the number of youth experiencing homelessness in our community has more than tripled since 2020. Today, there are 934 youth that are currently on the waiting list for permanent housing here in Austin, Texas. About half of these youth have children of their own. 68% have a history of systems involvement, with 56% having a history of foster care involvement. And then youth who exit the foster care system, depending on the study, between 31% and 46% are exiting or will experience homelessness by the time that they are 26. So again, just reiterating the fact that youth experiencing homelessness often have that history of foster care involvement, and they're ill-prepared to exit the system and live independently on their own. It's also important to keep in mind that youth homelessness is qualitatively different from other forms of homelessness. It tends to be less visible. And the reason why, in part, is because youth are often reluctant to engage in adult services. The root causes are also different. If you ask a young person to pinpoint when they first started experiencing homelessness, they will often attribute the reason for their homelessness to a disruption in their family relationships. Programming for youth experiencing homelessness needs to be developmentally appropriate, and family stabilization should be a key priority. Greater investments in, wait for it, prevention services, like counseling and home case management and respite services will not only save the state money in the long term, but will also result in better outcomes for young people. Because the causes of youth homelessness are different, the solutions need to look different too. What works for veterans or for families or for adults with disabilities may not necessarily work for young people. And in a similar vein, and to echo my colleagues here today, what works in one community may not necessarily work in another community. And while I believe that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for homelessness, LifeWorks and many of the other providers represented here today are just grateful to be part of the solution. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you for your service to the state of Texas.
Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that good and close and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Maddie Garza, and I'm a policy fellow at the Hogg Foundation for Mental Health. We appreciate the chance to provide input on addressing homelessness charge and to echo recommendations to improve supportive housing options for people with serious mental illness through community-focused initiatives. We at the Hogg Foundation acknowledge and appreciate greatly the Senate's commitment to addressing homelessness and finding sustainable solutions for all people living in Texas. Homelessness is a growing challenge every corner of the state is facing, not just in the metropolitan areas. Conversations with our grant partners in rural communities such as Brooks, Bastrop, Nacogdoches, and Victoria revealed that the struggle with homelessness in their communities was burdensome and prevalent across county lines. They're striving to secure housing with limited resources and emphasize the need to address both housing challenges and behavioral health needs of those experiencing homelessness in their community. The 2023 point-in-time count of homelessness in Texas found that over 23% of individuals experiencing homelessness have severe mental illness, and 15% of individuals experiencing homelessness have a chronic substance use condition as well. As people have mentioned today, this includes people like Texas veterans, people with disabilities, and youth. Research shows that poor housing quality and instability can further exacerbate poor mental health conditions, creating a cyclical relationship. For example, deteriorating mental health can hinder employment, leading to reduced income, increased poverty, higher risks of homelessness, which can therefore also increase mental health challenges. Individuals with serious mental illness require a safe, secure, and uninterrupted place to live as they recover, along with access to behavioral health services that enable them to live as independently as possible. Therefore, we recommend that Texas invests in supportive housing options for people living with serious mental illness and allowing Texas communities to co-create the solutions to solve their housing needs within their own borders. This tailored approach will ensure that solutions are both effective and reflective to the specific needs of each community. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the work of the foundation. Welcome. Introduce yourself. We know you, but introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm Zenobia Joseph. My comments are in the context of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin. I live here in Austin, and I want you to recognize that African Americans are over 6 times more likely than their white counterparts to be homeless. And what I want you to recognize is that while you had panels earlier that discussed the Esperanza community, you still have to comply with the Fair Housing Act of 1968. And so in Austin, we have concentrated poverty in Southeast Austin. The marshalling yard is actually warehousing about 300 individuals, and that is actually the Austin Convention Center warehouse. If you're in your car, East Riverside, it's just before you actually get to the airport. So you'll see Motel 6, you leave the light on. At any rate, the Camp Esperanza is within 2 miles of that site. And with the governor's approval, the mayor actually got $65 million on or about July 27, 2023, to warehouse and to create more people staying in that area, about 700 more. That's over 1,000 individuals. And the reason that the state gave that money to Austin was to mitigate I-35 expansion, which is suspect. I want you to recognize that there are some solutions, and specifically, I'll just tell you my story real quickly. I actually went from putting earnest money down on a condo to staying in the apartment complex for 20 years, and this has been month 2, starting yesterday. And so, excuse my attire, but getting my my wardrobe again is not a priority right now. So I want you to recognize that as you are moving forward.
This is month 2 of not in the apartment, but
Right. So it was a retaliatory eviction. I actually filed a complaint with the Austin Police Department. And even though I had 20-year tenancy and the complex Hilltop Residential received the federal funding, over $5,000 for 5 months prospective rent, they actually wanted the tandem garage. So this was not a non-payment of the rent. And so they filed the complaint afterwards. So Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs is actually to blame because they received the monies from the federal government. And then Laura Sainty was the landlord certification manager who actually reminded the landlord that she could not file a lawsuit for any reason that predated the actual receipt of the federal monies. So the landlord used self-help eviction tactics. A constable came without a court order, and I don't mean to get into all the details, but in the end, my belongings were put on the side. It's lasted 3 years, and so I can tell you that the last motion that I filed was a motion for disbursement on September 19, 2024, specifically to get the $1,353 that I had to pay as the supersedious bond out of the court registry, and the landlord still wanted that money. But because the Judge Wong, mentioned, and I was having technical difficulty that day, he was going to reset the hearing, he told them that he was leaning towards actually my favor and not theirs. And so he told the opposing counsel she could actually concede or she could try to convince him. So that was the only reason that they decided to allow me to keep that money. And so one of the things that you can invest in the state is actually the pro bono attorneys. My case went all the way to the Third Court of Appeals, and I can honestly tell you that I have no idea where the pro bono attorneys are. I checked the box when I did the docketing statement, but I never figured it out. I went over to the state bar and they said they didn't actually house those attorneys there. So you could help us by actually funding the pro bono attorneys, and you could also help by actually staffing the docket in the justice court. So Mark Melton in Dallas County actually has a 96% rate where he works with the university lawyers there, and they actually staff the docket, and 96% of their cases are won. And so it's better to keep people housed, and I'll just give you this last example so that you understand. These public facility corporations, which Representative Gary Gates actually adamantly fought in 2023, it's a loophole in the law. Housing Authority of the City of Austin actually has a development. It's the bridge at Heritage Woods. It's on North Lamar. And I thought, okay, I have an organization that wants to pay the first month's rent. It'll be easy to move in. I'll just get a pre-approval letter. But it doesn't work that way because they rely on 80% area median income, which is $70,000. But when they brief the board, this Ron Koval, who's over the asset management, the board is told that they will discount the units, and that 10% of the units will be at 60 and 80% area median income. But in fact, what they've done is that the market rate is $1,850 or so on the one bedroom, 669 square foot unit. So because they're not charging $1,800 for the unit, they're charging $1,405. They then say that that's the discount, and they only discount those units 2%. So a $1,405 unit is only discounted $28. And as Representative Gary Gates would often say, this will come off the tax rolls, and eventually it's the citizens that will be paying. So this is really the 19th deal with Belveron, which is an investment company, in 3 years. And this is really just a return on investment for the investors with very little community benefits. So I appreciate the Veterans Panel. I'm a former military intelligence officer, former teacher of the year, but none of that mattered. And I am not sure where these resources are, but the one thing that I need now is some kind of subsidy in order to qualify to move into an apartment, because you have to make 2.5 times the rent in order to move in. And so at $70,000, that means you have to earn about $3,600 a month.
That's right.
That's extensive, I know.
It is.
But if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them at this time.
Thank you for that. Senator, there's any questions for any of our witnesses? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to appreciate you being here. Thank you for all of the excellent testimony the four of you provided. Very unique perspectives on each of your areas of experience and what you're dealing with. So we very much appreciate you coming to see us today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, can I just tell you one thing since the first speaker mentioned the dogs?
Yes.
I just have to tell you that in the city of Austin, we're spending $24,000 a month on about 24 dogs to Austin Pets Alive. That's about $1,000. So the surplus in the state, you could actually pay like kinship care when the family and friends take in someone, and then you're going to need to adjust or have some kind of waiver for the actual lease, because then you put the family or friend who takes in that homeless person or someone experiencing homelessness at jeopardy of becoming homeless too, because they're not on that lease.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for being here. Thank you. The chair now calls James Porter. James Porter, Cole Glosser, John Benura, and Bradley Hodges. I saw Mr. Hodges earlier. There he is. All right. Welcome. Come on down, find a seat. We normally go from my right to left, so if you're ready to go, get that microphone close and introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, as well as the Senate Committee. Thank you so much for such an important interim charge being heard today around addressing homelessness. My name is Cole Glosser, and I am a policy fellow at the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, and we are a cross-disability organization. I want to focus on how so much of chronic homelessness is around disability. You can't really discuss chronic homelessness without bringing up how significant disability plays a role. And oftentimes, the disability population faces unique barriers to obtaining well-paid employment, whether that be not being able to receive accommodations at work, or as well as having difficulty in obtaining housing that is not only affordable but truly fully accessible. A staggering finding from the National Disability Institute is that on average, a disabled household needs 28% more income, or around additional $17,000 more annually than non-disabled households to achieve the same standard of living at the median household income level. Living with disabilities, especially significant disabilities, is incredibly expensive. And any conversation that we have around homelessness needs to involve those with significant disabilities at the table, because their needs are very unique, and ensuring that we meet people before actually entering homelessness is crucial. And I also want to point out how, especially with disabled folks who need additional assistance, who might not be able to support themselves with activities of daily living, for instance, we need to ensure that when they are experiencing homelessness, that the ultimate solution is not institutionalization or hospitalization, but truly ensuring that they are receiving home and community-based services out in their community of choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chairman Hughes, my name is James Porter, and I'm a private citizen of Dallas. Chairman and members, the associated costs with allowing individuals to live on our streets are extraordinary, both in human suffering and economic strain. Currently, every city in Texas adopts its own approach to homelessness, but it is evident that these efforts are falling short. It is time for us to embrace a unified strategy, one that has already proven effective in San Antonio with the Haven for Hope model. This model offers a primary benefit, a single location where all essential services are provided under one roof. Rather than spending the day taking a bus around town to access services, At Haven for Hope, individuals can access SNAP benefits, mental health services, VA assistance, job counseling, housing, and any other resource they may need, all in one single place. Additionally, the Haven model includes a low barrier entry point, meaning anyone can walk through the doors and receive support without facing cumbersome eligibility requirements. This feature is crucial as it serves as a redirect point for law enforcement officers who may otherwise have taken an individual to jail for a minor infraction. Instead, they can bring those individuals to a supportive environment where they can begin to rebuild their lives. With this model in place, there is zero reason for people to be allowed to sleep under underpasses or on our bus benches. Our cities need the opportunity to provide a safe and supportive space for those in need, helping them find the resources necessary to regain their independence and their dignity. I strongly believe that every large city in Texas should establish a single large shelter model after the Haven for Hope model. While housing first policies have shown promise, we must recognize that getting individuals into permanent housing takes time. In the meantime, the sidewalks cannot be our waiting rooms. To make this vision a reality, it is also imperative that cities obtain increased funding from the state to assist in financing these essential shelters. This investment is crucial for the well-being of our communities and our residents. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone closer to you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
All right. Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, my name is John Benora, and I'm a policy analyst with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. First off, thank you for the opportunity to speak on and how to address the growing problem of homelessness in Texas. The Haven for Hope is one of the more inspiring models for addressing homelessness in our state. And the main reasons for its success is the focus on preparing those who come through their gate for self-sufficiency. Their emphasis on transitional housing tackles the root cause of chronic homelessness, namely mental health and drug addiction. More importantly, they follow the advice of the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness. They have a study released in 2020 entitled Expanding the Toolbox that explains reducing homelessness requires engaging individuals and families with trauma-informed care. Now, what I mean by transitional housing is, and also defined by the HUD, is it's a temporary housing with supportive services to individuals and families experiencing homelessness. Now, what happened in 2013 was a refocusing from transitional housing onto permanent subsidized housing, where Barack Obama said that he would be able to end homelessness in 10 years. And where are we right now? We haven't even come close to ending it. It's only increasing. So instead of necessarily finding more funds for transitional housing, I think that we would best be served by reproportioning where the money is actually spent. So changing the proportion of money that's spent on public subsidized housing back into transitional housing. As you can see on my graph in figure 1, when you have the more focus on transitional housing, you have more transitional housing units, you can actually see a significant reduction in the homelessness population. However, after 2013, you see a slowdown, and a couple years afterwards, it starts increasing again. And like I said before, I don't think it's an issue of the amount of funding, because funding has increased every year, year to year. So really, it's about where that money is spent. And I think that some of the recommendations that I would have would just be following in sort of the footsteps of Florida, Georgia, and Utah, who have started redirecting some of their money from housing first policies back into that transitional housing that will actually help people work towards that self-sufficiency. And as of legislative kind of suggestions, I think last session, in the 88th session, we went with a bill, SB 1803, that helped, that required self-sufficiency audits from homelessness services providers to make sure that they're actually reaching the goal of getting people off the streets. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Hodges, welcome. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Brad Hodges, Austin, Texas. So on the way here, I passed one of the boarded-up hotels owned by the city of Austin. That boarded-up hotel in East Austin is a monument to the mismanaged government-run city, big business city government that is in direct competition for available resources. Austin is a fine example of the polar opposite of your best practices. where the claim of providing services translates into the routine waste, fraud, and abuse resource sink. The purpose of the Austin program has demonstrated the opposite of prevention. The Austin program is to consume all available resources using the services claim as a convenient excuse to farm more of the crisis in preventing homelessness. It's a feedback loop. So at least we do know what doesn't work as a data point, as notably evidenced by the community impact of the recent fatal encounter incident in the checkout line at the HEB on Yeager and 35. That one was not an accident. That was an intentional program feature. Something's got to be done. So your omnibus bill has to include some clear terms and conditions and limits to set guardrails on funding, housing, right, and preventing homelessness to curb the chronic waste, fraud, and abuse problem we already see in progressive Austin from progressing any further, doing more harm than it already has. Otherwise, the program output of your omnibus bill will be exposed to the same feedback loop we're now experiencing, say, in the public school system, where they burn more resources per student in history, producing the worst literacy rate ever and dropping. So that's something to look at.
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Mr. Glusser, I was thank you for those numbers. I want to make sure I got that right. Forgive me for the false start. You said that for folks dealing with a significant disability, for a family like that to live at the standard of living of a family with that one, like, if I got that right, $2,800 a month, is that right?
Sorry, so for at the median level.
I'm not challenging you. I just want to get it right. No,
Yes.
I want to make sure I got the number.
So basically, this is from the National Disability Institute, which is an organization that intersects disability and financial empowerment. So essentially, let me double check here, but I want to say it is people would have to make about 28% more income, which is a little under $18,000 a year to be at the same standard level of living as a non-stable family, for instance.
Guys, I want to make sure I got that right. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for sharing that. Thank you each for being here. The chair now calls Monty Bennett, Sonia Burns, Lauren Pena, and Constable Stacy Suits. See, we have Mr. Bennett and Constable. We're looking for Sonia Burns and Lauren Pena. All right, I think we're all here. All right.
You go first.
I want to go after you.
Uh-oh.
I want to go last. Really?
Yeah, that's my first time. Let me think it.
Oh, you're nervous?
No. Well, yeah.
All right, welcome. We normally start over on my right, and so whenever you're ready, Mr. Bennett, pull the microphone close, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. My name is Monty Bennett. I am a private citizen, a businessman in Dallas, and I've taken up the charge to try to help my city with this big homelessness problem. So thank you for having me today. I was here this morning and missed a lot of the testimony, so forgive me how much I've repeated, but there's a few things that I think are important for us to consider with this legislation. The first is that the cities have given valiant efforts to this problem, and they've worked with a lot of local groups and have done a lot of great work. But the point is that it's just not working, and I do believe that the state needs to get involved in some ways. Money is always appreciated, but directing traffic and setting standards and doing kinds of things is very helpful. So I would like the state to get involved and to really hit this issue head on. A few of my thoughts is that with a lot of these homeless shelters downtown, it creates a problem because as people seek help, and then they don't have help for a while, and then they seek help again, and they're walking all around downtown. And many of them are fine, but many of them are not. And these poor individuals have psychological problems, or they have addiction issues, and they definitely need help, but it makes it difficult. There's two sides to this coin, and I think both have been spoken to today. The one side is these are people that we should take care of and help. Christ commands us. It is our duty to help our fellow man, and these poor people need help. At the same time, they shouldn't have the right to make our communities not livable. And that's the case in downtown Dallas and in other places. They shouldn't have the right to take public property and convert it to private property. which is what happens when they occupy places. And so I'd like the Senate's and the state of Texas help in crafting something that ensures both happens, that these people get the health that they need, but that also our communities stay livable. There's some type of standard set, some type of way to ensure that. I love the Haven for Homeless model. There's kind of two components of it, in my opinion. The first component is there's a spot that everyone knows where to drop somebody off at, the police or the fire or whomever, so there's not that confusion that exists in Dallas today of there's a certain individual and does he qualify for going to this shelter or that shelter, but having one spot to take him is very, very helpful. And then there's the idea of the co-locating of services, and whatever the state does, I know that will happen over time. Both Haven for Homeless and in Dallas, I'm calling it the Refuge for Renewal. Same concept, though, of having more and more services provided there, but then also having a lot of the existing providers have an office there, also moved there, whatever the case may be, and located on a big enough piece of land, I think in a 50-acre size, to continue to expand and grow and to help people. I think, though, we also need to be careful in that when you look at different ethnic groups, you see that proportionally there's not very many Asians and not very many Hispanics that avail themselves of these services. And in my experience, those communities are more family focused and they take care of the people in their families that need help. That's less so in the white and black culture, in my experience. And so what I don't think we should do is do something that creates an incentive for those people that are taking care of a family member to say, oh, well, the state, the city does such a great job here. We'll let grandma go into the system. If that happens, and no doubt it's happening some already, there's not enough money in the world to accommodate all the people that will avail themselves of the service. I don't know how to solve that problem, but as far as root cause, I don't believe it's an economic one, because there's 99.99% of the people in the state that have the same economic issues but are able to have housing. The housing costs don't help, don't get me wrong, but the underlying issue is the breakdown of our family and us taking care of those people. I've got a mother-in-law that's got Parkinson's. She's very sick. I'm blessed to be able to afford care for her. Lots of people aren't, but they still take care of them. Again, especially in the Hispanic community. My wife's Hispanic, so I see that a lot. So I think we have to take care to not create more of a problem by trying to help those that really need it. And I don't know the best way to have that filter. But anyway, those are just some comments and some thoughts I wanted to share. So thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks for being here, for sharing that with us. Oswald, pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Stacy Suits, Travis County Constable, Precinct 3. My precinct's in South Austin and Southwest Austin. When I ran for constable in 2016, and the lady from Sunrise will speak next, but I got a lot of complaints about going door to door about the homeless underneath Ben White Boulevard. In 2011, in the Oak Hill area, we had a homeless campfire start, a wildfire, and we had 15 houses burned down, and we had to evacuate 5,000 people out of the area. And so I kept telling the people as I was going door to door, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something, I promise. So right now after I got in office, I've got 2 deputies that do homeless outreach. They take medical people, social workers into the camps. We monitor every camp south of the river and out into the rural areas that we can find. The idea is we're real concerned, especially in the western part of the county, and that's never been. I mainly came to learn today, and there's 2 points that I want to make. Is the downtown homeless population and the suburban rural populations are different populations. And there's got to be greater outreach efforts, multi-department. Our commissioner's court seems to think homelessness is a city issue. And I disagree. Once we have that wildfire, I'm going to say, I told you so. But we work real closely with placing homeless women out of South Austin in the marshaling yard to get them out of danger. We work real close with Camp Esperanza. We work very closely with Sunrise Navigation Center. We've got to do better on realizing we got two different populations and then factor in the wildfire danger.
Thank you for that. And thank you for drawing attention to that important piece of this. Thanks for what you're doing. Thank you. Welcome. Pull that microphone over. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sonia Burns, and I'm going to ask that you all please listen and ask me questions. Please. So, and I don't work with Sunrise, but I work with Sunrise, but I don't work for Sunrise. Anyway, so I'm Sonia Burns, and I wanted to talk about a group of people that we have completely left out of the continuum of care. And those are the individuals who are too acute to engage voluntarily in services, but not acute enough for inpatient care. And please pay attention to this word because they are at baseline. So now I'm at baseline. I can't go to a hospital because I'm not going to benefit from treatment. So this same group goes to jail all the time, and then I'm incompetent to stand trial, and I'm unlikely to restore. And if you go on Nextdoor, you're going to see everything about your DA, your county attorney, law enforcement. Nobody's doing anything. And what taxpayers do not understand is there is nothing that can be done in the criminal legal system, and then there's no place to go. And when we're looking at our local mental health authorities, our IDD authorities, our housing, our hospitals, we get to a certain level of care and then we stop and then we throw them back to the streets and the jails. We are not accounting for a person's true level of need. And so when we talk about data, I was appreciating Senator Zaffarini's questions. We need data on who you cannot serve. We have to be much more forthcoming. We know who these people are, and then we try. And what I want to say is, and I know my time is going to run out. I do want to be able to go over, and I want you to ask me about the IDD part too. But this population is also prioritized. So I have to get you out of jail. I have to get you out of the hospital. So I am going to put you in that permanent supportive housing. I'm going to put you on the highest level of care in the community. It's not going to work. We all knew it when we sat in the room and made the decision. Now I have burned bridges with my landlords, my property managers, my providers, because this person could not meet the expectations. Also, I'm not sure if you all are aware, may I please? Thank you. Just like the state hospitals, our state-supported living centers, the number one population comes from our jails. This is an entitlement. If you meet criteria for admission, you are supposed to know about that housing choice. You should not find out from a DA in Bexar County that there's a state-supported living center, and I've never heard of it before. So we need to have choice. We've heard about home and community-based services. When we're talking about homelessness, you can innovate within which you already fund. So home and community-based services, I do not meet any of the people who are in that highest needs group that do not say to me every time, I need a campus setting, an intentional community. The IDD population also, emergency detentions are tied to, in statute, mental illness. So now if I think you have Down syndrome or something else, I'm gonna say if I can't say that the root cause is mental illness, I'm going to go with I can't do anything. But if I can, most mental health facilities have exclusionary criteria for IDD, autism, and or nonverbal. You all fund all these private psychiatric beds every session, and nobody has any idea if anybody with IDD or autism or nonverbal can go to those places. So this is a huge problem. And the other piece we need this session is a secure option. All I can do right now, I have so many people, they don't stay where they need to be. They're not safe. Their baseline is I am not successful and safe in the community. I have nothing, a secure option. I have jail, prison, a memory care unit of a nursing home, or the psych facility. I need something in between hospital and community placement, and I really hope that I can work with your offices to get that under regulatory this session.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lauren Pena. I happen to live downtown in East Austin in the second housing projects ever introduced in the nation. Now, if you walk down my stairs, which by the way, I was actually on the housing list for 10 years with the city of Austin. I experienced homelessness and even human trafficking. It took 10 years before I came up on that list. I finally came up in 2020. So now me and my family, we have a place to stay, which is great. But when we go and we walk down the stairs, to our left, we have a methadone clinic. And as someone else had said, I guess a lot of homeless people, they don't start off having drug addictions and things like that. So I have the methadone clinic next to me, and everybody hangs out there. The population has probably doubled within the past 6 months. Now, you can see when mobile, like Fish and Loaves, come and they deliver the meals, as soon as they leave, the local drug dealers come right to that area. These drug dealers, they give away free fentanyl. Additionally, some of the disabled people in my building also partake in selling the drugs. They use their, I guess, narcotics, and they know that they can go to this methadone clinic and do that. I am actually on the Downtown Austin Community Court Advisory Board, and I recently graduated from the 102nd Austin Community Police Academy. While I was doing a drive along in my sector, Charlie sector, I asked the officer, I'd explained everything I've just explained to you guys. There's all of this drug dealing going on. Why are you guys not doing anything about it? Their response to me was, we know exactly everything that's going on. We see it every day. However, if we try to arrest these individuals, the DA doesn't prosecute them. And so I just want, as far as the idea of having a facility for homeless, I think that's a great idea, but just reiterating that it needs to not be inside the city, and it definitely doesn't need to be in places where there's public housing. And I would like to see if someone could look into the zoning that was brought up, because I don't think you should have a methadone clinic right next to public housing where a significant population of children lives, and it's just out of control. And so I just reiterating again, I think that the facility is a great idea, but it needs to come out of the city centers.
Thank you for sharing that. Your experience means something. You're telling us what this looks like in the real world. Thank you for that. Senators, is there any questions for any of our witnesses, each involved in this and each with a different perspective and each making a difference? Thank you for being here. Senators, any questions? Thank you guys so much. The chair calls Alicia Castillo.
Appreciate you.
Alicia Castillo on this charge. And while we're looking for Ms. Castillo, I will ask, is there anyone present wishing to testify on the charge of addressing homelessness? We've heard from some very helpful testimony. We want to make sure we don't leave anyone out. We're getting ready to close out this particular charge. So we're looking for Ms. Castillo, Alicia Castillo. And then anyone else wishing to testify on the charge regarding ending homelessness. All right, in that case, we will close testimony on this charge. And the committee will stand at ease until 2:50 p.m. We'll stand at ease until 2:50 p.m. Welcome back. The committee will come to order. Our next charge we'll take up is public trust in government. Examine the current state of accountability, ethics, and transparency in local government. Recommend ways to bolster public trust in local government by strengthening the Public Information Act and Open Meetings Act. And the chair calls Tamara Smith, Arif Panju, Pete Morocco, James Quintero. Thank you very much for being with us and waiting for us. And we'll start with Ms. Smith. When you're ready, get situated, pull the microphone close, and then introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Thank you.
Absolutely. Chairman Hughes, Senators. So I come today, my name is Tamara Smith. I'm the Division Chief for the Open Records Division at the Attorney General's Office. So I don't have extensive remarks today, but just sort of brought a few notes on what we are seeing, right? So that you know what we're seeing and answer your questions and go from there. So just first, by the numbers, I think we continue to see an increase in the number of rulings that we're issuing. Last fiscal year, so the one that just ended, so fiscal year 2024, we issued 44,249 rulings, which, not a 10% increase like in some years past, but about a 1.6% increase in that. In addition, one of the things that we continue seeing is the need for training, and we've added some webinars and had hundreds of governmental bodies join those free webinars for basic topics, right? And then finally, just in calls, we still field about 1,000 calls a month from both citizens and governmental bodies trying to navigate their way through this, and about 100 complaints a month. So just that's sort of where we stand with that, right? In terms of trends, I don't think a lot that has changed since the last session and what we've tried to address. We continue to see the majority of our rulings. The biggest thing we see is law enforcement records, right? That's still the biggest issue that we face in those rulings. And I think in complaints, we're still seeing most governmental bodies, even when we receive a complaint from them, they're trying to do the right thing, right? They also are trying to navigate the multiple deadlines, the multiple different exceptions. There's sort of a criminal penalty both ways. There's a criminal penalty for releasing something that's confidential and the opposite. So I think, that's what we're seeing with those complaints. They generally are trying to do that right thing. And just common issues that we've continued, and again, I think this is very similar to what we saw and addressed last session. Technology still remains a big issue. And I think the thing as you guys go forward in this session to remember, it's sort of the disparity, right? I think we're very used to talking about large governmental bodies like Houston, Dallas, Austin. The disparity between them and a water district in East Texas that has a volunteer secretary trying to comply with the Public Information Act is huge. And so that's something that, again, education and simplicity go a long way there, right? So yeah, that's what we're seeing. That along with, that disparity can also lead to a huge, it leads to an issue very quickly when you get multiple requesters or a media event, right? You can imagine a small town who's used to getting a few requests a month. If there's a large press event or a natural disaster, or even just one requester who has all of a sudden decided to file 50 requests. So that Houston can handle 50 requests a day. Again, a city secretary with multiple other jobs. So that's just something we've tried to navigate, apply the law, but those are the issues we're seeing in trends. So like I said, wanted to keep it pretty brief, absolutely open to questions and what you guys have and let everyone else speak, but that's what we're seeing from our end.
That's very helpful. And let me ask, we recognize the separation of powers and the different roles that each one of us have been entrusted at various times. And so we understand the AG's office applies the law. That's what we want you to do. And so we're not asking you to make policy recommendations. I will ask, are there particular areas where you see problems arise, concerns, complaints, things like that.
I think, and that's why I brought that technology
the-
up there, right? The ability, one we're seeing a bunch is the ability to edit videos,
Okay.
right? A university, a large police department can do that very quickly, but sometimes it's very quickly, easily, or again, asking some of the smaller agencies with limited resources. So that's something that's coming up. And I also brought up the education and simplicity because, again, you could have a document like a report or a personnel file, and for a city secretary or an officer who's helping in that role, it has multiple exceptions and multiple different ways to answer them. So navigating that along with the cost, right? So that's why I bring those two things up. Not to make it more complicated, and also to keep that in mind with the technology and the different levels, right? So some agencies absolutely should be able to provide things in a matter of minutes quickly with their resources, and others can't.
Makes sense. Thank you very much. And we'll probably have questions for you as we go. Ms. Panji, welcome. You've worked with this committee in the legislature on a number of issues, and glad to have you on this. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Arif, and members. My name is Arif Panji with the Institute for Justice. I'm the managing attorney of the Texas office. IJ is a national public interest civil liberties legal center. We represent ordinary Americans to vindicate the most foundational constitutional rights and end widespread abuses of government power. We do this in federal court, in state Supreme Courts, and the U.S. Supreme Court to protect property rights, economic liberty, free expression, and defend educational choice. The TPIA is indispensable, and it is indispensable precisely because it was tailored to ensure that ordinary people can see how their government is actually using the power and the revenue that people provided. And some context is important here before I jump into ways to bolster public trust. The Texas Constitution protects rights. Article 1 lays out the Bill of Rights. Those are accepted from government power. And state and local governments have immense power. And a lot of that power needs to be used to protect people's rights. When it's a violation of rights, the Constitution has something to say about it, and the TPIA must be viewed against that backdrop because it is the mechanism, one of the sole mechanisms that citizens can use to know whether their rights are being violated. We're 4 decades plus since enactment of the TPIA, and unfortunately the law has been unacceptably weakened. And the real-world effect of that weakening of a public records law affects broad swaths of Texans across the ideological, financial, political spectrum. There's no just one kind of person that benefits from the TPIA. It affects Texans' ability to hold their government accountable. But it also, by weakening the law, makes it harder for Texans to know whether their government is violating their constitutional rights or taking good care of the tax revenue that they entrust public servants with at a time when there are more laws on the books than ever and more money extracted through taxation, whether through property or income or whatnot, than ever. And so as originally intended, the TPIA lays out the policy that the legislature enshrined. Under the statute, quote, each person is entitled to complete information about the affairs of government. Quote, government does not have the right to know what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. So in practice, though, over 40 years plus, the TPIA has become a statute that's extremely easy to use if you want to thwart or kick down the road or not really comply with an open records request. And this has happened on 2 fronts, a structural weakening and a substantive weakening. So the charge for the committee, and it's a great one, is how to bolster public trust in local government by strengthening the TPIA. And I'd say first, structurally, the TPIA has this administrative process, a quasi-judicial process, where every request to withhold information based on an exception has to go to the AG's office. That's great. This is one of the foundational strengths of the TPIA. It's baked in the structure, and it needs to be preserved. Any attempt to weaken it in the form of allowing local governments, for example, to have first say on whether or not to withhold information and construe exceptions as they see fit and end the matter there should be rejected. There's a reason that we have the review process. It is abused, and I'll address that shortly, but it should remain. One thing that I'd point out is that one of the reasons why it's important to maintain that structure is because governments and their outside counsel routinely overuse exceptions and abuse the ruling system process in an effort to stall TPIA requests. You see that in the law sometimes with the rules of procedure to kind of game procedure. But this is not what's going on here. Here, the public, as a default setting, has a right to know about public information and receive it. And the government should accept that default setting, but it's not. So here's some recommendations. The first is to bolster enforcement. It should be easier for Texans to obtain public information than it is for local governments to simply avoid doing so by slapping a bunch of exceptions, kicking it to the AG's office, who's now up to 44,000 records requests. That number is increasing, not necessarily because there's too many exceptions, and there are, but also because how misused those exceptions are on an ongoing basis. And without proper enforcement, it's only going to continue. Second, what if there's no response or an inadequate response? Well, this statute should be amended to allow citizens to submit informal written complaints with the AGO about the governmental entities failing to comply with the TPIA, and to set some sort of time frame for the government to respond. There, you've got to have a little bit of skin in the game. Having to respond is something the government's going to have to do and explain itself, and that's a good deterrent to bad application of the statute locally. What about bad faith conduct? You'll hear a story about that from James, because sometimes it comes up routinely and in ways where lawyers can identify what's going on, but it's bad faith. And this could be simply intentionally not complying with open records requests, intentionally misusing the open records review process. I won't bear the lead here. You're going to hear a good one from James from TPPF. And how to deal with that? There needs to be a mechanism to deal with bad faith, at a minimum, to trigger mandatory enhanced training, but there's other subsidiary ways to do that. But ideally, stronger ones. Some states have statutory penalties. Abuse of the process, 44,000 reviews, that's a lot of decisions. And if governmental entities are found to regularly abuse this process, the AGO processing this information should be able to use other tools to ensure compliance. I think the AG should have more tools to stop the bad actors from doing that. And then finally, fostering transparency on the front end. This may solve a lot of things. If you can ensure that on the front end, a local governmental entity is motivated by a more transparent engagement with a requester, you're not going to have as much stuff on the back end. So requiring a meet and confer requirement before kicking things up to the AG is a simple way to do that. Lawyers have to do that to even ask for an extension on a brief. And there's no reason why local governments can't do that before withholding public information. Finally, identifying responsive docs. You know, if the government is going to withhold documents and send it up to the Attorney General's office, what it has to do, though, first, is identify all the responsive docs, not just cherry pick a few that they can seem box check the exception and then move on. And the way to do that is by requiring them to Bates label every responsive doc on the front end when they send their letter to the AG's office. That way you know they've done the work and they're not going to overuse the exceptions. Finally, with litigation, we have a great Uniform Declaratory Judgments Act. We can file a lawsuit and ask a court to declare our constitutional rights. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to ask for a declaratory judgment on the Public Information Act requests. That's the structural stuff. The only thing I'd say on substantive stuff, because there's a lot of exceptions, and I'll let TPPF address that, they've done a lot of good work, is that there's a litigation exception. And it is one of the most abused things out there. Let's say there's public information. No one disputes that it's public. But the moment you sue the government for violating your constitutional rights, that public information magically becomes non-public because of a litigation exception. Now, this is bonkers, because if it's public to begin with, and then the government gets sued over constitutional violations, that should not be a reason to shield even more stuff. But a client of ours out in Bexar County, who just drove his truck working on oil and gas places, gets pulled over, eventually sues for the weird stop, and then Bexar County stops every single video of all their stops for months. And that's all public information. We pay for those cameras. We provide funding. It's pretty clear it's supposed to be public. But that litigation exception is misused over and over and over again. I'll end with this. There's a broad coalition of people that support this statute and its vitality and its usability. The Sunshine Coalition, from across the ideological spectrum. I think you see people use it in different ways, but share the common vision that it needs to be more usable, easier to enforce, harder for governmental entities to avoid complying with. And we look forward to working with your committee, along with the Freedom of Information Foundation of Texas, which I failed to mention at the top, that I'm also a board member of and has submitted written recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morocco, welcome. Thank you for the work you're doing now and your service in a Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the critical issue of accountability, ethics, transparency in local government. My name is Pete Marocca. I'm the executive director of Dallas Hero. I'm a veteran, a husband, a father, and a proud Texan. I come before you today to share my concerns about the alarming erosion of public trust in local government due to the persistent disregard for laws designed to ensure transparency, accountability, and integrity. Across Texas, we've witnessed numerous instances where local governments and elected officials engage in practices that erode public trust. Whether it's closed-door meetings, delayed responses for public records, or attempts to manipulate ballot measures, these actions violate the core principles of openness and accountability. Each week, we watch local officials exploit these loopholes or entirely ignore the law as if with impunity. It sends a concerning message to citizens that transparency is not a priority and corruption will not be checked. One glaring example is the repeated violation of Texas Open Meetings Act. In Austin, city pushed for charter amendments through a misnamed meeting without public input, blatantly violating the act. Only after costly legal action did the court step in to protect the public's right to transparency. Even when underhanded abuses like this fail, they tax the people and they cost the reform efforts resources. Sadly, this is not an isolated case. Both Austin and Dallas have faced similar legal battles to safeguard public access to government decisions. Citizens should not have to bear the financial and emotional burden of defending their right to open and law-abiding government. The consequences for violating the Open Meetings Act should be far more severe. Higher fines, personal accountability for officials, and stronger enforcement mechanisms are essential to deter local governments from holding closed or improperly noticed meetings. We cannot allow these violations to continue with impunity. Most recently in Dallas, City Council members attempted to sideline the will of 170,000 voters who signed on a petition. Without a single word of advocacy, these council members immediately put in last-minute propositions after they had violated a number of laws in trying to contradict these propositions, and then deliberately came in with a duplicitous effort, and as the Supreme Court found, these were unlawful attempts deliberately, intentionally to mislead and confuse voters. This is no small thing to be overlooked. This is a disturbing pattern across Texas with a clear need for reform. Citizens should not have to litigate asking courts to safeguard their rights from abusive local governments. Stronger accountability measures are needed, particularly to ensure transparency for charter amendments and ballot measures. Governments must provide clear ballot choices and offer adequate time for public input without manipulation or deceit through confusing language and unlawful counter amendments. Additionally, many local governments are notorious for delaying responses for public records requests or exploiting exemptions to avoid disclosing vital information. Just this morning, I served another cease and desist notice, a demand on the city attorney of Dallas and Ms. Carolyn King Arnold, a sitting council member, after numerous warnings and blatant violations of Section 255, subsection 003, and Section 255, subsection 0031, abusing public resources for political activities. Ms. Arnold continues to abuse her government email and her office to project her political coercion using government resources to influence other city leaders on their official emails to lobby against reform, to lobby against security, and she does so as if with impunity. So I ask, how many of those public officials that she emailed just a few days ago on her public email reported her? And what is the next step? After more than a year of the decennial review charter process, and after voting to put 14 city council-led amendments on the ballot, in their desperation to thwart 3 citizen-led amendments, now several city council members are proposing that we should scrap the entire thing so that they can start over after an 18-month process and get another few months to do it all over again. A grotesque waste of taxpayer resources that cannot be condoned. The recurring brazen violations of the Public Information Act and Open Meetings Act underscore urgent need for bold change. Restoring public trust in local government requires decisive action, not empty promises. By strengthening state laws and enforcing accountability, we can restore public trust and ensure that local governments in Texas serve with integrity and openness. Texans deserve a government that operates with transparency, accountability, and integrity. We deserve to be heard by our elected representatives without fear that these representatives can abuse those resources against us to promote their own interests and in retaliation. I say this also as somebody who's bound by the Texas Open Meetings Act because I myself am a political appointee on an advisory council right now. So I understand the severity of this and I understand the consequences of it. And it's confusing to me that I've seen such blatant violations take place in Dallas' City Council. So I urge this committee to take bold, decisive steps quickly. Texas must serve its people with honesty and openness. And thank you for your time. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Quintero, welcome back. We know you've introduced yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. James Quintero, Texas Public Policy Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this very crucial matter. The interim charge before the committee, of course, seeks to explore the state of transparency in Texas, and as a longtime policy professional as well as a frequent TPIA user, I can tell you that the state of affairs is poor. And for evidence of that, one of the things that I'd like to bring to the committee's attention are two draft documents that I hope to publish here shortly, and I want to stress that they are draft documents, so there may be a little room for improvement with this research. But what I've tried to do in the first one, which is titled Erosion Through Exceptions, Understanding Why the Texas Public Information Act is Weakening, is to examine the TPIA exceptions that exist and how they've grown over time. And if you get far enough through the document, what I've also included is a set of recommendations on exceptions to either eliminate or change in a user-friendly way. The second report, which I've also provided to the committee, is titled Out of Darkness Requiring Publicly Supported Entities to Be Transparent. And with that particular research piece, what I've attempted to do is identify a key deficiency which exists in the law today, and that is that the TPIA does not meaningfully apply to nonprofits, organizations, or institutions that are heavily funded by public monies. These entities simply operate in the dark, and without sunlight, I would strongly suggest that people are not able to really learn about how their tax dollars are being used by these entities through ordinary channels. And so on the basis of these two publications, what I'd like to do is offer up three short observations and followed by a couple of recommendations for the committee's consideration. The first observation is that exceptions represent a big and growing threat to the public's right to know. And to appreciate that point, what I'd like the body to consider is their quantity, quality, and effect. And of course, we've heard it repeated a few different times that the number of open records rulings issued in this year, in terms of quantity, the number of exceptions in the law today totals 75. That is, of course, an increase from the Texas Open Records Act original 16 different exceptions. So we've had a fair amount of growth in the number of exceptions over the last 50 plus years. In terms of quality, I would suggest that the scope of accepted information seems to have grown in ways that are incongruent with the TPIA's opening preamble. And I don't ordinarily do this, but for any interested party who wants to know what the TPIA should do, I would encourage that person to read Chapter 552.001 of the Government Code, because it offers up a very aspirational framework that ought to animate the rest of the law, but unfortunately does not. Now, three of the exceptions that I'd probably cite as being most inconsistent with the opening preamble, just off the top of my head, Section 551.121, confidentiality of certain documents held for historical research, 552.126, confidentiality of name of applicant for superintendent of public school district, 552.131, confidentiality of certain economic development information. I think all of this information ought to be open and publicly accessible at any time. These items and others are, of course, part of a larger list that you might find on in Appendix B on pages 18 through 23 of that first document that I provided. Now, in terms of effect, I would suggest that the sweeping number and nature of exceptions has invited conflict into our system. And of course, as has already been mentioned, The number of times that a governmental entity is sought to deny requesters' request via an open records ruling reached 48,706 by 2023. That is up from 31,660 in 2015. So there's been a fairly significant level of growth. In fact, according to my estimate, that's about a 54% growth over a 9-year period in the number of times that local governmental entities in particular have sought to withhold documents and data. I think that signals far too much government secrecy. The second observation I'll quickly offer up is that TPIAs exceptions are being employed in particularly damaging ways. And to illustrate that point, I'd like to briefly highlight a recent TPPF lawsuit. A few years ago, Highland Park ISD discovered that certain employees had been engaged in a long-term kickback scheme to defraud the district of certain cash payments. Upon discovering that particular scheme, what district officials did is they put a stop to it, and they also contracted with a firm, Whitley Penn, to investigate the matter. Our team caught wind of that particular investigation, and in August 2022, TPPF scholars sent a PIA request to the district seeking the factual report only. And unfortunately, district officials denied that request on the grounds that it was covered under an attorney-client privilege. To be fair, the district's position was later affirmed by the Attorney General's office. Upon being denied this report, which of course was created by non-lawyers, the foundation filed a lawsuit against the district seeking legal remedy. And in this context, the district argued that the report qualified for the attorney-client privilege because an attorney was CC'd on the original email that transmitted the report. I think this is a gross misuse of the attorney-client privilege, and it can easily be envisioned to allow a governmental entity to hide embarrassing information. And so I hope that TPPF ultimately prevails in court, but I think there's a larger policy danger here that it would be prudent to address. The third and final observation that I'll offer up is that exceptions are not the only challenge with the law today. There are certain aspects of the TPIA that need clarification and strengthening. Of course, what I'm referring to is the second document that I provided that discusses how numerous nonprofits, associations, and leagues that are funded mostly or entirely by public monies operate in the dark. These publicly supported entities derive substantial revenue from state and local governments through membership dues, contractual arrangements, grants, and other sources. However, no real public information exists detailing their specific revenue streams, the purpose for which these monies are collected and spent, or the public's return on investment. I think that this is a serious deficiency with the law. Now, what do we do about all of this? I've got 3 ideas for the body's consideration. One, I would encourage policymakers to reduce the number of mandatory and permissive exceptions to better align the law with the opening preamble. If we're going to have a law that affirms that government is the servant and not the master of the people, then I would hope that it would be effectuated in a manner consistent with that principle. Again, a list of possible exceptions to reform or remove may be seen in Appendix B of that first report. The second recommendation that I would encourage the body to consider is to reform the way in which certain exceptions are applied, as with the attorney-client privilege, in order to prevent widespread abuse. In this case in particular, I would encourage you to consider limiting its application to only instances where there is active litigation or the serious threat of active litigation to preempt future problems. And then the third and final recommendation is to add unmistakable clarity to the TPIA so that publicly supported entities that are heavily reliant on public monies be subject to the open government process. And I believe you can do this by amending the definitions in Chapter 552 of the Government Code to encompass nonprofits, associations, and organizations whose operating budget consists of 90% or more of public monies. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our panelists? Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am intrigued by these recommendations, and I have to agree with you that transparency and accountability for how taxpayer dollars are spent are critically important. And so, as I was looking at your second research paper, I see here you have, for unmistakable clarity, policymakers should amend TPIA's definition of governmental body to apply to publicly funded entities whose budgets rely on. Because the only place where you have a number, you hadn't mentioned it before, by 90% or more, because you said in your testimony that, you know, if they were largely funded by government dollars, they should apply. And I mean, these are things that we apply to the TPIA and the Open Meetings Act to all of our public schools, charter schools, public schools, community schools, correct? And so, I mean, we should, I think shouldn't it be if 50% or more, maybe 51% or more public dollars, make it apply? And in that event, it seems like I saw you nod, Mr. Quintero. Is that something you agree with?
I think we'd certainly be open to discussing that idea.
Very good. So then, would you agree in the event that next session, if there is a voucher bill or ESA that private schools participating and they get to a 50% or more, should they also be subject to the Open Meetings Act and TPIA?
Depending on the terms of the legislation, you know, I think that is certainly a conversation we're willing to engage in. One of the things that I want to be careful about and why we established the threshold at a relatively high level, as we did, is we don't want to create an onerous environment for smaller operators, right? At least not at the outset. I think this is something to establish, understand its operation and effect, and then proceed from that point.
But I think transparency and accountability is something no one should fear. Don't you agree?
Yeah, totally agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. James, and on that point, glad you brought that up, where, you know, I've had some difficulties with open records requests, and I've tried to help constituents before. And one of the things that I've seen again and again is where taxpayer-funded lobby groups like Texas Municipal League are training local government on ways to hide documents from taxpayers. We're talking about political subdivision of the state here in this. And those were paid for by the taxpayers. Those were created by the taxpayers with their dollars through the levy of taxes or fees, maybe sales tax even. And unfortunately, they're having to fight to get access to them. And what I've also seen a lot is they might even have to hire a lawyer. I mean, how is that fair where taxpayers are having to hire a lawyer? And then what will happen a lot of times is at the point where they're about to be ordered to turn the documents over by the judge, by the court, they'll turn them over, and then the taxpayer has to eat their attorney's fees, right? I mean, that is not fair that someone is having to pay for those documents and then fight to get them disclosed as a taxpayer. So have you seen some of these trainings by groups like Texas Municipal League that essentially they say they're training people on open records laws, but a lot of it is really with the gist of how to hide things?
I think you're spot on. And, you know, I've been doing this for 17 years now, coming up on 17 years. And I can say that over that period of time, I have watched the progressification of these institutions, and they have become a bit more bold in how they go about teaching and training the next generation of local elected official. And it's very bothersome to know that this particular framework is being promulgated through public monies. You know, it's one thing if a progressive local elected official wants to learn more about a particular philosophical view on their own dime, but the fact that it's being done using our money, I think is where we step over the line. And so, you know, with respect to my friends at TML, TAC, and TASB, what we're asking is not, I don't believe is burdensome. It's simply to be a bit more transparent with how they are utilizing our money.
And, you know, Senator Betancourt had some good legislation on that last session that shortened those timelines, right? Because this can go on forever almost, this fight, years and years and years, until almost everyone involved is out of public office and there can't be any accountability anymore. You know, that was a really good piece of legislation he had. Right now, he's actually currently fighting under the city of Austin to try to get some open record or legislative information request on the law firm Brady Peavy, which is, you know, the House parliamentarian, and their interactions with the city on potentially using points of order to kill conservative bills. You know, and we have not received any of those documents yet, and Senator Betancourt has not, as far as I know, most recent update. But, you know, something similar I went through with KEMA. You know, there's different laws for legislative information requests and open records, and even those are being subverted. So they can require you to sign a confidentiality agreement, which sounds good. However, I'll give you an example. On the KEMA legislative information request, they have given us a completely unacceptable confidentiality agreement. And basically what it says is if a court rules the documents have to be turned over, if they are voluntarily released or disclosed to the public in any other way, I'm still guilty of official misconduct if I show them, right? That is completely unacceptable and ridiculous, and that is the confidentiality agreement they put before me and refused to bend on. And the irony of that case actually is that Lewis Brisbaugh, which is a private law firm that TML uses, wrote one of the reports that I asked for, and they're the ones suing the Attorney General's office to prevent disclosure of it. And all of this is with taxpayer dollars. So we have this pattern in practice. And look, I've carried legislation before. I know you've seen this on enhancing disclosure. So one of them was closing loopholes. We're supposed to disclose conflicts, right? So there's sections of the code where local government has to disclose financial conflicts. And one of the things I wanted to do was say, look, when your uncle owns a school bus company and he gets the contract, then you need to disclose it. I'm not saying you can't do it, but you got to tell us because that's taxpayer money. The other one is a subcontractor loophole where award it to a straw man awards it to someone that, you know, local government official or company they own a stake in. And who testified against that? The County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas and the Texas Association of School Boards. They're using our tax dollars to lobby to hide this. Who's profiting off their position? Potentially. It's just a disclosure. It's not a ban. So, I mean, I keep seeing these examples again and again, and I hear from constituents all the time, as I know you do as well, Pete and Mr. Panju, that our laws are being used essentially as a weapon, and they will refer it and ask for an AG opinion to slow it down, right? So that's why there's 44,000. So I think that's why shortening that timeline is so important. And some of these reforms you're talking about are so important. Sunshine Coalition I've worked a lot with. So I'd kind of like to get y'all's thoughts on some other reforms you think we need here in our open records laws. I know, James, you talked about some of them, but love to hear, you know, from the AG's office and Pete and kind of any ideas you have, you know, because we got to make this easier for taxpayers to get a hold of documents that they have paid to create.
Arif is brilliant, and I would definitely lean on him as a resource. I do want to just touch on one thing, because one thing that I think folks, most ordinary people don't recognize is the fact that these institutions, these publicly funded institutions, publicly supported institutions, are advancing their framework before session, and you of course see that with the trainings and the retreats and whatnot. They are working against the public's interest during session. Of course, that manifests in the form of legislative advocacy. but it also comes about after session 2, where I think TML applies a creative interpretation to a lot of statute, a lot of well-constructed statute to bend things in a direction that was not intended. I'll give you a quick example. In 2019, and you'll know this well, Senator, in 2019, the conservative movement was attempting to enact a prohibition on taxpayer-funded lobbying, and unfortunately we fell a little short on that effort, but as something of a consolation prize, we were able to secure some disclosure requirements such that political subdivisions must now include in their budget a line item that stipulates how much money they spend to lobby the legislature. Well, shortly after that law's enactment, TML interpreted the statute to exclude itself from that disclosure. So now the information that's being provided, at least in municipal budgets, is incomplete and probably now requires us as the legislature, y'all as the legislature, to come back and shore that up and really do what was originally intended, which is to provide maximum transparency to the ordinary person to let them know, hey, your governing officials are going to spend this much to lobby the legislature next year.
I think, Senator Middleton, you're spot on that a troubling aspect of the Municipal League is that there's always been the issue of using taxpayer funds to lobby against the taxpayer, but they do use Texas statutes against citizens. For example, in your district, there's a mechanic that just wants to open up a shop, settles a case, supposed to open up his shop without adding 28 parking spots. TML then argues that it's immune from a settlement agreement on behalf of the city, kicks it up to the appellate court, completely meritless, but they're gaming an interlocutory appeal statute. Also, in the open records context, the city of Bee Cave, which I believe does use TML, you send an open records request there, and you'll get on the letterhead of a TML law firm a letter saying you're not getting your documents, and here's 20 exceptions, half of which have nothing to do with what you're asking for. It's a copy and paste job. It's checking the box and moving along. So what you've got, in essence, is policy being enshrined by this body, the legislature, to benefit Texans. And if you have a case and you want to argue the merits, you should be able to without having to deal with meritless arguments from outsourced lawyers. Similar with the Public Information Act. You should be able to get your documents without having to deal with kicking a can down a road and taking on some law firm that's just really just checking the boxes and intentionally not trying to do what it says right here at the top of the statute, 155 pages. This chapter shall be liberally construed in favor of granting a request for information. That is very much not happening. So if the default position from outsourcing to association-paid lawyers is not what the state law requires, I think it's incumbent upon the legislature to amend the law to ensure that these things don't happen. Some states use statutory penalties, sanctions. I think one easy way is to force actual governmental employees to talk to the requester before anything happens in the AG process. That's a meet and confer. And to Bates number every single document so that a search has been done before you take advantage of that process. That will cut the gaming, the bad faith, the initial kind of approach to how can we get out of this and move along versus complying with the statute, because it is the enshrined policy and the construction of that policy per the statute on page 1 of the statute. That's not happening right now. So you're right to seize on that, because it's if anything systemic, it's that this is happening now statewide in big and small municipalities. It's happening in many of our cases, if I look at the litigation side with this interlocutory appeal of jurisdictional defenses. And so it's happening in that context when you want to vindicate your rights if you're a citizen, and it's happening in open government if you want to just get public information that's quintessentially public. And so you're fighting not just against the governmental entity that's supposed to comply with state law, but with their outside lawyers who are intentionally trying to posture in a private kind of litigation kind of framework where a citizen can't do that. There needs to be better protections to stifle the misuse, to penalize the misuse, and to ensure that actual employees of the government that have to respond to elected officials are communicating with requesters and not just quickly outsourcing it. If I can add one thing about 50% and what it seems like kind of shoehorning private schools into the Public Information Act. states after state that has passed school choice law has faced this. One of the things you're going to run into is that there are going to be a not insignificant amount of lawmakers that try to go after religious schools and create entanglement issues. And entanglement with open records requests and just kind of burdening them, looking into their religiosity, things of that nature. And then you risk opening up the state to all sorts of establishment violations where the state cannot use its power or even a statute to try to go into and explore and extract documents from religious entities. And that's the big risk there. That's why I think the 90% number that you had, I haven't really looked too deeply into this issue, but just saying, looking at the wide swath of school choice programs that are, I think from our standpoint, fortunately helping parents across the country, that's the one kind of pushback that you see happening, and then states usually back off. They're not going to let opponents of school choice malign participants in the school choice program, whether it's students or participants. Parents have a constitutional right to direct their upbringing of their children, and can't have state laws open up the door for that kind of abuse, especially with establishment concerns where government is trying to intermingle with what's happening in a private religious institution. That's the big risk. I think that'll be one of the biggest pushbacks that you probably receive if you look into it.
But, Mr. Chairman, the issue at hand we've been discussing is transparency and accountability. That's what I've heard over and over. And not all of the parents' money, not only the parents' money is going from the tax dollars. A lot of people who pay their property taxes. So, for example, we have 3 kids. If we had gotten ESAs for all 3, like they were established in the bill last session at $8,000 a piece, that's $24,000. We don't pay $24,000 in property taxes. That means some other taxpayer is also subsidizing my ESA for the public school, for the private school. Therefore, if public accountability and transparency is good for some institutions, shouldn't it be good for all institutions? And I agree with you that if someone's trying to abuse it, we should stop it. But why would it be a burden for one and not a burden for others?
I think the premise is what I'd push back on. School choice and ESAs are indirect aid, not direct aid to any educational institutions. They're actual aid to parents. Parents are the direct beneficiaries. And if they decide to go here versus there, and then that should open up more inquiry and open record intrusion into a private educational institution, you're running into problems there because yes, they get some public funds, just like a lot of other people may get public funds. But that's not the hook that we should use to try to expand intrusive kind of open records requests into private actors that are delivering educational options. I think before even going there, the thing that needs to be addressed first is what's happening at, for example, at the ISDs, where they will CC a lawyer on an email and then try to shield everything using the attorney-client privilege. That's a much bigger problem. And that's because there is a lot of ISDs. There's a lot of public money in those ISDs. And yet when there's activity like that going on, that just erodes the trust, both for the parents that send their kids there, but also for the public that funds them that would like to fully fund public schools. But if you see activity from public servants and government officials that try to shield transparency from the public by CCing a lawyer and claiming it's attorney-client privilege to get that's bad faith.
I agree.
And we got to deal with that.
I agree with that issue, but it shouldn't be called intrusive when it's for one and a burden, a burden for them when it's not. Because it's not just those parents' tax dollars; it's all tax dollars. Especially, let's say you go to a rural school district where there are no private schools, so therefore the taxpayers from those rural school district areas are subsidizing all of their taxes are subsidizing. Shouldn't they have the capacity to know that their tax dollars are used well?
I mean, I think you'll have to see how the program is funded, but if it's funded from general revenue, I don't think we can pick and choose that this particular person's money is going to that particular family. But, the fundamental philosophy here it says of the public records law is to know what public officials are doing, what the government is doing. I understand that it could have tentacles because we now fund all sorts of things. But, I think a good guiding principle is to get the foundational statutory framework right. And we're far afield from that right now before we start adding tentacles to allow a Public Information Act to delve into private educational providers that are religious on the heels of an Ed Choice program being passed. I think that's what's wrong with this. That's why we're at 155 pages. That's why we're at an insane amount of exceptions, and why bad faith and just noncompliance is so regular that you have actual statewide trainings taking place to make sure it continues that way, we have a problem. And the problem is not private schools that are trying to help educate kids. The problem is that we have a system in place that incentivizes noncompliance, bad faith, unfortunately, and it's being taken advantage of at the expense of citizens.
I don't disagree with you, but you are familiar that we had to close some charter schools in Houston that were just hiring family members and keeping the kids in a gymnasium all day, and they weren't getting educated. You're familiar with that, right?
Those are public schools. They have
Correct.
a public charter.
Correct. So my point is, though, any school is the potential for abuse is available at any school, right? And so if we're going to be using public dollars to fund other schools, then they should be open to the same transparency and accountability. That's all I'm saying. I agree with you. Let's fix this. I want openness in government. I want trust in government. And so we're going to fix it. Let's fix it, but let's make it right for anywhere we spend public dollars.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think it's going to be one of those things that we're just back and forth on with the ed choice issue, but I take your point.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any other questions for the panel? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. As we continue to move through, we're glad everyone's here. It's going to be a profitable discussion. We are going to try to, as we move into public testimony, to adhere closely to our time limits, just out of respect for everyone. A lot of folks have waited all day, and we'll still be waiting because we have a ways to go, as we say. So now on this charge on public trust in government, the chair calls Monty Bennett, Anthony Wilder, Aaron Harris, and Robert Batali, or Battale.
Actually pronounced Battle, sir.
Wow, Battle. I wasn't. Neither of my two attempts were correct. Battle. I won't forget that.
I appreciate it. I changed that because I'm having to fight to protect my life, my freedom.
All right.
And I'm going to tell you guys about it.
All right. Got a seat for you right over there.
Appreciate it. And a chair too. Hello. Hello.
Welcome back. Introduce yourself for the benefit of those watching and give us your testimony, Ms.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss public trust in government, a vital issue impacting the integrity of local governance. My name is Monty Bennett, Chairman and CEO of the Ashford Group of Companies, a Dallas business leader, philanthropist, and above all, a proud Texan. Across Texas, we see a troubling pattern of insufficient oversight and lack of ethics and transparency in political subdivisions. Big cities and ISDs are breeding grounds for unethical behavior and mismanagement. Corruption becomes easier to hide and harder to address due to the scale of these massive operations. To rebuild trust, financial transparency is crucial. For example, many ISDs fail to provide cash flow projections to their elected trustees. Can you imagine? Imagine trying to manage an organization without cash flow projections, but that's what they try to do. Instructional materials aren't shared with parents before being taught, limiting access to critical educational content. This lack of transparency harms the trust between parents, taxpayers, and educational institution. I believe much of the drama going on in today's schools between educators and parents would be minimized with this transparency. Another glaring example is the Dallas City Manager's Office, where it has been alleged an 8-figure contract has been given to a paramour of that Dallas City Manager's Office, a clear conflict of interest. In such instances, citizens have little recourse as these unethical practices are widespread, difficult to uncover, and difficult to expose. Separately, when citizens attempt to enact change through city charter amendments, they often face significant barriers. The process is costly, time-consuming, and prone to manipulation by local city officials. Even when amendments reach the ballot, the language is frequently altered to mislead voters, as seen in the Dallas Hero case. Last-minute proposed charter amendments from the Dallas City Council members introduced without public input violated the Open Meetings Act. Although the Texas Supreme Court intervened, this rare victory highlights the need for stronger consequences for such violations, including increased penalties and greater accountability to ensure transparency and oversight. Local governments must face real consequences for violating the Open Meetings Act. Increased penalties and direct accountability for officials are necessary to deter such violations. These failures to maintain transparency, accountability, and ethical governance represent not only a breach of public trust, but also a threat to effective governance. Accountability, ethics, and transparency are the foundation of democracy, but when these principles are compromised, public trust quickly erodes. When citizens lose faith in their government, the very fabric of civic life begins to unravel. The public deserves to know that what their government is working on for them, not behind closed doors, are in the service of special interests. I urge this committee to take bold action to restore integrity and transparency in local governance. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you very much for hearing me out today. That concludes my testimony. I'm available for answers, questions, if you so desire.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll hear from everybody, then we'll come back for questions. Welcome. Pull the microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Anthony Wilder. I was an elected official at one time, so thank you to y'all for sitting through these hearings. I know how challenging that can be at times. So thank you, Mays, for being here, and Brian. I come before you in support of changes to or adherence and compliance opportunities and reform for TPIA and TOMA. I currently serve as the executive director and chairman of the board for the Texas Government Accountability Association. It's an association that started effectively on May 20th. We currently have 2 members that are going through compliance. So I want to share a little bit about what we're doing and the challenges that we're facing, and to let all of you know that there is a major problem with transparency and accountability in the local government units in the state of Texas, or local political subdivisions as some call them. Just a little bit about TGAA. TGA is an entity which just has a couple of basic things that we ask for in compliance from our members. I'll share a few. One of them is in transparency. The other is ethics. In transparency, we ask them to have an audit and to make the auditors available for questions by the community. We ask for vendor disclosures, conflict of interest disclosures, total comp disclosures on the website, vendor searchable databases on the website, org charts on the website, some other things I can get into later. Ethical standards, we ask for definition, or we provide definitions of conflicts of interest, and each of these goes above the state statutes, which are typically found in chapters 551 and 552 of the Texas Government Code. As others will share, and I'll just, we can establish that there are problems. You know, we have 8 ISDs right now that failed to meet minimal financial standards. We have bond fraud, loan fraud, embezzlement, financial mismanagement, bribery, conflicts of interest cases, numerous throughout the local government units in the state of Texas. And you can find those easily with Google searches. So with TGAA, we are basically at the tip of the spear for transparency and accountability at the local level in Texas. And we're just asking for help. I've talked to numerous local government units who have provided me with, in some cases, pretty lame excuses why they don't want to join. And of course, I always want to ask why. Why do these entities not want transparency and accountability?
Thank you, Mr. Wilder. Your time is up. Please complete your sentence.
All right, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Harris.
Well, Chairman Hughes, members of the body, thank you for your time. My name is Aaron Harris, and I'm here on my own behalf. Been involved in local government elections and governance for just over 10 years, and today's topic is very near to me. Last session, the legislature passed a bill which local governments named the Death Star Bill. What was so horrible about a bill that simply says local governments cannot do things with which the legislature has not empowered them to do? The reality is this, that in Texas, our deep state is the local government complex. Those who regulate us to death and think that they know better than private citizens. It's vast, it's deep, and it's accountable to no one but this body. It certainly is not accountable to the people. The very fact that we opened this panel with members of the OAG speaking is indicative of the core of the problem. We would not have such a drain on the OAG dealing with open records requests if local government would simply be transparent. The 44,000 number to me was astounding, sitting in the audience hearing that. Several years ago, I requested, I'm going to give you a couple examples. Several years ago, I requested some information from Keller ISD. They denied and asked the AG for an opinion. The AG said, you have to give it to him. Instead of giving me what was clearly mine to have, which was clearly releasable, they sued. They lost, but by that time, months and months and months had passed. The issue was moot. That was their plan all along. The citizens lost in the end. I once requested election records the day after the primary in March. After fighting them for information, I finally received it. It was the Hill County Republican primary. By now, it was May for the March primary. Within minutes of opening the election file, I discovered there were 9,000 votes in an election where only 7,000 voters participated. Being May, we were well beyond the timeline to contest the election. I could go on, but I won't because I'm about to run out of time. You hear these horror stories time and time again. The fact is, local governments will not address or fix this problem. It will take action from this body to do so, or by a third party overseeing them. I urge you to do just that.
Thank you, and thank you for observing your time limit. I appreciate it. Mr. Battle?
Thank you very much. My name's Robert Battle. I'm running for mayor of Manor, and I've been thrown in jail for my outspokenness. In fact, I got thrown in jail because I sent you guys an email talking about the election coercion that's being done in my town. Now, when I grew up, if I witnessed somebody committing a felony, I was told I was supposed to report it. Well, in my case, the whistleblower got thrown in jail. And I'm getting tired of getting thrown in jail. And I don't like the county attorney going there in front of them, the judge, and saying they have all this evidence of wrongdoing. And when it turns out they have no evidence whatsoever, that county person still wants to throw me in jail with no evidence. So what I have here is I filed a disciplinary claim against that attorney, Miriam Chavez. I talked on Tuesday about with the Texas, the county commissioners, and told them about this cover-up. And you guys have all had like 3 or 4 emails about it too. And so instead of them saying I had a cover-up, they took me into court again and wanted to revoke my bail and change it from $8,000 to $50,000, give me an ankle bracelet. And one question I've always wondered about is how come my bail was $8,000, but the drug dealer sitting next to me got out on their personal recognizance? That's a bunch of baloney. And that was totally disgusting, and I'm really upset about that, but I'm not violent whatsoever. The violent people are the ones that did the crime. When I exposed the crime, they came down on me. So what I have in here is 2 basically simple things about the coercion. That's section 141.101 in the Elections Code, subchapter D. They tried to pretend that this gentleman here, Bobby Reese is a veteran from 22 years. He fought for you, and now it's time for you to fight for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions of the panel? Senator Middleton?
Thank you, Dean. Appreciate it. So I had it on the training, and this jogged my memory here. One of the things that I've heard from city council members is the training sort of tells you, well, if you over-disclose, you could get in a lot of legal trouble, and you could get sued, and maybe you could go to jail. So they sort of err on the side of under-disclosure by threatening, essentially. And this is the same thing that we saw with the recent Title IX fight, where the Texas Association of School Boards said, you need to follow the Washington, D.C. order on, letting boys into girls' restrooms and things like that, because you could get sued and you can get in a lot of trouble. So there's this pattern and practice of not doing the right thing under the legal threats essentially delivered by the organization that's supposed to be there to defend the city or the county or the school district. And that's who's supposed to provide their legal representation. And essentially they're saying, we can't defend you if you don't do this, which is hold the info back. So is that kind of something y'all have encountered in y'all's new training organization?
Just to stress, we don't have training organization. We intend to at some point. Initially, it's trying to get these entities to comply with the transparency and ethical standards that we've established, which are beyond the state statutes. What I'm finding is that many of these entities aren't even complying with the state statutes, which is what you're referencing. In terms of training, I was a city council member and a mayor pro tem for 6 years in Carrollton. And yes, TML provided training. The training, for the most part, was slanted in one direction, the direction that you're describing, and it was unfortunate. But for most local elected officials, that was the training that was available. You also had training from staff, but that was typically slanted towards the angle and the agenda and the narrative that they had, which wasn't always open and transparent.
Right. I mean, when you err on one side, it should always be on the side of over-disclosure, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. So that's not what's happening in practice.
Yeah, Senator, if I can add to that, one of the things I run into a lot as I work with local city council members and school board trustees is they're actually told they can't discuss things with citizens. One glaring example that we run across over and over and over again is the superintendent, city manager, whichever applies, will take things into executive session, and then they will threaten everybody. You can't talk to anybody about this. You can't tell anybody about this. When I show them the law, which the law says you cannot release a recording of executive session, but as a city council member or school board trustee, you are allowed to discuss those things. You can discuss them from the dais. You can discuss them with other members, et cetera. You can discuss them with members of the public. They're shocked to find that out because neither TASB nor TML have ever admitted that. As in fact, they tell them the exact opposite, and they're trained to keep those things confidential. And it's a method that the staff used through the superintendent to discuss things they don't want discussed in public. There's a lot of violations of what executive session is supposed to be used for, right? There's a delineated number of things that are supposed to be used for executive session, when in reality they'll use it to discuss anything they don't want the public to hear, and then threaten the school board members or city council members that you cannot talk about this in public, and that is just facially not the case legally.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of stories on executive session where it's overused, essentially, and it's a way to conceal from the taxpayers, from voters, what's actually happening. It's also a way to avoid open records laws as well. I mean,
And walking quorums.
I'm sorry, one more point along those lines, Senator, is that many people that I know that have gotten onto a council or to a board or whatever, elected or appointed, are denied materials from the agency for which they oversee. And the agency will just deny the materials to this one or two city council person or water district manager or what have you, unless the whole board votes to have the information given to them. And so here these people are asked to vote on all kinds of things where they can't get the information that they believe they need in order to make good decisions. And to me, that's ridiculous. I think that someone that serves on a board or a panel oversees an agency should have access to any and all information that they want in that agency without any quibbling or any vote by the majority.
You're supposed to be a fiduciary, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention one thing about Public Information Act and so forth. The videotape of my big brouhaha at City Hall, I still, almost 2 months later, I still don't have a copy of that. I did a FOIA request a long time ago, and the Secretary of State. But Fox News has a copy, and CBS has a copy, and Fox News. But I don't have a copy, and I'm the defendant. I have a hearing on Thursday.
Thank you. Other questions? Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is helpful, and I want to ask a little bit more about the association because it's new to many of us, and there was questions about training. And tell us, just if you can, box it in for us, what the association does, how it's organized, how people are in and out, and just a little bit about that so we understand what your role is.
Okay. The association is very new. The bylaws and constitution were adopted on May 20th, so we're 5-6 months in now. We have 2 members who are going through the 6-month compliance period who have agreed to the interlocal agreement and who've agreed to the transparency and ethical policy.
And let me interrupt. The members are local government entities?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I'll back up further.
Okay.
So our approach is to help local government units, so ISDs, city councils or cities, the counties, to become more transparent and accountable and higher ethical standards with their constituents and within their legislative bodies. And so that's who we approach.
So 2 such entities have joined?
Yes. Municipalities, in this case, 2 of them have joined.
Very good, and go ahead.
And we're, of course, approaching others. We're going through our warm leads at the moment, just because that tends to work better. They have an attentive ear, typically. And eventually we'll start cold calling, although I don't want to go there. It's a little scarier as external sales. But we talk to these entities and we share with them what our goals are. And from all of them, they're like, yeah, I want the same thing. I want more transparency. I want my constituents to have that trust in local government. because I think most of us in this room don't. I don't know where you sit on it, but I don't know if any of us have as much trust as we should in our local government. And so we go to these entities and we provide to them an ILA and a transparency and ethics policy. If they choose to comply with them, or choose to agree with them, they then get 6 months to comply and then become full members. And we're talking to others right now. We just started talking to counties 2 weeks ago. So we have a couple counties that are interested, and a lot of cities that I've been talking to, and eventually we'll go to ISDs. We have a policy for each one of those entity types.
And so then once they join and once they go through the process, they then agree to comply with this heightened level of transparency and accountability?
Yes.
I'm not telling, I'm asking. Is that how it works?
Yeah, that's what they do. And we then become a third-party administrator of this policy. So if a citizen has a concern, they can then go through onto our website and they can file a complaint. And we would then work with that member entity to get them to come into compliance with the policy where they may have failed to do so. And it could be as simple as they didn't post the proposed budget for this coming year. So we talk to them, they get it out there. It's just a mistake, potentially, things like that. The one thing to keep in mind is it's injunctive relief only. We're not allowing citizens or other entities to go after our members to then get them to pay a lot of money to do or not do something. It's injunctive relief only. The whole goal is to shed light on local government, to get more transparency and get them to be at a higher standard. And so that's what we do, and that's what we offer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any other questions? Thank you to the panel.
All right, thank
Chair
you.
calls Sam Whiteside, Ellen Stone, Bradley Hodges, and Fran Rhodes. Sam Whiteside, Ellen Stone, Bradley Hodges, and Fran Rhodes. One is absent, so we'll call Blake Vaughn.
Do I have a preference?
Side I sit
Oh, no. Wherever you want.
I didn't know you were here.
Is Mr. Whiteside here?
Yes.
Please begin.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Senators, thank you for your time. I'll try to be quick. I'd specifically like to ask for you to consider local homeless governance as an apt target for these protections. Specifically, I believe our federal policies are worsening the outcomes in cities where they're being most actively employed. And with limited state oversight, I believe we can reverse that. My recommendation specifically is to add continuums of care to the Open Meetings Act and Public Information Act. That's based on the powers that they wield, which are outlined on the next 2 pages. There's an overview of this governance structure that exists locally and a chart from the California State Auditor that outlines some of the ways funding flows. I'll note, based on Mr. Quintero's testimony, a distinction between this entity that oftentimes is a nonprofit and what he was speaking about, and that this entity does wield express power that is granted to them through HUD. And my experience firsthand in Austin has shown that they wield tremendous power and that many in the community are concerned about it. A second recommendation that I make here is for the state to get involved in reporting spending in homelessness and to establish some data sharing standards. On the 5th page, you'll see trends in homeless spending across the 5 major cities in Texas and how they've significantly increased. And with the COVID spending, much of that went to capital expenditures that will significantly increase local spending. And our current reporting structure doesn't clearly depict that to citizens. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Happy to take questions.
Ellen Stone.
Hi, Chairman Hughes and committee members. Thank you for allowing us to have this testimony today. I'm Dr. Ellen Stone. I'm the Director of Research at Texas Appleseed. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit focused on fair and just policies for all Texans. So we rely on the Public Information Act to get access to data to evaluate policies, to conduct analysis, monitor agencies. And we send public information requests across the state to like statewide agencies like TJJD, DPS, TEA, and then also to local governments like cities, counties, and local ISDs. And so I really just want to take some time today to highlight some issues that we faced across the board. We've really seen a decline in transparency across the board. Part of that is due to several factors. One would be there have been an increase in exorbitant costs and fees associated with sending public information requests. And that's going to be a real burden for citizens as well. Another kind of easy to fix issue that we've seen is not having a clear contact point for agencies for us to contact to send a public information request. So we frequently had times where we don't even hear back from the agency at all because we don't have the person to contact. So it should be really easy to find who you should be referring to. Another issue is data not being available in a searchable format. So frequently we will get data that should be available. By all accounts, it looks like it's in a spreadsheet or a database, but they'll give it back to us in a scanned PDF, which makes it nearly impossible to do any analysis. And then lastly, I kind of want to talk on the other end of increasing transparency across the board means having investments in these agencies to have staff that can actually respond to these public information requests. I know the person at the AG's office kind of noted that many smaller areas don't have like a dedicated person that can respond to these agents or to these requests. And so I think there really needs to be an investment at the state level to make sure that the data is being made available for folks.
Thank you very much. Fran Rhodes.
Hello, I am Fran Rhodes with True Texas Project. I don't have a lot to add to what's already been said today. You've heard from experts and lawyers and people much smarter than me. But I talk to citizens. True Texas Project has about 22 groups located all over this state, and I talk to a lot of average citizens just like me. And if you want to know their opinions of trust in local government, I'm telling you, it's about zero. Our mission says that we exist to educate and motivate citizens to engage in government. But when they get out and engage in government, especially at the local level, they are met with brick walls that they run into. They are angry, they are frustrated, and the worst thing about it is we don't know what to do. When we get a huge bill for an information request or delays or sent to the AG's office, where do we go with that? We can come to the legislature and beg you guys to do something about it, but that takes years. Meanwhile, folks are getting angry, they're getting upset, and they're getting fed up. I might just add that not all local governments are like that. I'm very lucky to live in an area that has an excellent school board, an excellent county commissioner, and my friend next to me here is going to talk to you about a neighboring city that does a pretty good job. But as citizens, we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blake Vaughn.
Thank you. And my experience comes not from our most recent elected officials, but from the ones before that. So good morning, my name is Blake Vaughn. I'm a Deputy Mayor Pro Tem in North Richland Hills. I wanted to share a little bit about my experience with TOMA as both an elected official and as a taxpayer. I feel the law as it's currently constructed is being used against both citizens and elected officials due to the lack of training as well as its ambiguity in certain areas leading to abuse. For example, I tried to add an item to our agenda, but an unelected city manager denied the request, claiming the issue was too political and required a council consensus. However, I was told I couldn't speak to other members about the issue because it wasn't on an agenda, an impossible situation. When a citizen raised the same issue during a meeting, the mayor and the city attorney accused me of breaking the Open Meetings Act by requesting the issue be added to the next agenda from within the meeting. I was even threatened with being removed. As a former naval officer, I knew to verify the law, and it confirmed my actions were legal. The problem is a lack of training and differing interpretations of the law by these officials. Reforms need to be made to ensure elected officials have an ability to openly discuss important issues during a public meeting. When I was first elected, I requested to see sealed, certified agendas from our most recent closed meetings so that I could get up to speed. After initially denying my request to see these, saying I didn't have the authority, they finally provided them, only to realize when I opened them that there was no information inside actually detailing what was discussed. Additionally, prior to my election, the council had the habit of holding open meetings 2 hours away at the mayor's private ranch with no recordings and no posted minutes, and they justified this action by saying all they had to do was post an agenda. In reality, the effect was a closed meeting to the average citizen of our city. This same mayor, who hadn't completed open meetings training in over 20 years, also censored citizens on multiple occasions if he didn't like the specific content of their comments. I spoke with the Attorney General's office regarding the training requirement, and their position is that the open meetings training is only required once, regardless of the number of subsequent re-elections, leading to a gap of knowledge as the law involves. I've got a couple more examples, but I didn't realize I only had 2 minutes at the time, so thanks.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all for observing the time limits. Are there questions? Thank you so much to the panel. Chair calls Deborah Beam.
I like 2 more paragraphs. I tried to read fast.
Debbie Lindstrom.
2 minutes goes quickly.
And Michael Gerhardt. Are Ms. Beam and Ms. Lindstrom here? Is there anyone else who would like to register to testify regarding public trust in government? If not, this is our last witness. Please begin.
Thank you. I'm Michael Gerhardt. I'm a professor of law at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm here primarily to testify on the next panel, which is about impeachment. But I've spent more than 30 years of my career as someone who's studied and is trying to become an expert on government accountability. So a discussion about public transparency and government accountability obviously caught my attention. And one of the most important things I just wanted to say was I want to express my agreement with Senator Menendez on his suggestion about perhaps requiring public disclosure about with respect to any charter school that gets more than 50% of state funds. And the reason for that is very simple. Freedom of information isn't just about the officials. Freedom of information is about how public power and public money are used. And with respect to any institution that gets public money, transparency can only help. Transparency can only lead to greater information. And in fact, transparency may also help determine whether or not the public money is being used in a way that violates state or federal law. So with all due respect to the idea that, well, maybe there are Establishment Clause concerns, my thinking is, what's the harm of making it public? If it turns out to be legal, that's great. If it turns out to create a legal problem, it's good that we know about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? That's pretty good off-the-cuff testimony. There being no other witnesses registered to testify, public trust in government public testimony is closed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pass this on to you.
You signed up on the public trust in government charge, or was the meeting isn't over, but that was just on public trust in government? Okay. Did you fill out a? Sure.
What is your name, ma'am? Oh, we called you. Well, public testimony is reopened. Mm-hmm. Yes. We called your name earlier. That's all right. No problem.
Hello. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Debbie Lindstrom, and I'm with Citizens Defending Freedom. I come before you today to address 2 critical issues that strike at the heart of public trust in government: ballot secrecy and voting machine integrity. First, ballot secrecy. Countywide voting has inadvertently compromised this fundamental right. When voters cast ballots far from their precincts, their choices can be traced back to them, violating Texas Election Code 122.001. In the 2022 general election, an estimated 117,000 Texans, including me, did not have truly secret ballots. The solution proposed by state officials to restrict public access to election information contradicts Texas Election Code 122.001A10 and Texas Government Code 552, which emphasizes the people's right to remain informed. Redacting information doesn't ensure secrecy. Some will still have access to unredacted information. We face a challenge. How do we maintain ballot secrecy while preserving auditability? The answer isn't hiding information, but changing our voting system and insisting on public oversight. Legislation needs to be enacted to remove the option of countywide voting. Now, voting machine integrity. At Collin County's recent logic and accuracy test, the one and only randomly chosen DS200 machine failed publicly. A second DS200 failed initially, but passed on a retry. When we requested more public hash testing, the election office tested 16 machines privately on the following Saturday. They claim to have found the corrected issue behind closed doors. This lack of transparency breeds distrust. Citizens have questions about the validity of the hash testing since a factory reset was the solution, and now new questions arise about past elections. The bottom line, transparency is the key for citizens to regain trust that has been lost. So the more you can foster transparency, the quicker you will regain that trust. So thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you so much. Are there questions? Thank you. Now, is there anyone else?
Yes.
What is your name, ma'am?
Deborah Bean.
We called your name too, but we'll call you again.
Sorry that
That's okay. I called you all together. You were probably chatting over there.
We were with a representative. Howdy, Senators. The preamble of the Texas Constitution begins with humbly invoking the blessings of Almighty God. And Section 2 in our Bill of Rights states that all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. So do we have faith in our government today? Rasmussen reports from this summer reveal that only 29% of likely U.S. voters think the country is heading in the right direction. And most voters, specifically 62%, are concerned that cheating will affect the outcome of the 2024 election. And 9% of voters said they're not U.S. citizens or they weren't sure if they were citizens. So what about here in Texas? In January 2021, an invasion began at our southern border. What did Texas do in 21? What did Texas do in 22? 23? Only as elections approached did we see any kind of effort to stem the avalanche of illegals. How long have our children been sexualized in public schools? At least since I attended HISD decades ago, it's only gotten more and more perverse. With porn in school libraries, condoms readily available, with demonstrations to boot. So I am grateful to live in America and in Texas, but speaking the truth in love, I must acknowledge Texas has fallen far from humbly seeking God's ways and the good of humanity. So I pray that God will bless you with uncommon courage, divine wisdom, and true humility, and a heart to serve Him and Texans. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you. Bradley Hodge was called earlier. Is he in the room now? Is there anyone else, third call, who would like to testify regarding public trust in government? If not, public testimony is really closed. Don't tell me your name is Bradley Hodge. It is now officially closed, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dean. One of our interim charges that we're considering today is impeachment reform. Evaluate the constitutional and statutory impeachment procedures in our state, make recommendations to ensure a fair and transparent process. And as we introduce this charge, we'll have the Professor Gerhardt as our invited witness. Professor, come back, and while you're getting set up, I'm going to read a statement that Senator Birdwell sent us. As everyone who knows him knows, he is always present, always on time, always prepared. And he would have been here today. I'll read his letter addressed to me, dated in the committee, dated today. He asked that we read this, and so it's regarding the impeachment charge. Dear Chairman Hughes and members of the committee, please excuse my absence from this week's hearings. I was certainly intent on being there, but having contracted COVID-19, my doctor's recommended quarantine period overlaps with this committee's hearing schedule. While there are a number of topics of interest on the agenda, I have a particular interest in the impeachment charge. Having performed the duties as chairman of the Senate Rules Committee for the Court of Impeachment, I have been analyzing our impeachment proceedings and the guidelines for constitutional and statutory impeachment. As a result of my experience, I have drafted legislation with the Legislative Council to improve what I believe to be the structural flaws in our impeachment process. As I recover at home, I will be monitoring the hearings this week and look forward to collaborating with you to improve our impeachment process. Thank you for your consideration and the important work this committee does on behalf of the citizens of Texas. Sincerely, Senator Brian Birdwell. And so he wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that. And Senator, we thank you for working on this at home. And so with that, Professor, welcome back. We have you came a long way to help us with this. And for background, for those not on the committee and those watching, we are charged with looking at this process in Texas and seeing how we do it compared to other states, compared to other places, and what best practices might look like. And so scoured the country and found Professor Gerhardt, who's studied this. And so thank you for coming. Thanks for being here. And you are recognized. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you for the opportunity to be here today, and thank all of you for your patience. And I will say, as a person that teaches not just constitutional law, but legislative process and also legal ethics, today has done my heart good. You know, it's good to see democracy in action. It's good to see people engage with issues with extraordinary patience and attention. I'm going to try not to put that to the test now. So I will keep the rest of my remarks very, very short. I will just pause for a second to say that I am not a Texan. But my mother and father and oldest brother lived out their lives in Texas. And they were proud Texans. So I hope they are watching now as I try and do a service to their state. I think it might be helpful to just keep a couple things about impeachment in mind as we begin this discussion. Impeachment is unique, and it's important to understand its uniqueness. To begin with, it is designed to be difficult, if not impossible. That is something we keep running up against at the federal level. It's something we run up against time and again at the state level. But when, for example, a state such as Texas requires, as does the federal government, at least 2/3 of the Senate to agree to convict and remove someone, that's a nearly impossible threshold to meet. It is practically impossible the more high profile the subject of an impeachment is. The framers of the Constitution knew that. I think the people that framed the Texas Constitution knew that. And so impeachment ends up being very rare. That's another thing we have to understand impeachment. It is rare. But it is also important and quite fitting today to understand impeachment as something that the government has available to it, that the legislature has available to it, as a last resort. So it's appropriate I'm the last speaker today, especially following a panel on government accountability, ending up with impeachment. Because if we actually do enhance transparency and we do enhance government accountability, that will inevitably lead to a better understanding of and whether impeachment is appropriate. I've given, I'm sure, too long a written statement for you to read. As a law professor, it is my great deficiency that if I'm given something to study and talk about, I study it a lot. I think about it a lot. And so I'm not going to repeat what's in here. What I am going to do is just point out a handful of things I think that are helpful to consider and perhaps study further when thinking about whether the impeachment process in the state of Texas should be reformed. The first thing is, I think it would be very, very helpful if there were one place, and probably government run or committee run, where not just members of the legislature, but the public and anyone who's going to engage with impeachment can find all the materials that are relevant to the impeachment process. Yes, we can find the constitutional portion and provisions that govern the process. But then there are statutes, as you all well know. There are rules, as you all well know. And then there are also precedents. So it would be helpful, and I think ultimately important, if we could have all those things organized in Texas. So whenever the occasion rises, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to look around and figure out, okay, where is it? How do I find it? It's there. It's available. Everybody can read it. Everybody can hopefully understand it and then apply it. A second suggestion I would make is, at the very least, to try and clarify conflicts of interest that would, in fact, lead to a decision such as the one made by the state Senate in the last impeachment. It's not clear right now what conflicts of interest would lead to either disqualifying or perhaps raising a question about whether somebody should be sitting in judgment on an impeachment or not. A third thing I would suggest is clarifying the prior term doctrine. It's an important doctrine here in the state of Texas. But one question that occurs to me when I read about it and have studied it is, what happens in a situation in which somebody has perhaps committed misconduct that doesn't come to light until after they've gotten into their next office? Or what happens to someone who might have engaged in misconduct even to secure their last office, but is no longer in public office? Are those officials impeachable? I don't think there's any clear answer right now in Texas law, but I think it would be helpful if there were. So I think the Texas legislature could certainly take the lead in trying to clarify, do we have impeachment available in those circumstances I just described? And if so, in what way? The final thing I would suggest, with 7 seconds left, is that I'm going to need probably 8 seconds.
That's all right. That's all right.
The final thing I would suggest is that I think it would be also very helpful if there were guidance on, I'll rephrase this. I actually agree with the Lieutenant Governor when he talks about the need for greater transparency, for example, in the House, and certain rules should be followed in the House, such as the required burden of proof. Witnesses testify under oath. All that makes eminent sense to me. I'm just not as sure that it needs to be done through an amendment. I wonder whether or not it could simply be imposed by the House through its own rules. So, which, by the way, would be a much easier way to get it done than through a constitutional amendment. So I'll just end there, but I'm very happy to have a chance to talk with you and answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Professor. Senators, any questions for the professor at this point? And so, and thank you for your written materials, and it's very helpful to us. And you just touched on something. Are you able to let me back up? We could probably go through point by point and discuss whether a particular change or provision was better enshrined in the Constitution or a statute or in the rules of a particular body. But if you can help us, if you can just help us with some rules of thumb or some concepts that you think are helpful to determine how specific we should be at each level. As again, the rules of each body are adopted each time. Their statutes and their constitutional provisions. Right. How do we determine which one goes in which place? You just raised the issue.
Right. I mean, I certainly have no interest in suggesting that the Texas legislature should kind of rethink how it's done things in the past. That's not my perspective or purpose here today. But I think some things, for example, which pertain to internal governance, do not necessarily need a constitutional amendment. So what do I mean by internal governance? For the House or the Senate, you obviously have rules that govern how your operations internally and procedures. You have committee rules and procedures. So I think that leads me to believe that anything that would relate to how the institution, the House or the Senate, functions internally in terms of its own governance doesn't need to be done through a constitutional amendment. It could be done, for example, like it's done at the federal level, internally. And then you wouldn't have to waste sorry to use that word, but have to waste the time of going through an amendment process, which is not likely to be successful. And instead, you can get to the heart of the matter. Texas is unusual in that it expressly adopts a burden of proof, and it expressly adopts evidentiary rules. The federal system does not do that. In fact, I was brought in to advise it. I won't tell you when. Let's just say last century. And one of the things that we thought about at that time was, do we expressly require a burden of proof, or do we expressly require federal rules of evidence? And the conclusion was no. And I took a survey of the U.S. Senate at the time. And by the way, in the statement, I suggest a survey of Texas senators would probably be very helpful, just simply to get everybody on record. What do you think should be done, if anything, to improve the process? But the conclusion was reached by the National Commission on Judicial Discipline and Removal, which I was working with at the time, that uniform rules and uniform evidentiary rules would not work in the House or the Senate for two reasons. One is the institutions believe that individual senators and representatives should have that discretion for themselves. Nobody wanted to give that up. They wanted it for themselves. Each member wanted to decide for himself or herself, what's the burden of proof I'm applying? And then the second thing they decided was, if we had uniform rules, they would be practically impossible to enforce. How do you prove that somebody's not following beyond a reasonable doubt? How do you prove that they're not listening to hearsay? Because you would know, they would say, oh, I'm not doing that. And it's quite possible that's accurate. I think it's perfectly commendable to have required evidentiary rules and burdens of proof, because it makes the process very clear to everybody going in how it's going to be governed. But you also may find yourselves at some point having to deal with the question, well, I don't know if Representative X or Senator Y really did follow the burden of proof, because I reached a completely contrary decision than they did, so how could they possibly have been following the same path I followed? I don't want to be part of that discussion when it happens, but you all know better than I. That's the one possible downside to a procedure you've already got, but I think the procedure is fine. I have no issue with the procedure at all applying. Obviously, Texas has made a very explicit determination to make its process focus on criminal misconduct, which leads me to one last thing, which is not all abuse of power violates criminal law. So to what extent would it be permissible or possible in Texas to launch an impeachment investigation of someone not because they did something criminal, but because they abused their power? Obviously, at the federal level, abuses of power are at the core of the impeachment process. Over time, there's been some effort at the federal level to try and make it focus more on criminal misconduct. That has not yet been successful. And one reason why I think it has not been successful is because I think to make the process focus only on criminal misconduct narrows the grounds for impeachment. It also makes it harder to get at certain kinds of misconduct, again, which may not be criminal. Just to take an example at the federal level, so I won't be controversial at all. At the federal level, and this comes right out of the Constitutional Convention, one of the examples given at the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia was, well, what if the president lies to the Senate to secure ratification of a treaty? That's not good. We know it's not good. That's an abuse of power, but it's also not criminal. And I think the framers created the federal impeachment process to get at misconduct that the law, civil or criminal, did not get at. So impeachment became the only means for addressing that particular kind of misconduct. A president, for example, uses the pardon power, let's say, to cut a deal with somebody to keep certain activity quiet. Probably not criminal, but you could argue might well be an abuse of power. Or to take the example which keeps coming up, and I hope never actually happens because it would be a constitutional nightmare, But if the president were to pardon himself, is that permissible or not? A case could be made that it's permissible. I believe a stronger case could be made that it's not permissible. But if the argument could be made it's not permissible or legitimate, could that then become a basis for impeachment? Throughout all that, nothing, no criminal misconduct's occurring, but you might be talking about abuse of power. So I simply raise that for further consideration by all of you.
That is helpful. Professor, let me ask you from a historical, that is, perspective, and through today, is it your impression that impeachments have become more common, less common? And by impeachment, I should say at least the initial impeachment indictment, if not removal from office. Obviously, we've seen more at the federal level in the last 20 years. What about around? What do you see across the states? Is it becoming more or less common, or is there a trend?
I think it might be becoming slightly more common. I don't think it's a dramatic change at all. And as you well know, different states have different processes. And so, and the grounds oftentimes are different in different states. So it's hard to compare sometimes what's going on in one state with another. But I think what's happening at the states is that the focus has largely been on what we'll call executive branch officials, whereas the focus at the federal level, for the most part, has been on judges. And I think one of the reasons why that's been the focus at the federal level is because if you think about it, lower court federal judges are not high profile. And it becomes easier to initiate the impeachment action in that circumstance. But here's the thing, it's still really difficult. You all probably know that in the 1980s, there were 3 different federal district judges who were subject to criminal prosecution. 2 of them were convicted and imprisoned before their impeachments began, which I think was a problem because under the federal Constitution, federal judges are entitled to undiminished compensation until or unless they're impeached and removed. Therefore, federal dollars were being spent to fund these people while they sat in prison. And their impeachment still had not begun. So I think at the federal level, it's hard to get an impeachment going. It's even harder to get it done successfully. The higher or more profile, public profile, the person we're talking about. And the reason I think for that is the stakes have just gotten higher. They're stronger. You may well find that to be the case in Texas, but I think that's been part of the problem. As we look across different states, it's not impossible to hold the most high-ranking state officials accountable through impeachment. It's just more difficult.
Thank you for that. For what is by way of trivia, we have a member of the Texas House, who is a former member of the U.S. House, who was a House manager who prosecuted one of those judges when he was in the U.S. House. As a matter of fact, it's interesting.
Okay.
He was in the Texas House, went to the U.S. House, and then had the good sense to come back to the Texas House, and so that's why he's here now. But
well, that's how it should be, right?
Did you have something, Senator Bennett? You're recognized, Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor, thank you. As I looked up impeachable offenses, and it this is here according to the Constitution, obviously treason, bribery, and then that interesting term, other high crimes and misdemeanors, which are not defined by the Constitution. So that, as you mentioned, because it says here, so that Congress has a history of these impeachments for officials who abuse their power, misuse their office for personal gain, or conduct themselves in a manner that is incompatible with their office's purpose.
Right.
It seems, too, that it says here the founders created the impeachment as a way to ensure accountability for government officials in cases where their abusive behavior could not be tolerated until the next election.
Right.
So I appreciate what you said in terms of not limiting ourselves to just a crime when it's something that our constituents would be like, how could you allow for that to continue? That makes a lot of sense. I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard.
I of course agree. I think that you all take an oath, of course.
Yeah.
As do federal legislators. But that oath demands a lot of you. And I think one of the things it demands is you do your job by the highest standard of performance as possible. Now, I will say, I'm not under oath, but
Actually, you are.
You are.
that's good. Because what I've seen today suggests that you are all quite capable of that. That is, that I think the engagement today I've seen is exemplary. And so when we talk about public misconduct or impeachment, the good news is most people don't ever have to come in contact with that. That's the good news. The bad news is that sometimes there are people that should come in contact with that. And then the process becomes very difficult. I don't know that there's any way to make it less difficult, because what you want to be sure of is that you're not simply undoing an election, a phrase that may get used too much, but at the federal level, there was never any intention for federal impeachment to undo an election. And how do we know that? It's because under the original Constitution, if the president were impeached and removed, the person that would have taken his place is the person that the president beat to get into office. So the federal Constitution literally did undo the election, but it's in the Constitution. So that makes it okay. But I think the purpose of impeachment is not to question the voters. It's to protect the public and to protect trust at the highest levels. And that is that we're trusting our officials to do their jobs according to the law and not to abuse their powers. Again, most of the time, the overwhelming majority of the time, that's all that's done. And perhaps we don't give enough credit for that, but we should. But what we do need are mechanisms that are meaningful to be able to redress misconduct when it's happening at the highest levels of our government. Government corruption was one of the reasons why the Declaration of Independence was written. And if you look at the Declaration of Independence, it's set up as a series of impeachment articles against the king. And by the way, in England, the only person not subject to impeachment was the king. So the Declaration of Independence was a very loud way for Americans to say, we are not going to follow your way of government. We're going to adopt a different kind of government in which the highest ranking official is going to be subject to impeachment. Texas, of course, follows that same path, which I, as somebody who's studied impeachment for over several decades, thinks is a great path, an important path, one we should hopefully not use often. But when we do use it, it's the most serious thing we can do in trying to ensure that no one is above the law.
Well, I want to thank you. As we sit here in this agenda this today that the chair has put together for us, and the item right before this, trying to bolster public trust in government, it's important, especially for those of us on this committee. You may or may not know, we're all citizen legislators. This is not our paid job. So this is something we do because of service to the community. So it's very important that, to me, that if we're all going to sacrifice, that everybody's held to the same high standard or higher. And so thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Any other questions for the professor? Thank you so much for being here
Thank
and
you.
for sharing the research and your insights with us.
I appreciate the honor. Thank you very much.
And on the charge of impeachment reform, we'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Adrian Shelley, Bradley Hodges, and Fran Rhodes. They were both here not too long ago. We'll give them a few minutes, but we're looking for Adrian Shelley, Bradley Hodges, Fran Rhodes. By way of roadmap, I know a number of folks are here on the lottery charge. We'll take that up next, and thank everyone for their patience. Thank all the folks who participated. So in addition to Adrian Shelley, Bradley Hodges, and Fran Rhodes, is there anyone present who wishes to testify on the committee's interim charge of impeachment reform? Anybody wish to testify on that? Very good. We'll close public testimony on interim charge for impeachment reform. Our final charge for consideration, study lottery courier services, which allow their clients to purchase lottery tickets over the internet. Report on the number of couriers and the magnitude of sales from such services in Texas. Determine whether courier services are operating legally in Texas and whether a change in law is needed to respond to technological advancements, to protect children in our state, and to maintain original legislative intent. Recommend legislation to clarify Texas laws regarding online lottery sales. We'll begin with invited testimony from Ryan Dell, who's waited patiently all day, as many have, but Professor, thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Mendel. I'm the Executive Director of the Texas Lottery Commission. I've been in this position since April of this year. First, I want to recognize that the legislature is appropriately concerned about the issues that unregulated lottery couriers present. Also want to acknowledge the agency is working with Sunset on this issue at this time. It's actively working towards being a helpful resource during this process, both to this committee and the Sunset Commission. Also want to acknowledge the Commission's mindful and respectful that the legislature is the source of all the Commission's authority. I'd like to briefly describe the courier business model. Couriers take orders for lottery tickets from customers online, either through a website or by an application on a mobile device. Upon receipt of funds from the customer, they send an individual to purchase lottery tickets in person from a physical, licensed lottery retailer with whom the courier has a business arrangement. The courier transmits a scanned image of the ticket to the customer and holds the ticket until it's determined to be a winner or non-winning ticket. The courier delivers winning tickets with prizes of $600 or more to the customer to be claimed at a Texas Lottery Claim Center. Couriers can differ in their operational details. Some will work with established, non-affiliated retailers to purchase tickets, while others have created an affiliated legal entity to obtain a retailer license, such that the courier and the retailer are under common or affiliate ownership. Some may accept customer orders exclusively on an app, while others will accept orders via a desktop or laptop computer. These courier services are operating in many jurisdictions around the country. We have identified 3 states, New York, New Jersey, and Arkansas, that have affirmatively regulated their activity. In June of 2022, the agency was asked to testify regarding couriers during an interim House Licensing Committee hearing on gaming. I provided that as the first tab of the items that the agency provided at that hearing. In the last session, the agency followed SB 1820 and the subsequent passing budget rider. The LBB's fiscal note for that Senate bill estimated that approximately 2% of total lottery sales were derived from lottery courier services. That estimate was based on an analysis of sales from retailers associated with the 6 known lottery courier services operating in Texas. After the legislative session, at our August 2023 commission meeting, the board reviewed the budget rider and the governor's signing statement and instructed staff to take no action on this issue and identify lottery courier services as the agency's sole major issue for the upcoming Sunset Review. Materials related to this activity were included as tabs 2 and 3. The Sunset staff report was issued in May of this year with information provided about courier services in Appendix C of that report. After the Sunset Commission hearing in August, staff developed and then provided a proposed regulatory framework for either prohibiting or regulating lottery courier services. And I've included that as tab 9. I'll return to where I started. Over the years, the Commission has cautiously administered the state's lottery while being mindful about the statutory boundaries on its authority. We have no bias for any outcome regarding couriers. I do want to make sure that the agency is helpful as possible to this committee, to the Sunset Commission and Sunset staff, and to the legislature as it reviews this issue. I have made this a priority at the agency with the goal of building the best model for Texas. I have formed an agency working group to continue reviewing the regulatory frameworks we developed to identify any ways they can be improved and to further study other states' approach to this issue. I'd like to conclude by discussing the issue, as you mentioned, Chairman, in the interim charge of protecting children in the state. As a parent of 2 young children, I assure you nothing is closer to my heart. I do not want anyone under 18 in Texas involved with lottery tickets, period. I believe the proposed frameworks on courier services we developed would give us the tools to directly hold violators accountable. The agency becomes aware of minors purchasing lottery tickets. We take appropriate regulatory action on licensed lottery retailers, and we can and do refer those actions to relevant law enforcement authority for prosecution under the current statute. I've worked with staff and the board to strengthen our protections and communications about minors and lottery tickets. I've included information about those efforts at tab 10. Specifically, the agency has introduced a rule change to revoke retailers' licenses on the first offense when a licensed lottery retailer sells a lottery ticket to a minor. And I've directed our vendor to implement age verification technology to our self-service vending machines to add additional safeguards for that equipment. These efforts demonstrate the importance this issue has to the agency. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to verifying a consumer's age, what other protections does the lottery have in place?
Well, I appreciate the question, Dean. And there's a number of protections. And again, I have some materials about that in that last tab of the notebook. But first, we start with communication and education. It's important that everyone, all the stakeholders of the lottery, whether that be the parents, the retailers, the vendors that we work with, understand that lottery tickets are not for children. So we have an expansive education campaign and communication campaign that goes on every year. We have supplemented those efforts in the last few months, and we will continue to work to improve in that area. We also work with our retailers, and we provide them, information and resources. For instance, with the self-service vending machines, we had requirements that those machines had to be within line of sight of a retailer employee, and they were provided what we call a kill switch, so that they saw a minor interacting with that machine, they could quickly turn it off. So this is, again, is an issue that's been important for the agency for many years, and I believe we've also worked to strengthen those.
Thank you so much. Why are lottery tickets sold at places like grocery stores and other groceries, well, especially grocery stores, but not at places like CVS or Target?
That's an issue, thank you, Dean, and that's an issue that's very near and dear to my heart. We want, if a retailer wants to sell lottery tickets and they meet the statutory requirements, we want to work with them. They're our partners, they're our sales agents, and we have tried hard over the years to make the technology and the processes and procedures of the lottery more open to some of these retail environments. So, for instance, an effort that I've worked hard on over the past few years to develop what we call kind of in-lane technology, so that it's easier for retailers to have lottery tickets work within their point of sale system, instead of requiring cumbersome, equipment for the lottery to be in there and have additional procedures and training for the lottery for the retailer employees. We want to develop, kind of quicker to market, more streamlined processes for the retailer. My hope is that ultimately we will become more attractive to retailers like Target and CVS. We have done a pilot with CVS, and we're still working on developing that. But I think there are more opportunities out there. And again, we just want to make the process as easy as possible for retailers that are interested in selling lottery tickets.
Thank you. Do you and your team monitor other states to see if you can learn from their best practices, or to see how they have handled any challenges that you might learn from?
Thank you, Dean. Absolutely. There's a number of mechanisms for that to happen. I'll have regular conversations with other executive directors around the country, either just directly as I build those relationships, and also through some of the conferences. We're lucky enough to host a lottery conference here in Austin next month, where we're going to have executive directors from around the country visiting here, and we share best practices. There's also national organizations. You're probably familiar with the jackpot billboards that talk about Mega Millions and Powerball, and those both relate to national organizations that we're a part of. And so we're always trying to find ways, if there's a way that one of the best things in my mind about the lottery industry is that although there are a number of lotteries around the country, we're not in competition with each other. So if there's a best practice, and we're going to find it. I'm also very proud and believe that Texas has been a leader, and especially in some of those in-lane efforts and otherwise.
Thank you so much. I remember voting for the lottery in the Senate and voting against it at the polls, because this is representative government. My district favored it, I did not. So I voted against it at the polls, but for it in the Senate. One of the major criticisms at the time was that the money from the lottery eventually would not go to education in general, or that it would go to education in lieu of money that would have been appropriated anyway. What do we say to those naysayers who had those questions about whether money would go to the lottery, either go to the lottery period or go to it in lieu of money that would be appropriated?
Thank you, Dean. Here's what I would say is that the money is obviously appropriated by the legislature. My goal is to raise revenue for the education and veterans as responsibly as we can under the current statutes. So there certainly the money that we raise for education goes to the Foundation School Fund. The money that we raise for veterans goes to the Veterans Commission. I'm very proud of the support that we provide to education of veterans in the state.
Has there been any indication at all that having the lottery has resulted in rampant gambling the way some people were concerned?
Dean, I would say that I have not seen that. We obviously understand that there is going to be a percentage of the population that has issues with problem gambling. And again, I go back to those education and outreach efforts that we provide. We make the 1-800 resource number, and we work with retailers. I certainly have not seen evidence of that.
Thank you. Maybe someday I'll buy a ticket. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that all of the profits, and I have to say profits because if you split up, I've seen I'm sure there's an illustration somewhere where it shows how the dollar is split up that comes out of the lottery, because you pay the retailers 5 cents for every dollar they sell, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so they get a nickel for every dollar they sell. Then there's the cost of the paper or whatever it is to actually print and distribute that. And then of all the profits, the School Foundation Fund gets all of the profits with the exception of the one ticket that's for the Veterans Commission. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct.
Okay. If you could get us all that diagram so that we could have it ready to answer, because we get that asked over and over. And so whatever it is that y'all, I mean, obviously it fluctuates with however much lottery sales are, but all of that money, profits, go to the School Foundation. Now, I read recently that ticket sales were down. Is that still the trend, or what's going on with sales?
So we just finished up, thank you, Senator, we just finished up the revenue and sales results for the last fiscal year, and it was our second most successful year in Texas lottery history. It was down from last year, and I think that was a number of factors, most primarily due to lower jackpot levels. That's something obviously we can't control. When those jackpots get to around $1 billion, they become very attractive. We had fewer of those in the last fiscal year. But the scratch ticket trend, which now makes up the majority of the lottery sales in Texas, was very positive. We actually led the country in scratch ticket sales for the first time ever last year.
Very good. And I know of ACVS that has lottery sales. So you said that's a pilot program?
That's correct.
Okay. And so it depends on the retailer whether or not they want to enter into an agreement with you, right?
Absolutely. We don't force any retailer to engage with the lottery. And, we've tried to update our processes and make it where the technology is something that works for them. And then, I know sometimes the view has been from the retailer community that lottery is one size fits all and that there's only, one way. And so what we tried to do is take a more modern approach and say, hey, we're going to meet the retailers where they are. If they have an approach that works for them, we're going to find whether that be, again, deploying without the retailer equipment, whether that's deploying with the self-service machine, and whether that's changing some of our accounting rules about how the packs settle. Again, there's a lot of different ways, but we're trying to be more modern in our approach with the retailer base.
Recently, there was a controversy about someone who used a courier to purchase, was it $11 million worth of lottery tickets?
Senator, I believe that it was around $25 million.
$25 million. So, and this was, we can't identify who the purchaser was. It was a group or something. Could you get details about what happened? Because, my concern is that you may lose a lot of lottery sales if people think or feel the perception that, once again, someone's going to figure out a way to game the system and they don't have a shot.
Senator, I appreciate the question, and I agree. Let me just give a little bit of background about this activity and then what happened here in Texas in April of 2023. These so-called bulk purchasers, they're working in lotteries around the country. This is an issue that we've seen pop up in a number of other jurisdictions as well, where they're monitoring lotteries around the world, and if they believe that it's profitable or fruitful for them to come in and buy a large number of tickets, then they're doing so. So last April 2023, the group identified the Lotto Texas jackpot, which ended up at a $95 million total, as an opportunity. And they worked with a number of retailers in the state to attempt to purchase the large portion of those tickets. Now, again, they did not purchase 100% of the tickets. They were not guaranteed a win. And in fact, if they had split the jackpot, which every ticket that was entered in that drawing had the same 1 in 25 million and change chance of winning, they likely would have lost money. They did end up winning that jackpot. I have reviewed the processes and procedures internally about what happened that day, and I did a report and worked hand in hand with our board and gave a report to them in our August board meeting. I think what you said, I agree with completely, that there is a significant risk to the perception and the idea of fairness, that if someone can guarantee themselves a win, then why play the game? And I think even if we're focused on growing revenue for education and veterans in Texas, it's appropriate to take certain safeguards and put in potential, what I would call, guardrails around this activity. So there's a couple of things that I've done, again, with the board support, was one is recognizing that how the lottery equipment was deployed to some of those terminals was approved at the agency at a very low level. In my position at the time, I was not aware that those additional significant amount of terminals had been deployed to those retailers. And so I've changed that process so that if a retailer requests a significant number of lottery terminals that's not justified by their pre-existing sales basis, then there's going to be a number of additional approvals at the agency so that it would be approved by that division director, but also by our general counsel and ultimately by the executive director. I think that does a couple things for us. One is that puts an appropriate, again, control and guardrail around the deployment of that equipment. And two, it gives us that idea, that a little bit of that knowledge, because at the time, this was the first experience that the lottery had with these bulk purchasers, and it gives us a little bit more forewarning if that would happen again.
Historically, so they bought 25 million. Historically, what would you normally sell in if I said to you, every time the lottos reach 90, anywhere between 90 and 100 million, how many tickets have you sold in the past? Could you give me an average?
So the concept that we normally look at on a per draw basis, what we call coverage. That's roughly how many numbers of all the possible numbers are bought on a particular drawing. So the coverage for that April 2023 drawing was a little bit, slightly over 99%. So almost all of the numbers were purchased in that drawing. In a normal, first I'll say.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not asking about terms of the coverage of the numbers purchased, because that my thought is, we know that these people bought 25 million on their own. How much more was it than the average number of sales that you normally sell?
Sorry, and thank you, Senator. On Lotto Texas, that's a game that it's not as responsive to the jackpot level as, say, a Mega Millions or a Lotto Texas game. A Powerball game. So the sales would normally be significantly lower. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it would be probably closer to the range of 3 to 4 million.
3 to 4 million. So let's go ahead and say it was 5 million because it was 95 million. And now these folks bought another 25 million. So now you sold $30 million worth of tickets, right?
I don't have the exact number, but in that ballpark, yes.
So, and everyone has the same chance to win.
Correct. And I will say also, as part of our review of the process, we reviewed our internal processes related to the drawing. We identified no weakness in the selection of the winner and the draw process on our side.
Because then the upside is, how much more money did we make for the school fund based on the additional sales? So that's the question. If you could get us that information, that'd be interesting.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, we had a very interesting hearing in Sunset on the lottery, especially couriers, and I'm glad that's the focus here today, because that's really what we probably spent the bulk of the time on. And here's the issue. Is there anything in the administrative code or the government code that authorizes the lottery to have tickets sold through courier companies, through apps, through data services, through your telephone, by any other means besides physically going to an in-person retailer?
And thank you, Senator. And absolutely not. And again, and I appreciate the reference to the August hearing. I know I wasn't as clear on these issues as I could have been, so I appreciate the time to clarify some of the comments today. And we do not have the authority, and we would not and do not sell lottery tickets online. These are tickets that are being sold in person at a brick and mortar lottery retailer location. The courier is then purchasing those tickets at the brick and mortar location and then managing those downstream, where I do not have regulatory authority over after the purchase is made at the brick and mortar location.
So it's a little different answer than you gave, at the sunset hearing. You're saying that because it's not prohibited in the code, then whatever can happen, and that's not really our problem. It doesn't say it can't happen. Basically, that's your...
Senator, that's not what I'm saying. There's certainly nothing that would authorize the sale. Again, the lottery is not authorizing the sale of these tickets online, and we don't have any regulatory jurisdiction over what happens after this ticket is sold at the brick and mortar location, and then it's a bearer instrument at that point. So I have no regulatory authority. I do not have the ability to authorize it if I wanted to, because there's nothing in the statute that would give me that authority today.
So in the administrative code, it says only retailers who have been licensed by the commission are authorized to sell tickets. Have you licensed some of these lottery sales locations that are also the courier companies? Because in the committee in September, you said we have not given a license to courier company, shell companies or related companies or wholly owned subsidiaries or any entities that are related parties to the courier companies. That was your answer in the sunset hearing. And then obviously we heard from the courier companies after, and that's not true. They said, yeah, of course, we've got a license from the Lottery Commission to sell tickets. Clearly it says here in the administrative code that you cannot sell any tickets unless you're authorized by the Lottery Commission, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now that we've established that, the top courier company seller, I believe, is Winner's Corner. Is that familiar?
Yes, Senator. The retailer associated is Winner's Corner. That would be the licensed entity. And I believe the courier that they affiliate with is named Jack Pocket.
Right. And that's $90 million. Does that raise any red flags about $90 million of tickets being sold at one location?
So I would just like to go back and clarify the point. And again, my answer maybe wasn't as clear as it could have been or should have been in the August hearing. There are licensed lottery retailers like Winner's Corner that we license and that can sell tickets at a brick and mortar location. They then have affiliations. Again, I would go back to they might work with an existing lottery retailer that has existed for a long time, or they might develop a location like the person testified in August, where it's a wholly owned or it's a corporate subsidiary that they have a relationship with. So then when Winner's Corner prints that ticket at the brick and mortar location and sells it to Jack Pocket, then I do not have regulatory jurisdiction over what Jack Pocket does with that ticket.
But you're in charge of the licenses that they're using to sell these tickets virtually. And I was also not aware until this week that that's happening with scratch-offs, apparently. Virtual scratch-offs, where your phone will, I guess, clear the fake wax, the graphic, and then show you if you won or not. So here's my question on that. When you're not sure if you have the authority to do something, and you do have the authority to suspend retailer licenses, correct?
Yes, in our licensed lottery retailers, we have the authority to suspend.
Okay, you have that authority already. Can you remind us how many you suspended or terminated last year?
On all purposes?
for retail license, yes. How many did you terminate last year?
I believe the answer was 0.
0, yeah, okay. That's what I recall from the committee, so that's the same. Okay, so when there's this question of whether or not something can occur, kind of like 2016 with the Racing Commission, with the historical racing slot machines, which side do you err on? In other words, at the commission, if you don't know if you have the authority to do something or not do something, how do you normally handle that? And which route do you take? In other words, how to respond to that and determine what you can do in that gray area or can't do?
I appreciate the question, Senator. And I go back to, we're very mindful and respectful that the legislature is the source of authority. If there is a gray area, then we do not want to go into that gray area without clear direction from this body that it's okay to do that. So in this case, we have the license, we have the authority over the licensed lottery retailer. And we don't believe we have the ability to take action against the licensed lottery retailer after a bearer instrument is printed at the licensed lottery retailer, is sold at the licensed lottery retailer in person, and then ultimately another entity downstream takes action with that bearer instrument. And that's why we've developed the 2 proposals, and we want to be partners with the legislature. As you point out, if we have this concern, I want to be able to have the tools to take action against these entities if they're violating provisions of the State Lottery Act. But I want to be a good partner with the legislature as you review this issue and make that determination. We are not going to make that determination.
So you're saying you want us to pass a law to be able to regulate them?
That's correct. I can only regulate the licensed lottery retailer.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. But I mean, to me, that's exploiting a loophole and then saying we want the legislature and wrongfully expanding gambling and then wanting the legislature to ratify that behavior, coming to us and saying, hey, fix it for us. Yeah, this happened, but y'all need to pass laws to regulate that and fix it. But let me go back to your argument here about, that this is happening with the courier companies and it's after the ticket is sold and this is not our problem and we can't do anything. For sales tax, for example, where's that collected? For online sales. So like you buy a package on Amazon or an online only retailer, like kind of like the apps, like the Jackpocket or courier companies. Where's that sales tax collected? In other words, which political subdivision gets that sales tax?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not an expert on.
So that's a state law, and it's the location of the customer. Meaning whoever ordered it on their phone, wherever they are, where the package went. So, and typically with those kind of transactions, it's where the service was performed, not where the ticket was printed. And see, that's the problem here. As y'all are aware, that's the law. I mean, y'all have a general counsel, right? I mean, I think were you the general counsel?
I was not.
Okay. Well, y'all have a general counsel. So, I mean, you're aware this is the law in the state of Texas, right? Where a service is performed, right? So like if someone was defrauded, you go buy it right now, they didn't deliver it, you won, it's no money, you'd sue in Travis County, right? I mean, you wouldn't have to go figure out where the ticket was at some point in transit before the transaction occurred on your phone.
That makes sense to me.
So with that in mind, why are you still saying this is somebody else's problem?
And Senator, I'm not trying to say that it's someone else's problem. I'm simply identifying that the regulatory control we have is over the licensed lottery retailer. And I think that the proposals we have, and I'm not saying that we have the bias towards that this should be happening in the state or it should not. That's why we've developed a proposal to either, for your consideration, to either ban or regulate. Because I'm not saying that this is an activity that should be happening in Texas. I'm not here to defend the courier companies. What I'm here to say is that I don't believe I have the tools to hold the courier company accountable for when the ticket is being sold at the licensed lottery in brick and mortar location.
So in the administrative code, it says retailers shall not sell lottery tickets by fax or other similar method of communication. Doesn't that sound kind of like when you're selling something on your phone, other similar method? And that's in the administrative code right now.
Correct. And again, the licensed lottery retailer is selling that to the courier company at the brick and mortar location.
Which you control Nobody can sell a ticket without a license awarded by the commission, right?
That's right. We have regulatory control over the licensed lottery retailer.
Yes, that's what I was trying to establish. And then you go into the government code and it says, a person commits an offense if the person sells a ticket at a location other than the location of the sales agency. So if I download the app and buy one on the app now, is that the location of the sales agency? Right here on this dice? Or?
And again, I very much appreciate the issues that this raises, and that's why we want to be a better partner with the legislature as they review this issue. We developed in our proposals to either ban or regulate. It gives us the tools to hold the licensed lottery retailer accountable, either under a regulatory scheme or a banning scheme, for the actions that the courier would take downstream. If that means that they are violating any other provision of the law, if they're violating something, then we could take action against the licensed lottery retailer, which we cannot do today.
But you didn't take any action last year. Okay. You're aware of the Chevron case, right? And how the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron doctrine.
Chevron deference, yes.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, deference, you're right. And what that does is it really enforces separation of powers, right? 3 branches of government where administrative agencies aren't getting to defer to their own judgment. They need to look at the intent of the law, black letter of the law, which the black letter of the law, I just read it to you. Can't sell by any other means, has to be at the agency in person, not over the telephone. So here's the question that I'm going back to from earlier. It seems to me you're not deferring to legislative intent and what we meant by that. Because that issue is identified in the Sunset Commission report. It says the commission is overly dependent on the lottery operator vendor to understand the industry. And y'all have had the same lottery operator vendor since 1992, right?
That's correct. I believe the reference in the Sunset report there is about the board, but absolutely, we work hand in hand with the lottery operator.
And remind me how much they get paid per year, the vendor.
It's approximately $170 million per year.
170 million. Okay. So, you know, when I read that, that's in the Sunset Commission report, and they've interviewed staff, by the way. That's in the official report of Sunset Commission. And I asked you in the Sunset Committee, and you couldn't really answer why that was there. But I think what this all goes back to is instead of the Lottery Commission deferring to legislative intent, you have deferred to industry into unlawfully expanding gambling. And I think that's what y'all have done.
Senator, I appreciate that view. And again, that's why we want to be here and be partners with you as we develop frameworks for potentially banning this activity, if that's what you desire, or to regulate it. And so we can take action against the downstream actions as opposed to where the situation is today where we don't have the regulatory authority to do so. We have not tried to expand our authority. We've tried to be very mindful of exactly where our authority is. And I appreciate that maybe has led to a result that where this significant unregulated activity is happening. But I want to be a partner with you and the legislature and the Sunset. If we can identify solutions to this, I want to defer, and I welcome legislative feedback on this issue.
Yeah, and we did have a bill on this in the Senate last session. It was in the local calendar, Senator Hall, and I think it only had 2 no votes to ban courier companies. You know, so obviously y'all were aware of that as of last year or so. I mean, it's obvious to me from the legislative intent on all the administrative code and government code on the lottery that what we really meant by that, right? It needed to be in person. These sales needed to occur in person. You know. All right. Well, those are all the questions I have, Chairman. Appreciate you coming before the committee today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for answering our questions. Obviously, this is going to get a lot of attention in the upcoming session. And so I'll say we recognize, we're thankful when an agency defers to the legislature, and when there's a question about authority or about ability to do certain things, we're thankful when an agency will yield and see what the legislature wants. What we're trying to discern here is what is clearly described in statute and what the intent is, and so I feel like we're going to make that's going to become clearer in the next session and hopefully remove any doubts. But thank you for helping us navigate this. And you already know the direction that the legislature is going on this, but thank you for testifying and for answering our questions. Thanks for being here. There are no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir. We do have some public testimony on this charge, and so the chair calls Rob Kohler, Petrus Wasdorf, Bishop Woosley, and Fran Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes was here earlier, testified, and then we didn't see her. Don't know if Ms. Rhodes is here. Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and it's our custom, or my custom, to go from right to left. Selfishly, my right to left, so that means you.
Am I right?
You're well. You're on the right, and we'll see. We're going to find out. Please introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Mr. Chair, thank you for having me today. Members, sorry, I know it's late, so I'll try and be brief in my remarks. My name is Bishop Woosley. I'm a lottery consultant and a gaming consultant. From 2012 until 2020, I was the Arkansas Lottery Director. Since that time, I've been a lottery consultant in the industry. While I was Arkansas Lottery Director, I was president of the North American Association of State and Provincial Lotteries in 2019, 2020. Served on the executive committee for the Multi-State Lottery Association for 4 or 5 years. I don't remember exactly. I was the legal committee chair for 3 years, the Mega Millions group chair for a year, and served as secretary for a partial year before I left the lottery in 2020. I'm here today to serve as an industry expert and resource to this committee and anyone else who would need my services. And I'm appearing on behalf of the Coalition of Lottery or Courier Services, which includes Jackpot.com, Jackpocket, and Lotto.com. I know my time is short, so I wanted to make a few key points and leave it at that, and I'll answer any questions if you have any. The key points I want to make are that lottery courier services do not sell tickets online. They're service providers that accept orders for lottery tickets and then fulfill that order in person at a licensed lottery retailer. If currently active in 19 states, couriers are currently active in 19 states with some form of regulation oversight in several of those states. The industry, the courier industry itself, welcomes regulation. Jackpocket and the other 2 couriers currently operate in Texas in the same way they operate elsewhere, which means there's no group buying. I know there were some concerns for some of the committee members. We've not engaged in that and are opposed to the practice for the reasons that were set forth in some of the questions here today. We have an age verification tool. No one who is under 18 is allowed to buy lottery tickets. We use the finest technology in the industry to verify that age. We use geo-verification. Everything is done within the borders of Texas. There's no international or interstate play. No one can purchase a Texas lottery ticket outside of Texas. We have responsible gaming controls, which include the National Council on Problem Gambling Certification via ICAP, International Compliance Assessment Protocol, system-imposed limits, player-imposed limits, player self-exclusion opportunities. We use only the accepted and permissible payment which are allowed to be accepted within the jurisdiction. We're certified anti-money laundering protocols in place. We have internal control audits, SOC 2 Type 2, and the above amounts to the safest amount to play lottery in Texas. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. We'll hear from each witness and we'll come back with questions. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Afternoon. My name is Petrus Wasdorf. I'm with the law firm of Hans Scarborough, and really I was just here to provide some Texas-specific legal-based backup to Mr. Woolsey, but I think he's covered most of it, so in light of the time, I'll go ahead and pass it on. No, you're good.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kohler, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Morning, or afternoon, Chairman. Thank you for having me. I'm here representing the Christian Life Commission. I've been involved in this question for 30 years in the state. 12 of it I worked at the Lottery Commission, so it gave me a background. The last over 20 I've been representing the Christian Life Commission. The Texas Lottery has allowed these couriers to sell their tickets online. Some of the confusion, and whether it's a rabbit trail on purpose now or just not, I think, being completely forthright, is that the laws were changed for their draw games on what it means to sell tickets. We publicly have documented where during COVID in 2020, they changed what it meant from, it used to be a face-to-face transaction when you purchase, you'd go in your convenience store. Now what they've allowed is basically a proxy buy, where that person that's on the phone, when they buy that ticket, the individual that's taking that order, and that's the nomenclature they use, goes into the store. It's the same store. It's not a different location. There's no courier involved, and they purchase a ticket. Now, they changed the law, the rules on the draw games, where they're able to have this conversation and say, Senator, they're not buying it, they're just ordering it. They haven't changed the rules on instant games. We recently filed a complaint with the Attorney General where they're selling instant games online. If you look at the regulations for instant games, it's cut and dry. They're in violation of that. We would also say they're in violation of the Constitution. To change these games, the lottery games, you would have to change our Constitution. Attorney General Opinions GA 0103 gave resolute guidance that the voters in 1991, when they passed the lottery, had a very concise idea of what it meant to play the Texas Lottery. The statutory language, the phone referenced in there, gives clear that it was intended those voters could have never contemplated for it to be an electronic version of these games that are being played on the phone. Lastly, GA 0541 also gives guidance that if you want to do this in our state, you don't just get to come in and do it and then come back and say, oh, by the way, once you pass some legislation, and we'll reward us for this behavior. The Kickapoo have submitted, I've got a copy of a letter to this committee. I would submit with my history, this truly is the elephant in the room. They're a Class 2 tribe, wonderful folks. I admire what they do. If the state allows this type of Class 3 gaming, it puts the tribe in a position to initiate a Class 3 gaming compact. That's how we lose control of gaming in this state. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Kohler. And Senator, is there any questions for anybody on the panel? Senator Middleton, you're recognized.
I'm sorry. It's been a long day. We talked last time. I've forgotten your name. On the sales, they're saying the sales aren't occurring, right? They're not selling the tickets. Well, I'm curious on the apps. Are they saying which physical location? Here, go here to complain, or hey, we're just an intermediary. Here's the ticket. The ticket sales occurring here, where they give you the address. 1700 Burnett Road. I mean, is that in the courier ticket app? I mean, because otherwise, I don't.
No, Senator. Unfortunately, and I met the executive director today and had some frank conversations with him. There's no courier in this business model. There's nobody that's sitting in a room waiting for a call that'll get on a bike and go to some retailer location. These are turnkey operations, and he threw in every now and then. I don't mean to pick on him, nice enough guy, but he threw in every now and then that, well, you place an order with this courier and they go to a licensed location, giving the impression that there's a courier involved. Senators, there's no courier. They can identify the top 6 or 7. Those 6 or 7 own the retailer location that they're selling the tickets. So as a state and for a player that's out there, these folks are advertising, play on the phone, play on the internet. You can do it. You don't have to go to a convenience store anymore. And I said it in Sunset, some of us have spent a lot of time in the state, on this question, fighting it. Some folks have spent a lot of time trying to pass. I just hope everybody can understand this isn't a way to do it. If you want to do it, do a constitutional amendment. You get 21 votes in the Senate and 100 in the House, then have at it. But to come out at this, I mean, bank robbers would come in here and say, you know, it's lucrative if you'll legitimize it. You know, no, you don't get to do that in Texas.
Thank you, Senator. Let me ask, Commissioner, and I realize there are specific companies that you're involved with and you're able to speak for them, but are you, I don't want to put words in your mouth, are you also able to give us a flavor of what you believe is happening in the industry writ large? Or I don't want to push you that way if you're not. You're speaking for the companies that you actually represent.
Sure.
Okay, no, thanks.
Absolutely. Well, what's your specific question? I'll try and give my best answer.
That's what I'm getting at. So I just want to understand the business model. Look, I'm not real smart, but so there's a lottery ticket vendor, I should say a licensed retailer, a licensed lottery retailer. They sell lottery tickets. They have a deal with the state. They get so much. Now, I recognize, as we just discussed, there's, I guess more often than not, a relationship between the retailer and the
courier.
Courier, thank you. So, absent that, how's the courier get paid? Because, you know, the lottery retailer is going to make a certain amount, like every other lottery retailer. So, is this a value-added service that retailer is providing to those customers? And so, if you buy it from me, we'll throw in this courier service, delivery service, if you will. Is that the idea? Forgive me, I want to make sure I'm not missing something.
It varies, and I can tell you there is sometimes a service fee that's added at the time of deposit.
Okay, so the person who purchases a ticket may pay more to get this service, more than just what the normal lottery ticket would cost you at a convenience store.
No, not over and above the cost of the lottery ticket. When you deposit your money, there may be a service charge.
When who deposits whose money?
A player, or someone's making the order.
Okay. But that, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I really want to understand. So, am I buying a ticket? And like Senator Zaffarani, I've never bought one, but I've seen a bunch of them. But am I buying a ticket and then I'm also paying a little bit to have it couriered to me, or is it? I really want to understand. I hope my question makes sense.
Sure, it does make sense. There is a service fee charged at the time of deposit.
And deposit means
when a player registers, goes through the KYC process.
KYC is know your client. That's the terrorism,
know your customer
thing.
Yes, make sure that the person who's that's their credit card. There's an ID associated with that. Okay. They make a deposit from a card, and that money, there is a charge for that. And again, it varies from courier to courier, so I don't want to throw a big blanket over exactly what they do. But
that was why I asked you before about who you might be speaking for. So that deposit, is there some relation between the cost of the lottery ticket and that deposit?
No, sir.
So okay. And again, I'm not trying to play dumb. It's easy for me to do. I just want to understand. So then, if I'm buying a ticket, is my deposit going to be similar to what it would be if I were buying 10 tickets or 100 tickets?
No, it's going to be based on the amount of the deposit.
The amount of deposits based on what?
If you deposited $10, the fee may be 9%. Like, again, it varies. I don't want to throw a blanket over the top.
No, thank you for those qualifications. We're not trying to. Well, you can handle yourself, but we're not trying to pin you down unnecessarily. But I really want to understand the process. So help me through this, please.
Again, when you deposit your money, there's a fee associated with that.
Okay.
And that is a fee that handles their services, the operational services and things of that nature.
Okay.
If you want anything more detailed than that, I can probably get it to you because I'm not. But, I don't have visibility into the finances and how the money flows. But I'm happy to get that to you if you'd like.
Okay, so from a customer-facing standpoint, I make my deposit, which
right.
Maybe in layman's terms, I might just say I bought, but I made that deposit. Do I get some of that back, or once I make that deposit, that I'm not going to see that money again? I, the purchaser, I'm not going to get any of that back, or
again, that may vary by courier as well. You can withdraw your winnings, and I believe that over the course of time, you may be able to. If you deposit $10 and spend $5, you may be able to withdraw that as well. But again, that over the various couriers that may vary.
Okay, and if we're able to isolate a transaction, to box in the transaction, I understand I may have an account and Maybe I win and I let it ride and buy some more. I've seen people do that at the convenience store. But let's try to box in a transaction as much as we can, and give whatever qualifications you need to. But a lottery ticket costs X, whatever that is, and I want to get one of those, and I want a courier involved. What am I going to end up paying? X times
The price of the lottery ticket.
So how's the courier going to make any money?
There's a fee when the money is deposited.
By whom?
By the player.
Okay.
Customer.
Got it. Okay. So then for that, and I hope I'm making sense. I just want to understand. I make that deposit because I want X number of tickets, and then let's say I was a in and out, one and done. I did one transaction with an entity with a courier service. In that hypothetical transaction, how much am I paying over and above the cost of the lottery ticket? And by pay, I mean deposit less what I got back.
Well, you're just paying a fee to cover the deposit.
Okay.
There's no fee associated with the lottery ticket.
Okay, and what's that fee based on?
It's based on the size of the deposit.
Got it. The larger the deposit.
It's a set fee, but obviously the amount will be larger based on the size of the deposit.
Okay, so I see what you mean. So the dollar amount's going to be the same, but the percentage will be relative to how much my deposit is.
Right. If you deposit $1, let's say it's a 8% fee, it'd be $1.08. If you deposit $100, it'd be $100 or $108.
$108.
Now you got me doing math, so we're.
Oh, you're doing okay.
Yeah.
But I don't, when I make that deposit, I don't, unless I win something from a lottery ticket purchase, I don't expect any of that money back. That 1.08. Is that correct?
I think that varies from courier to courier.
So there could be a situation where I make a purchase and I get my ticket and I don't win, but I get some of the money back.
It depends what price point, how much you deposited versus the price of the ticket. If you deposited $10 and bought a $10 ticket or bought $10 worth of tickets, that may vary.
Okay, so if we were able to remove the price of the ticket from the amount that I deposited and then I'm out, I'm going to end up paying a little. I've got to pay a little something more. Nobody'd be in the courier business, right? I mean,
you're just going to pay the fee on deposit.
Okay, and I don't get that back.
No, that's kind of an administrative fee.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Senators, any other questions? Mr. Kohler, go ahead.
Senator, can I add something just because that is a very big concern, and you were getting at a very important point. You're not supposed to sell these tickets for any more than they cost. And for a person that's sitting out there going through this service, they want a $10 ticket. They put $10 in, and they fund $10 in their account. They're going to be charged, whether it's 8% or what that number is. So they end up paying more than that. And we're talking $10 here, but they're selling $100 scratch tickets through this service that you can play on your phone. So if a person, is of the ilk to spend $100, they think they're going to, put that $100 in there. These companies charge them on that $100 deposit that person thinks that it's going to, cost to pay a ticket, another $10 or $12. So they're paying more for that purchase than, and that's against our statute. Whether you do it up front, the industry says, well, they're not paying any more for those tickets. Well, yeah, they are. They are when you charge them on that deposit.
Members, any other questions? Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
No other witnesses have registered, expressed a desire to testify, so I'll ask anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against the committee's interim charge on the lottery. Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and that concludes our business for today. And so we will see many of you tomorrow morning back here at 9. And if there's no other business and no objections, committee stands in recess, subject to call of the chair. Good evening.